Neji stood over the body of his opponent Naruto Uzumaki after he had finished his most powerful attack at the annoying blonde failure that lay at his feet unmoving but still conscious. You are nothing more than a failure that was destined to fight me and lose here today, just like Hinata. Proctor called this match he won't be getting up, stated Neji as he turned away from Naruto and started to walk away. However, before he got more than 5 steps away he heard someone laughing behind him and turned around to have his eyes pop out of his head. For Naruto was kneeling on the ground barely even breathing heavily and chuckling a bit. Is that what you think, Neji? Am I nothing more than a failure in the eyes of everyone I know? Maybe I am, but there is one person who has never seen me as a failure and I will win for her, just like I promised. Now prepare yourself, Neji, you are about to see something that has never been seen before by mortal eyes, stated Naruto as he stood up and stared at Neji with confidence. Whatever you're planning on doing won't work. You are a failure that is destined to lose this match. Ever since you were a child you have been one of the worst shinobi this village has ever seen, and today I will show you how you cannot fight fate. I however was born in an environment of servitude to the main branch of my family and had to fight to get where I am. You know nothing of suffering or pain yet you try to tell me how I should live my life, shouted Neji in anger. Naruto looked down for a second as if contemplating what Neji had said, but he soon looked up even more defiantly than before. You are a fool, Neji, do not believe that you are the only one who suffered in your life. I know your story about how Hinata was kidnapped by Cloud Ninja, and how Hinata's father killed him. I know that your father took his place and was killed. I know that you blame Hinata for what happened to your father and now you're wondering how I know all of this. Well, you see, I was there, Neji. I am the one who alerted everyone of his attempt to take Hinata. If anyone is responsible for the death of your father, it was me, shouted Naruto at the end to make sure he got his point across to Neji, and yet shocking almost everyone in the crowd. You're the one who caused my father's death, shouted Neji as he became enraged once again. No, I was just protecting someone dear to me. Hinata has never done a thing to hurt you and still you've hurt her in so many ways it's hard to count. If you believe in destiny then you shouldn't even be here right now since you should have forfeited to Hinata earlier, declared Naruto. You have no idea what it is like to carry a curse on your head that could kill you in an instant if you ever disobey the ones who gave it to you. It is my destiny to live in servitude to the main house. What would you know about my life? Shouted Neji in anger and sadness as he ripped away his forehead protector to reveal his caged bird seal. You're right, I don't know what it feels like, said Naruto sadly, causing Neji to smirk in victory for a second. I have a seal on me that could cause me lose control of myself and kill everyone that I hold dear and love. You think you know suffering, Neji? Imagine getting kicked out of an orphanage at the age of 3 and having to live on your own for 2 years. Getting beaten, stabbed, burned, cut, and poisoned so many times that you lose count of the amount of scars that cover your body. Have you had to watch the one you love from the shadows afraid that she will get hurt if someone saw you close to her? Shouted Naruto in anger, which everyone of the Rookie 9 and Guy's team heard. What is Naruto talking about, Kakashi-sensei? Questioned Sakura. Yes, Kakashi is there early with Sasuke. Well, Naruto's life hasn't always been the best, and by the sounds of it something big is about to happen, stated Kakashi with a little more interest than he normally showed. Well, he better kick Neji's ass. He needs it for what he did to Hinata last week, added Kiba as he continued to yell at Naruto to kick his ass. Do you want to know why my life has been this hard, Neji? Well, here is the curse that has caused me much pain, however it does give me power far greater than any known in the world, said Naruto as he ripped his shirt off showing many scars and the seal on his stomach. What is that? Questioned Neji as he was starting to get scared for some reason unknown to him. This Neji contains the power of the 9-tailed fox, Kyuubi, shouted Naruto, causing everyone to look at him in alarm and gasp. I'm the container that keeps the demon from killing everything that lives here in Konoha, and with a single word I could release it to get revenge for all the shit that has ever happened me. That is my destiny after all, but I fight my destiny so that I can protect my precious people from everything including myself, shouted Naruto. With this declaration all of the Rookie 9 plus Guys team were completely silent trying to process this new piece of information that was revealed to them. Temari and Kankuro were both paralyzed with fear of the possibility of another Gaara, while said redhead held a maniacal grin. Troublesome, no wonder he never tried hard in the academy, stated Shikamaru. After what he just said, that's all you have to say, Shikamaru, shouted Ino in disbelief. If he would have tried hard in the academy and done well, then his life would be in even greater danger than what it already was. Would you fear a powerful container, or one that couldn't even perform the simplest of jutsu? The academy was nothing more than act for him. Now please be quiet so that I can watch this match in peace, stated Shikamaru, which got a nod from Asuma and Shino. Is it true Kakashi-sensei is Naruto the nine-tailed fox? Asked Sakura in fear. Before Kakashi could respond, Hinata answered for him. No, Naruto can't be the nine-tailed fox. Naruto is the bravest and most friendly person that I have ever met and would never hurt any of us, said Hinata with conviction. Kakashi just gave Hinata one of his eye smiles and decided to add to that. Hinata is right, Sakura, Naruto holds the fox inside of him. But, the fox doesn't influence who he is at all, the only times it would were if he were draw upon its power. So the rumors of Konoha having its own demon are true, huh, Sarutobi? Asked the cage. No, Konoha has its own demon container cage, answered Sarutobi fiercely. I wonder how powerful the boy truly is. Perhaps I should postpone the invasion until the exams are over. Neji just stood still with an unknowing look on his face before he finally got himself back together from that revelation. It doesn't matter, let's get this fight started, said Neji as he got back into his fight stance. Let's, said Naruto as he gathered chakra into his palm and released it. Rise from the eternal ashes, Natori Teru, shouted Naruto as he slammed his arm into the ground. As soon as the hand buried itself into the ground, the earth around Naruto started turning a pitch black color. It then burst from the ground into a black cloud of ash that surrounded his body. The cloud of ash danced around his body like a flame. It all lasted just a few seconds, and when the cloud cleared, a new Naruto stood there. He was wearing black armor that covered him in his vital spots yet didn't seem like they would cause him to lose any mobility. The clothing that was underneath the armor was a dark crimson color. But the most obvious part of this new Naruto was the black blade that rested in his hands. It was a few inches longer than a normal katana, and the edge looked like it was a deep crimson like the clothes that he wore under his armor. Needless to say, the crowd was speechless at what they had just seen. How do I look, Neji? I just love summoning Natori Teru here, he doesn't get out too much since I can't practice out in the open, stated Naruto. Where the heck did you get that sword? Asked Neji in confusion. Natori Teru isn't just a sword, Neji. But, he was a gift from the Phoenixes. You see, Kyuubi was able to get me a summoning contract from them and they decided to give me their most prized weapon. Now show me your destiny, Neji, explained Naruto as he crouched down into a low stance. Whatever, you probably don't even know how to use that blade, said Neji, just to make himself feel more confident. Then he charged straight at Naruto, who just stood in his stance waiting. It didn't take long for Neji to reach Naruto, and it was obvious that the battle had just taken a different direction as Naruto started to dodge every one of Neji's attacks. Neji's assault never let up and seemed to even speed up a bit, but Naruto was able to use the blunt side of his sword to block a few attacks that he was unable to dodge. This left most of the ninja watching the match in some sort of stupor since they had never seen Naruto move like this before. It was strange to see the dead last suddenly able to make the Hyuga prodigy look like nothing more than a common ninja. Finally, Naruto, you've decided to show everyone your true self. I hope this was the right move for you, kid. I just hope that you are able to reach your dream, cause I don't think I'll be there to see it, thought Sarutobi as he glanced at the cage, who was smiling in excitement at the match below. Oh my, I didn't think the Kyuubi brat had so much power in him. I think I just found my next body after Sasuke-kun. I can only imagine the possibilities of a Biju-enhanced body, thought Orochimaru disguised as the cage. Naruto was still in the ring dodging most of Neji's attacks, but he was now starting to throw in a few swings with his blade that Neji was barely able to block with a kunai that he had taken out. Neji jumped back to evade the attacks that Naruto was sending at him. Is that all you've got, Neji? I was hoping for more of a challenge, stated Naruto with a smirk on his face. I'm going to destroy you, yelled Neji as he charged Naruto. However, when he hit Naruto, he was surprised to find that Naruto was nothing more than a shadow clone as it poofed into smoke. Got you, shouted Naruto as he fell from the sky and landed a powerful blow to Neji's surprised face, which sent him across the stadium into the wall. Neji slowly got up, but found that Naruto was already upon him with his blade. Neji took out two kunais in both hands and tried his best block and evade Naruto's attacks. However, Naruto's attacks came way too fast for him to keep up and he suffered cuts along both his arms and legs. Naruto jumped back to the other side of the arena to prepare his next attack as Neji was now on the ropes. Neji, surrender or you will be hurt, stated Naruto as he got down into a low stance. Never, I can't lose to you, it is my destiny to win this match, Neji shouted back as he prepared his Kaden to fight Naruto's attack. Fine then, this next attack will decide this battle, shouted Naruto as he made a hand sign with his left hand. Ninja art, flash step, shouted Naruto as he jumped from his crouch and seemed to just disappear from view to everyone in the crowd. Suddenly hundreds of transparent Narutos started to crisscross each other surrounding Neji. Neji could barely even keep up with the afterimages of Naruto. Think Ichigo vs. Byakuya. Neji had his Byakugan activated and was ready for anything, although he was surprised that Naruto had just started doing a move of raw speed. Suddenly from behind him he saw a black and red flash and swung both his palms at the flash. He hit Naruto directly with the attack and smirked as Naruto coughed out blood, but then smiled. "Flash step a success," stated Naruto as he poofed into smoke. Neji couldn't believe that he had just hit a clone. Suddenly he saw something approaching him from above and did the only thing that he could do. "Kaden!" shouted Neji as the chakra dome surrounded him as Naruto fell through the sky with his blade glowing red. Naruto swung his blade down at Neji and shouted his attack. Phoenix Soul Blast. When the blade reached its a wave of black energy with a crimson outline launched at Neji's dome. The attacks collided head-on and an explosion of energy blinded most of the people in the stadium. When the light subsided, Neji was unconscious and bleeding from Mew in the center of a crater. Naruto on the other hand was standing tall with his blade sheathed and strapped to his waist. Genma walked over to Neji's unconscious body and signaled the end of the match. Most of crowd was completely shocked by the ending of the first fight in the exams and slowly everyone started to clap for Naruto. Naruto himself was walking up to the balconies, with a smile on his face, where the rest of the rookie 9+ team guy were standing. "Holy crap Naruto, how the hell did you do those attacks?" exclaimed Kiba as he walked over to Naruto and started to ask him questions. Like why he held back when they fought a month earlier. Naruto just ignored Kiba as he walked by him and the rest of the people in the box. He only wanted to talk to a single person in the box and she was behind the rest. Hinata watched the end of the match and couldn't believe what she had just seen, just like everyone else in the arena. Now she was standing in the back of the crowd of people who were trying to congratulate Naruto on his victory. Suddenly the crowd parted and she was face to face with Naruto, who was walking towards her with a caring smile on his face. She blushed and looked away the second her eyes locked with his. Was he looking at me? No, he couldn't have been. What would he want with me? She thought in depressed sort of way. "Hinata," came a soothing voice from in front of her. She looked up to find that Naruto was just a foot away from her and smiling kindly. "You shouldn't hide that pretty face of yours from others," he kindly said as her face turned as red as his clothes under his armor. "I won that fight for you. You gave me the strength to face Neji today with everything I had, instead of using that persona that everyone knows of." "Why you're we welcome and Naruto," Hinata barely was able to squeak out while blushing and feeling a little lightheaded. "Thanks again. How about after this tournament is over we go out and get something to eat? To celebrate, you know what I mean?" asked Naruto, who was a little red since everyone in the box was looking right at them. Unable to trust her voice at the time, Hinata nodded quickly to Naruto's relief. She was totally unprepared for when Naruto hugged her, which resulted in her nearly losing consciousness. "Well, do you want to watch the next few matches until I get to fight again?" asked Naruto, although he just grabbed her hand and dragged her to the side to watch anyway. "Naruto is holding my hand," thought Hinata as they made it to the wall to watch the next match. The next two matches weren't too exciting since one was a forfeit and the other was nothing more than a battle of wits between Shikamaru and Temari. Shikamaru had her right where he wanted her, however he ran out of chakra. The entire time Naruto and Hinata just talked to each other about little things and why Naruto acted like the dead last. To which he said that he was hated by most of the villagers because of the Kyuubi and didn't want them to attack him out of fear for him, and that a ninja's best tool is deception. She accepted those pretty quickly. Naruto was surprised to find that every one of the rookie 9 accepted him, even Neji, who had come back from the hospital to watch the rest of the matches and to thank Naruto for showing him the truth, whatever that meant. Now it was the match that Naruto really wanted to watch, Sasuke vs. Gaara. Naruto knew that Gaara was a Jinchuriki like himself and that unlike him Gaara had never had a precious person. It was for this reason that Naruto wished to fight Gaara in the finals, but he still wished that his teammate would win. "Hey Tem, don't hold back against him," said Naruto as Sasuke walked down to the arena, where a grinning Gaara already stood. Dobi, I won't need to go all out against trash like him," said Sasuke with his arrogant attitude. "I'm warning you Sasuke, be careful with him," said Naruto in a forceful tone. All Sasuke could do was nod in understanding to the forceful tone. Sasuke walked to the ring and stood across from Gaara. "You should just give up, loser," stated Sasuke. "Sasuke Uchiha, you will prove my existence and mother shall have your blood," said Gaara as his smile grew even more demented. "Okay, for the fourth match of the first round we have Sasuke Uchiha and Gaara of the Sand. Begin," said Genma as he jumped back to avoid the first attacks. Sasuke charged Gaara and attempted to kick him, but Gaara's sand shield came up and blocked the kick and attempted to grab Sasuke's leg. Sasuke was able to jump out of the way of the sand and tried to attack once again but got blocked again. Gaara launched a huge wave of sand at Sasuke and forced him back to the wall. Sasuke then was forced to dodge tendrils of sand that kept launching themselves at Sasuke, who dodged them at the very last second. Fire release, great fireball technique, shouted Sasuke as he did the hand signs and launched the attack at a motionless Gaara. The attack exploded as soon as it reached Gaara, but when the smoke had subsided there was nothing more than a wall of glass in front of Gaara. Sasuke was breathing heavily after that attack, but was forced to move once again as more tendrils of sand started to head straight at him. Looks like I'm going to have to take off those weights Kakashi-sensei wanted me to wear, thought Sasuke as he reached for his ankles and flipped the weights off. Despite not being at Lee's level, Sasuke easily outran the tendrils of sand and tried to hit Gaara with a punch. Gaara's sand barely blocked the attack, to the shock of Gaara, who was shocked to be fighting two guys who were fast enough to be his sand. The attacks kept coming closer and closer to Gaara as he began to get worried. Suddenly he was smashed from under his chin and sent up into the air. Sasuke was already upon him from above and grabbed the sash that was across his waist and began to hit him like a yo-yo going up and down. Then he finished it off with both his legs going into Gaara's body, sending him straight to the ground with an explosion of dust. When the dust cleared, Gaara's body was still on the ground and it looked beaten beyond repair. At least that is what everyone thought before it turned into nothing more than a pile of sand. Where is he? Thought Sasuke before a fist made of sand came out of the ground and nailed him into the air. Sasuke slowly stood up and glared at Gaara, who had just came out of the ground himself. None of my attacks are having any effect on him. Looks like I'm going to have to use that move Kakashi-sensei showed me. Sasuke jumped to the top part of the wall and began to gather his chakra. At the same time Gaara was growing impatient and wanted more blood. Come on Uchiha, make me feel alive, shouted Gaara as he sent a huge wave of sand at Sasuke, before he could finish his jutsu. Sasuke jumped over the large wave of sand and was grabbed by another hand of sand. Gaara used the hand punch Sasuke right into the ground, creating a very large crater. Sasuke was unfortunately unconscious at the bottom of the crater, to the dismay of Sakura and Ino. I told him to take the fight seriously, stated Naruto, which caused Sakura to yell at him for disrespecting Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha is unfortunately unable to continue. Gaara of the Sand is the winner, announced Genma despite all of the boos coming from the crowd. There will be a 30-minute intermission so that the other contestants can have a longer break before the next round, announced Genma as everyone in the crowd started to leave for refreshments and to talk about the exciting fights. Kabuto himself was wondering why Orochimaru didn't initiate the plan like they thought. However, he knew better than to question his master's orders. Suddenly, a small snake slithered its way up to Kabuto and told him exactly why he was waiting until the end of the exams before the invasion would start. Kabuto just had to tell Kimimaro what he was to do once the final match ended. Kabuto knew it would be rather difficult to kidnap a child with the Byakugan unsealed. Naruto himself was sitting up in the stands observing what everyone was doing, and frankly he was on edge. The Anbu were tense as if they would be attacked at any second, although they hid among the crowds well. He had been able to sense the Anbu when he was only 9 years old. How else would he have gotten away with half the pranks he did? Come on, does anyone really expect the dead last to ever fool Anbu? So you've noticed the attitudes of the Leaf Shinobi too, huh? Questioned Shikamaru as he sat down by Naruto. Yeah, looks like something big is about to go on. That's probably why Kankuro lost forfeited to Shino earlier. I don't know why that Tamari girl you fought wanted to fight though. Probably because everyone knows her as the Wind Mistress, so no point in hiding. Gaara is a mystery, but I have a hunch about why he's fighting, stated Naruto as he looked over at the sand trio. It has something to do with the tailed beasts, right? That's why he said that he had a demon inside him, and now I know why you responded the way you did. This is just too troublesome for my likes, said Shikamaru as he closed his eyes in thought. Naruto, came a voice right by him. Shino, responded Naruto since he knew he was there the entire talk with Shikamaru about the sand trio. I don't stand a chance against him. My bugs won't even feed off his chakra, they say that is laced with madness. I guess I know why now, stated Shino. So what are you going to do, Shino? Questioned Naruto. I plan on forfeiting to him to save my chakra and bugs for the battle to come, answered Shino. Well, I guess someone has to fight him in the finals, said Naruto. That's if you can beat the troublesome women, responded Shikamaru, to which Naruto just smirked. Naruto spent the last minutes talking to the other rookies and was soon down on the ground with a pissed-off Tamari. For his part, he had no idea why she was pissed. Probably had something to do with being related to a boy who wears makeup and looks like a cat. Alright, for the next round we have Naruto Uzumaki and Temari, the Wind Mistress. Ready, Mortal Kombat, shouted Genma, to which he got more than a few confused looks from the audience and the fighters. Temari quickly leapt back away from Naruto since she knew that Naruto was more of a close-quarters fighter. I already know that most of your jutsu are done at close range and that sword of yours won't be able to reach me if I use my fans to keep you away, stated Temari as she grabbed her large fan. Wind release, slashing tornado, shouted Temari, which created a tornado that went right at Naruto. Phoenix wave slash, shouted Naruto as he unsheathed his blade and sent a wave of red superheated wind at the tornado. When the jutsu connected, the blade of wind cut straight through the tornado and nearly decapitated Temari to her surprise. How were you able to overpower my jutsu? Questioned Temari. Itori can do many different attacks that involve both fire and wind jutsu. By concentrating both chakra types onto my blade, I can create a razor-sharp blade of superheated wind capable of cutting and burning through almost anything, stated Naruto as he got into his stance once more. Fine then, I guess I will just have to use more powerful attacks then, said Temari as she got out her fan again. You can try, replied Naruto confidently. Wind release, blade storm, shouted Temari as he repeatedly started to swing her fan, causing blades of wind chakra to fly at Naruto and the general area he was standing at. This could be a problem, mumbled Naruto after he tried another Phoenix wave slash, but it only stopped 3 blades before getting overwhelmed and destroyed. So Naruto was forced to dodge the blades of wind using his flash step technique to confuse Temari from a distance. I wonder if Gamakichi could help. I could have him do the flame bullet while I superpower it with a massive amount of wind chakra. Summoning jutsu, shouted Naruto as he slammed his hand into the ground and out came Gamakichi. Yo, said Gamakichi as Naruto continued to dodge the blades of wind. Hey Gamakichi, I need help on this fight. If we could use that jutsu we've been working on, I know that we can beat her, said Naruto while he was dodging the blades of wind. Sure, shouted the toad as he jumped on top of Naruto's head when he was close enough. Let's do this. Wind and fire release, firestorm of the toads, shouted Naruto as he finished the signs. Gamakichi launched a powerful flame bullet at Temari, while Naruto used a powerful wind technique to power up the flame bullet. The second the wind hit the flame bullet, it turned a bright blue and grew in strength greatly. None of Temari's blades were even able to dent the firestorm as it raced towards Temari. She was forced to use a lot of chakra and swung her blade to create a massive tornado which was able to barely stop the great flame. Although the heat was more than enough to burn her, she let out a sigh of relief, which quickly became a sequel of surprise as Naruto appeared in front of her and whacked her over the head with the blunt side of his sword, knocking her out in the process. Sorry, but I really want to win this tournament, said Naruto as he slowly walked up to the box. Naruto Uzumaki is the winner. Will Shino Aburame and Gaara of the Sand get down here for the next fight? Said Genma as Gaara quickly appeared in a gust of sand. Shino slowly walked up to the proctor and started to whisper something to him. After a small conversation, Genma raised his hand and announced that Shino decided to forfeit to Gaara, despite the protest to the crowd, although most of the Aburame clan understood why Shino forfeited. Now we will have a 10-minute BR, started Genma before being interrupted by a shunsen that gave off the appearance of red and black flames. I'm ready for my next match, Proctor. Let's get this show on the road, said Naruto, and Genma could tell by the smile on his face that he was looking forward to this next fight with Gaara. Okay then, the final match of the tournament will be between Gaara of the Sand and Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd started to roar as the people decided to choose a side in the fight. On one hand they had the kid who beat Sasuke and just looked murderous, although if he won the Uchiha would look better for losing. Then they had the Konoha's own demon container who many still disliked even though they were starting to come around, but if he won they would get even more missions from wealthy clients. As Naruto started stretching he heard a familiar man and kid in the stands rooting for him. Brat, you better win, I have a super bet on you and I kind of feel like going home richer than when I came. Come on big brother, you can beat this guy. So Tazuna and Inari decided to come and root me on, I guess I can't lose now, thought Naruto as he turned and waved at them. Are you two ready? Asked Genma as he got in between the two fighters. He got a nod from Naruto and a murderous grin from Gaara. Begin, he shouted as he jumped away from the two fighters. Gaara didn't waste any time and sent a fist of stand straight at Naruto, who quickly dodged out of the way as he unsheathed his sword. Gaara continued to send arms of sand at Naruto, not giving him too much time to breath. That sand is faster than what it was before, I guess he is taking me seriously. Well, I bet Itori might be able to slash straight through the sand. Yeah, what do I have to lose, besides my life that is, thought Naruto as he gathered both wind and fire chakra in his blade, giving it a crimson shine. Gaara then sent a massive blast of sand at Naruto, however this time he didn't dodge but decided to charge right at the blast of sand to the surprise of everyone. To their further surprise he cut right through the blast sending it into two directions and even turning it to glass in the process, giving him enough room to run to Gaara. Gaara brought up a thick wall of sand as a last-ditch effort to defend himself from Naruto. Naruto's sword point went right into the wall and this time it didn't get through but stopped just short of piercing all of the way. However, Naruto just smirked as the glass around the sword started turning to glass and he shouted release. The audience could tell something was about to happen as the glass started to glow crimson. Suddenly, an explosion of crimson energy came from the glass sending Gaara flying back into a tree. He was so surprised that he didn't even raise a shield to shield himself when he hit the ground, hard. Naruto was relatively unhurt since the explosion of energy that came from his sword released in the general direction that his sword was pointing. So he started walking towards Gaara as he knew that he was done yet. Gaara slowly stood up, and to the horror of every sand ninja hiding in the audience he was bleeding from cuts that had come from the shrapnel of the glass. He looked even more sadistic than when he fought Lee just a month earlier to Naruto's surprise. "Mother will have your blood," shouted Gaara. "Whatever, why don't you tell Shukaku to shut up before I get Kyuubi to kick his ass?" stated Naruto to the surprise of Gaara and just about every other ninja in the stadium. "How did you know?" asked Gaara. "It was pretty obvious, by what Kyuubi tells me Shukaku was the most insane Biju out of all of them. Although, by what he told me you should be much worse off. But by the looks of it you fight him constantly," said Naruto to Gaara's surprise further. "Gaara, we are the same, the only difference is that my seal was made correctly while yours was made to turn you into a weapon. We both fight our demons so that we can protect others from the demons themselves. I've seen the way you look at your siblings, you have your cold attitude to keep them away from you so they don't get hurt. I can help you Gaara if you give me the chance. I know someone who could fix your seal and I would also like to be your friend," said Naruto as he sheathed his sword. "You can't help me. No one can help me," said Gaara as tears came from his eyes. "Yes I can Gaara, we are brothers Gaara and I will do anything to help you," said Naruto as he went to shake hands with Gaara. Gaara looked hesitant for a second before he went to shake hands himself. Right before their hands met at the center Shukaku attacked Gaara's mind with everything that he could. Before anyone could do anything Gaara was on the ground screaming and clutching his head as waves of sand were sent everywhere, causing Naruto to quickly jump back. Naruto knew that Gaara would be unable to beat Shukaku at the moment so he unsheathed his sword and took off the weights that were on his ankles, not to mention making about 10 clones to get ready for the battle ahead. All of Gaara's sand came back to him and for a second it looked like it was nothing more than a sphere made of sand, before it exploded. Out of the sand walked a demonic-looking being that resembled a raccoon and a dog. It was made of sand and was 3 times as large Naruto and had yellow eyes that held nothing but madness within them. "Mother will have your blood Uzumaki," shouted Gaara as he jumped towards Naruto and tried to take off his head. Naruto ducked the attack, but was unprepared for Gaara to grab him and throw him into one of the trees. Damn, Shukaku must be tank control and it must have given a huge speed boost. I better finish this before he takes over Gaara completely, thought Naruto as he dodged another attack by Gaara. Wind release, air cannon. If I haven't told you yet, he can do one-handed seals as long as he has his sword, shouted Naruto as he took a huge breath and started to fire large air projectiles at Gaara. Gaara in response took a huge breath himself and fired his own projectile that was laced with sand. Both of the attacks hit, but one of Naruto's projectiles broke through and nailed Gaara in the chest, knocking him down in the process. Fire release, great fireball, yelled Naruto as he sent a huge burning ball straight at the prone Gaara. The ball hit and there was a huge explosion of flames where it hit Gaara. When the flames died down Gaara was standing, but part of his body was charred and hardened. Now for the finale, shouted Naruto as he jumped into the air and raised his sword above his head as if to swing it. The blade started to glow crimson and Naruto swung while yelling out his most powerful technique with his blade. Phoenix Soul Blast. The blast of dark crimson energy flew right towards Gaara faster than what he could possibly dodge in his bulky form. He crossed both of his arms to defend himself, but it was all for nothing as the blast blew right through his arms and erupted on the sand that covered his body. When all of the smoke cleared there was a barely conscious Gaara laying in a pool of sand and blood. Naruto slowly walked over and looked down at Gaara as he tried to say something before he blacked out. Naruto kneeled down and listened to what he said. "Thank you Naruto, please fix my seal, I don't want to hurt anyone else. There is an invasion that is going to start soon, take care my brother," said Gaara as he closed his eyes. The medics came out and quickly took Gaara to the area where they would heal him to their best abilities. Genma himself walked up to Naruto and announced that he was the victor of the Chunin exams. A few voices were heard, among the cheers and boos, saying, "I'm rich." Naruto could tell where most came from. They were Iruka, Tazuna, Tsuki, and Hinata. But the time for celebrations would have to wait as various explosions came from 3 sections of Konoha's wall and people started to fall asleep due to a genjutsu. The invasion of Konoha had begun. Wow, 6,000 words in just one chapter. This is by the most that I have ever written in just a single chapter of any story. Well, next chapter will be nothing but the invasion and the events leading to Naruto's next mission. Now I would like some reviews telling me how the story is written. I don't want people telling me that Naruto should be weakened since this is my fanfiction. I am making it the way I want it to be made. Explosions were occurring throughout Konoha while Naruto stood in the center of the stadium that had just become a battleground. Now Naruto stood alongside Genma as a Sand Junin attempted to attack Naruto with a kunai. Genma quickly blocked the kunai and slashed at the throat of the Sand Nin before he could even react to Genma. "Go find your team leader and do what he tells you to do," stated Genma as Naruto nodded and jumped up to the Genin box with the other rookies who were fighting off a few sound Chunin. Naruto quickly joined the fight and used his sword to stab a Chunin in the back when he tried to finish off an exhausted Neji. "Damn, I guess I did more damage than I thought. You should have been able to take him out with no problem," stated Naruto as he assisted Choji and Shikamaru, who were both fighting a single Chunin. Naruto quickly tried to stab the Chunin when his back was turned like he did against the other, but this one was smarter and dodged out of the way. "Need help, guys?" questioned Naruto. "If it isn't too much trouble," responded Shikamaru as he used his shadow jutsu to grab the Chunin, but he launched a kunai at him which forced him to dodge. "Partial expansion jutsu," shouted Choji as his arm elongated and smashed into the floor where the ninja was just a second before. Naruto jumped right up into the air where the ninja was and slashed at him with his sword. The ninja used a kunai to try and block the sword, but his eyes quickly widened in surprise when the blade cut right through the kunai and cut him deeply across the chest. He quickly went down bleeding profusely from the wound. "Thanks, Naruto," said Choji as he looked around to make sure that it was safe for everyone. "No problem, but keep your guard up. We have no idea how many of them are in the area," said Naruto. At the same time that Naruto was fighting, other fights were going on up in the box. That's some viewer box. Hinata, Ino, Tenten, and Sakura were all fighting 2 Chunin together in pairs. Sakura and Ino were using teamwork to attack their Chunin with great results. Sakura was able to use genjutsu to disorient the ninja while Ino was able to use kunai to injure him on many occasions. Finally, she was able to use her family's technique to capture him. To which Sakura quickly knocked him out with a good kick to the head. Tenten was using her weapons to distract the Chunin while Hinata was able to get close. However, due to a slight hesitation on her part, the Chunin was able to dodge and kick her in the chest, sending her to the wall. Tenten quickly came to her aid by throwing tons of shuriken and kunai at the ninja, who was forced to dodge and block the projectiles with his own kunai. But at that moment Hinata was able to recover and sealed off his chakra the second his attention was diverted elsewhere. The 2 girls flashed each other grins as they nodded at each other. Exactly at that moment though, a pale-skinned sound shinobi with white hair flickered into existence right behind Hinata and quickly knocked her out and picked her up. "Hinata!" shouted Tenten as she launched kunai at the ninja. But he jumped out of the way with Hinata. "What do you want with her?" she shouted. "Lord Orochimaru has a particular interest with the Byakugan," was all that he said before he dodged out of the way of more kunai and jumped off the roof. "Hinata!" shouted Tenten in one last futile attempt. Naruto was just finished talking to Shikamaru when he heard Tenten scream Hinata's name. "Come on, let's see what is wrong," said Naruto as Shikamaru, Kiba, and he ran over to Tenten as she was at the edge of the railing. "Tenten, what's wrong? What happened to Hinata?" asked Naruto as he made it to Tenten. "Some sound ninja took her and started running off. He said something about Orochimaru wanting her eyes," said Tenten as tears came out. "Damn, not Orochimaru, that sick freak is going to die when I find him." "Kiba, can you find Hinata's scent?" asked Naruto in a calm yet enraged voice. "Yeah, I've already found it, Naruto, let's get my little sister back," responded Kiba with a grin. "Shikamaru, you coming?" asked Naruto as he prepared to jump off the ledge. "Yeah, it would be way too troublesome if I let Hinata get kidnapped." Shikamaru, and with that the 3-leaf genin jumped off the roof and ran to save their friend. "Hang on, Hinata, I promised myself years ago that I would never let anything hurt you. I never break my promises," thought Naruto as they jumped through a hole in the stadium. They could tell that despite all of the damage, the Leaf Ninja practically had everything under control. Many of the Sand Ninja looked like they were even hesitant to fight against the Leaf. "He only had like a minute of time ahead of us, we should be catching up to him at any time now," stated Shikamaru. This guy has to be Junin level at least if he is working on Orochimaru's personal orders. We will have to work together to defeat him and get Hinata back, said Naruto. Right, Kiba and you will have to attack him at close range while I provide long-range support. When I get him with my shadow technique, Naruto, you will have to finish him off with the most powerful ninjutsu that you possess, said Shikamaru as they continued on. Hey, Hinata's scent is getting much stronger, but it leads into the forest, said Kiba. Damn, we have to hurry now before it is too late, yelled Naruto as he pulled ahead of the two in the direction that he was running. Kimimaro was quickly running through the forest outside of Konoha with Orochimaru's newest subject on his back. He would be further away by now, but that damn Junin who was supposed to have been dead earlier came out of nowhere. I have Hayate Gecko alive by the way, since I believe that he would make an excellent teacher for Naruto. Then that damn sickness made it even harder for him to run with the extra weight on his back. Last, there were 3 chakra signatures catching up to his weakened body. One of them had even more chakra than he did, so he knew that this might be a fight. Suddenly 100 shuriken landed in front of him, causing him to stop. He looked up and spied the blonde ninja standing on the tree in front of him. So you caught up to me, I wonder how you caught up so quickly. The others are still 5 minutes away at least, so how did you catch up? Questioned Kimimaro. My flash step allows me to cover great distances quickly, however I have to slow down to attack, which leaves me vulnerable for a split second, said Naruto. So I'm guessing that you want the girl back, huh? You could say that, or you could say that I'm going to gut you for taking Hinata against her will, said Naruto as he unsheathed a Torituru. That sword seemed to glow a dull crimson color as Naruto pointed it at Kimimaro. Sorry, but I don't have time for this, said Kimimaro as he grew a bone out of his wrist. It was about as long as a katana and had the shape of it. To Naruto it looked gross as hell. That's just wrong, man, I mean who rips bones out of his wrists? Yelled Naruto in disgust. These bones are harder than steel, thanks to my Kekkei Genkai. Now this is taking too long, I am sorry that I must put an end to your life, said Kimimaro as he launched himself at Naruto. Bone clashed with steel, creating a hollow metallic sound through the area. Naruto had used chakra to keep himself on the tree. Both quickly started to attack each other with everything they had. To the surprise of Kimimaro, Naruto was keeping up with his attacks. Naruto jumped back and pumped wind and fire chakra into his blade, causing it to glow bright red. He swung the sword down at Kimimaro as he tried to block the blow. Kimimaro was surprised when the blade passed right through the hardened blow and nearly split his skull. However, he was able to jump back to only get a small cut on his forehead. It seems he knows how to use that sword effectively, it is the same style as the other I ran into earlier. I'm going to have to go all out if I want to beat him in time, thought Kimimaro as he started to attack even faster and deadlier than before. Naruto found himself on the defensive, barely keeping himself ahead Kimimaro. He knew that if he were to beat him he would need ninjutsu, however Kimimaro wasn't giving him any time to attack or use hand seals. Kimimaro surprised Naruto by sprouting a second sword after he had replaced the first, so now Kimimaro had 2 swords to Naruto's 1. Naruto quickly got gashes on parts of his bodies that weren't important. He made sure to protect joints and major organs so that he could continue to stall for time. They had only fought for 4 minutes when Kiba and Shikamaru showed up, to the annoyance of Kimimaro. They were surprised to find Naruto covered with small cuts and yet still fight the Junin. Troublesome, this guy must be tough to make you look like you went head on into a blender, stated Shikamaru. Watch it, Shikamaru, he is extremely tough, we need to go all out against him. He won't let me perform too much ninjutsu, replied Naruto, as Kimimaro was eyeing his new opponents. I don't have any time for this, stated Kimimaro as he dashed towards Naruto with his twin bone blades. Dance of the Camellia, said Kimimaro as he attacked Naruto as if dancing, however it was a complicated kenjutsu attack that Naruto was hard-pressed to defend against. Luckily help came when Kiba with an Akamaru clone used their jutsu to force Kimimaro back before he could fatally stab Naruto. Shikamaru then tried his shadow possession jutsu to try and take control of Kimimaro, but he jumped back and launched a bunch of bones out of his fingers straight at Shikamaru. However, Naruto jumped in front of the bones and blocked them with his sword. Wind release, drilling air bullet, he shouted as he sucked in air and launched a ball of condensed air at Kimimaro. He jumped out of the way as the ball sorted past him and decimated the trees behind him. However, he wasn't quick enough to dodge Kiba's fang over fang. He got hit and slammed into another tree and went down. Haha, take that, you bastard. Don't ever try to hurt my friends, shouted Kiba in joy. Kiba, don't get too cocky, he is one of Orochimaru's best men if he was to kidnap Hinata, said Naruto as he eyed Kimimaro. He's right, that was too easy. said Shikamaru, and to the surprise of Kiba, not the other two, Kimimaro slowly stood up. It seems that I have underestimated you three, now I will kill you. Kimimaro stated as the cursed seal of earth on his chest started to warp and change. Crap, he has a cursed seal just like Sasuke, said Naruto. What is a cursed seal? Questioned Shikamaru. As far as I was able to learn from my experience with Sasuke, the cursed seal increases strength, speed, and chakra capacity by quite a bit. You guys all be careful, this fight could turn ugly, stated Naruto as he made 20 shadow clones. Gotcha Naruto, yelled Kiba. Whatever the three of you do, I will complete my master's orders, said Kimimaro as bones started to grow out of his body all over, creating spikes and some sort of outer armor. At once all of the clones attacked Kimimaro, who just weaved through the attacks and used his spikes and speed from the seal to destroy them rapidly. Naruto, seeing this, made even more clones since he still needed to analyze Kimimaro's strategy before he went in himself. Damn, this guy is just too much for us. I'm going to have to go all out if I want any chance to even beat this guy. Summoning jutsu, shouted Naruto as Gamakichi popped into existence, and alongside the toad was a bird that had bright red, yellow, and orange feathers. It was a phoenix by the name of Hinotamashi. Yo, need help Naruto? Questioned the toad. What would you like for us to do, Naruto? Questioned the bird. Got that right, we have a near invincible skeleton here that just keeps defeating everything we send at him. So I thought that we should use that jutsu. I hope you have some oil, Gamakichi, said Naruto, which made Gamakichi and Hinotamashi grin. Let's do this. Summoning art, burning flame of the soul, shouted Naruto as Gamakichi spewed oil out of his mouth. Hinotamashi used a flame jutsu that sent flames at Kimimaro. The flames were blue for some reason, signaling that they were even hotter than usual, and Naruto launched a great blast of air that combined with the three attacks, creating a burning blast of death for anyone who gets caught by it. Kimimaro couldn't dodge the attack since three clones grabbed his legs and prevented him from dodging the attack. The flames exploded outward the second they hit, and all of the ground surrounding him ignited into an inferno of blue flames. Naruto for his part was exhausted. It took up a lot of chakra and plus all of the fighting from earlier in the day. Dang, that attack is good, but it takes too much chakra, said Naruto. Yeah, I doubt that guy could survive an attack like that, said Gamakichi. Then at the same time both summons disappeared since they lost most of their chakra. Suddenly Naruto felt a pulse coming from the center of the inferno that made him frown. Shikamaru, you and Kiba take Hinata and go back to the village. I will stay here and clean up, said Naruto. Shikamaru looked up at the frowning Naruto and immediately understood what he meant. We can help clean up, Naruto, he responded. Nah, Naruto can handle the cleanup, Shikamaru, let's take Hinata back, shouted Kiba, who was now holding Hinata as he made his way to their area. Shikamaru, go, said Naruto in a deathly tone. Are you sure? Asked Shikamaru in a quiet tone. Nope, responded Naruto, but Shikamaru got the message. Okay, let's go, Kiba, yelled Shikamaru as they started to make their way back to the village. I don't know why Naruto is staying to clean up. I mean, the fire was already dying down, said Kiba. He's not talking about the fire, said Shikamaru. What, are you telling me that the guy is still alive and Naruto stayed back to give us time? We have to go back now, yelled Kiba as he stopped. No, Kiba, Naruto is doing this on his own free will. If we don't continue, then his sacrifice will be for nothing, said Shikamaru. We can't leave him, yelled Kiba. If we go back, then Hinata can be taken, and you know what would happen if that happens, said Shikamaru. Kiba seemed to hesitate for a moment before nodding his head and continuing on to the village. Naruto was still standing on top of one of the many trees surrounding Konoha, watching the dying flames from his last jutsu. Damn, I don't have enough chakra to beat him off, unless I use Kyuubi's chakra. But that will take time to get into the form that I need, thought Naruto. Suddenly, an explosion of dark chakra came out of the fire and quickly killed it. Kimimaro was walking out of the cloud of chakra, but he was changed. His skin was dark and bones were sticking out of his back, but the weirdest things were the two long spikes coming from his wrists. Both were the length of about 3 feet, and the long tail on his back that had 2 spikes sticking out of it. He kinda looked like a giant lizard. I'm surprised that you were able to push me to my final form. This won't take long, I must finish my mission for Lord Orochimaru, said Kimimaro in a deeper voice. Why do you serve him? He is nothing but a monster that treats everyone like pawns, shouted Naruto as he tried to stall for time. He saved me from myself and gave me a purpose to live. For that I will be his tool to do whatever he wishes for me to do, said Kimimaro. That is crap. I knew a ninja just like you once. He was a tool, and in the end he died for his master. His master in the end loved him and regretted all that he did. To serve someone blindly as their tool is not a purpose, but nothing more than giving up. Shouted Naruto as Kimamaro's speech reminded him of Haku. Kimamaro for his part got angry at the blonde, he was beyond pissed. What would you know, brat? Lord Orochimaru is the most powerful force in the entire world and he shows kindness to all. I will kill you for disrespecting my master. Shouted Kimamaro as he charged Naruto. Naruto couldn't get out of the way and was slashed on the shoulder by one of the wrist spikes, and screamed out in pain. Kimamaro didn't stop there and continued to slash and hack at Naruto, who was bleeding from multiple cuts on his body. However, he still fought on, defended himself to the best of his ability, but it didn't take long for him to tire too much from blood loss and chakra exhaustion. This fight is over, stated Kimamaro as he started to pull out his spine, which turned into a bone whip. You may have defeated me, but I won in the end, ninja. I stopped you from completing your goals and that is all that I plan. Said Naruto as he smiled slightly as blood poured off of him. Fine, I will end this now then, dance of the clematis. Shouted Kimamaro as he wrapped his whip around Naruto and grew a drill-like bone on his hand. He then charged at the still smiling Naruto, ready to end the match. Suddenly, when he was within 5 meters, a red chakra burst out from Naruto and propelled Kimamaro away from Naruto. When he looked up, he was surprised to see Naruto standing there with the bone whip in shreds, but the most surprising thing was that all of his wounds were healed and he wore a malicious grin on his face. I have never been pushed this far before. Let me tell you this though, I will win this battle even if it kills me. Reap upon the eternal ashes. Atori Toru, yelled the Kyuubi-powered Naruto. The blade started to glow, then in a brilliant flash of crimson light the sword was replaced with a scythe. The scythe had an onyx black pole and the blade at the end was a dark crimson, that looked similar to freshly spilled blood. This doesn't seem like something to mess with, he looks like a beast in this new form and that red chakra is leaking killing intent. This must be the Kyuubi boy that Lord Orochimaru was talking about, but the chakra doesn't seem demonic. Thought Kimamaro. So you can control the Kyuubi's chakra to a certain extent then? Asked Kimamaro. You could say that, but this form I uses by channeling his chakra first into my sword then back into me. As long as the blade is in this form the chakra will continue to be purified. Plus for every drop of blood that falls on the blade, the speed of demonic purification will increase. Now dance with me, sound ninja, for we shall have a battle that we will both remember till we die. Yelled Naruto, in quite an insane voice. Naruto leapt at Kimamaro and slashed at him with the scythe, all the while laughing an insane laugh. If Kimamaro wasn't so versed on keeping his cool, then way the blonde was acting probably would be scaring the shit out of him. Who would be afraid of a kid with red chakra, claws, and red eyes with slits for his pupils, plus a huge intimidating scythe? Both clashed in the clearing on the forest floor. Naruto with his extra range kept Kimamaro from attacking effectively and his attacks were quick and fluent. It was also glowing red, meaning that it had wind and fire chakra enhancing the blade to make it sharper. Everyone once in a while they would jump to opposite trees and jump across at each other and slash at the other. In a little while both had been injured numerous times, but thanks to the Kyuubi chakra Naruto didn't have too many injuries, but he was exhausted. The same could be said for Kimamaro, he didn't have any real cuts since his bone armor prevented him from losing blood, but he too was exhausted. Go to YouTube and look up Naruto Shippuden AMV Kakashi vs Hidan, Rise Against, Re-Education, the movie is badass. This boy, I underestimated him and am losing because of it. I can't continue fighting here or help will arrive and I will be killed. Next time I will kill him though. Thought Kimamaro. I already know that you are on your last leg, boy. So am I, next time we meet I will be the victor of our match. Next time Kimamaro 0 Kagaya will kill you. Said Kimamaro. You're not getting away from me. Shouted Naruto as he jumped at Kimamaro, but before he reached the sound ninja, he merged with the ground and had already fled. Damn it, shouted Naruto as his scythe slashed nothing but air. I don't think I have enough energy to make it back to the village. I don't even know if the village is still there. Thought Naruto as Kyuubi's chakra left him and he slowly walked back to the forest. Kiba and Shikamaru made it back to the village to find that most of the enemy forces were being taken care of by the Leaf Ninja. They quickly tried to find their senseis and drop Hinata off at one of them. They soon found Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma finishing off a group of Sound Junin. Kurenai sensei, shouted Kiba to get their attention. Kurenai quickly turned to see a slightly beaten Kiba and Akamaru holding a passed-out Hinata, and beside them was a winded Shikamaru. She immediately ran over and started check Hinata over while Asuma and Kakashi questioned the two boys who were yelling about going to help Naruto. What happened to Hinata? Then tell us about Naruto. Questioned Kakashi. We were fighting in the Genin box when a Sound Junin attacked Hinata. He knocked her out and said something about his master wanting her eyes and then he ran away before we could stop him. Naruto and us chased after him to save her. When we reached the forest, Naruto used that flash step technique to pull ahead of us to stall him. When we caught up, Naruto was covered in cuts, but wasn't out yet, so we attacked together. Naruto used a massive combination jutsu with a toad and a phoenix to catch him in a massive firestorm. He told us to take Hinata back while cleans up the rest, but we know that the Sound Junin was alive. Naruto is still fighting him and Naruto isn't strong enough to win on his own, explained Shikamaru quickly. Dang, Kiba, take us to where the two were fighting, we have to hurry if we want to find him, said Asuma. Kiba nodded and turned and ran in the direction of where the fight was taking place. Hinata was slowly regaining consciousness and she slowly opened her eyes and immediately remembered what had happened to her in the box. She quickly sprang up and was prepared to fight anything that came at her. Whoa, easy there Hinata, I'm not going to hurt you, said Kurenai. Kurenai-sensei, shouted Hinata as she hugged her sensei. What happened? How did I get back here? Questioned Hinata. I don't know how, but maybe we should question Shikamaru here, suggested Kurenai as Hinata and her looked at Shikamaru. Troublesome, after you were captured, Naruto got Kiba and me to help chase your kidnapper down. We caught up and won the first round, but before he got back up Naruto told us to take you and run while he held him off. Kakashi and Asuma just left to go find him, explained Shikamaru, while Hinata's face went from being extremely red at the prospect of her crush saving her, to admiration and finally to horror. We have to go and make sure that Naruto was safe, shouted Hinata as she tried to run in a direction but was stopped by Kurenai. Hinata, calm down, two of the best Junin in the village are going to help him, okay? She said, to which Hinata calmed down a little. Naruto is risking his life for me, if he comes back I have to thank him properly for saving my life from that Junin, thought Hinata. Naruto was now crawling across the ground, the exhaustion that he was experiencing was one of the worst he had ever experienced in his life. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him and he looked up to see the smiling face of his Kenjutsu teacher, Hayate Gecko. What the heck happened to you? Questioned the sickly-looking swordsman. Rescued one of the few people who I would give my life for, and barely managed to survive the battle, said Naruto through gritted teeth. Well, I'm proud of you, Naruto. By the looks of it, Toritaro, you just went through a very nice Kenjutsu bout, said Hayate. Thanks, sensei. Do you think that you could take me back to get myself looked at? Asked Naruto. Oh sorry, well let's go now, said Hayate as he picked him up and carried him back to the gates of Konoha. A minute later he ran into Kakashi, Asuma, and Kiba, who were relieved to see that Naruto was okay, if not exhausted. They made it to Konoha and took Naruto to the hospital to make sure that Naruto was fine and not close to dying. There they found medics frantically running around trying to heal everyone that they could possibly heal. Suddenly Anbu surrounded the ninja to their surprise. Asuma, we are sorry to tell you this, but Hokage-sama has been killed by Orochimaru in defense of the village. He fought 3 cage-level ninja and even permanently damaged Orochimaru, said the lead Anbu to the dismay of the ninja there. Dad always preached about the will of fire, I'm glad that he went down protecting what he loved, said Asuma sadly. He was probably the best Hokage this village has ever seen, said Kakashi as he patted Asuma's shoulder. Hayate-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, and Asuma-sama, there are people that need more attention than me. Could I please go home? I need to be alone, asked Naruto, as he hid his face from them. Kiba also looked like he was about to cry himself and decided to go home after telling Asuma that he was sorry for his loss. Hayate nodded his head and took off for Naruto's home after giving his condolences to Asuma. It didn't take long for Hayate to get to the apartment and drop him off into his bed. Hayate-sensei, I wasn't strong enough to protect everyone like I promised, said Naruto. Naruto, you saved one of your precious people today and you should be proud of yourself. I know that you thought of the Hokage as your grandfather, but he gave his life for the village and wouldn't want you to be sad for him, explained Hayate. Thanks, sensei, I promise that I will train even harder and protect the village just like the Hokages before me, said Naruto as he closed his eyes and fell asleep. I'm sure you will, Naruto. I've seen you rise from the ashes and grow into a strong ninja, but you have much more room to improve, thought Hayate as he silently left. Well, that is the second chapter of the story. I am planning on having Kimimaro becoming like arch-enemy to Naruto in the future in at least 2 battles. They will have mutual respect for each other and only fight because they know that they must. I might even have Kimimaro switch sides after the fight at the Valley of the End. Tell me how you like that idea. Hehe, my Japanese sucks. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and the first thing that he realized was that he was no longer in his room, but a massive pasture that was surrounded by a forest. At the center of the pasture was a massive tree easily 10 times as large as the trees that were located in the Forest of Death. This was Naruto Uzumaki's mindscape, and it had been like this ever since the Kyuubi and he met 7 years ago. Flashback, told you so. Kill him. Don't let the demon survive. Trash. These were just some of the many insults being yelled at a small blonde-haired boy as he ran from a crowd of drunken angry villagers. As most know, this young small boy was none other Naruto Uzumaki, container of the nine-tailed fox. Please, why do you want hurt me? I didn't hurt anyone, yelled the scared boy as he ran into another alley to escape the crowd. Unfortunately, this just led to a dead end, which left the boy to the mercy of the villagers. Didn't hurt anyone. Is that what you said? You killed my brother and sister, you monster. If you weren't here then they wouldn't be dead, yelled a man in the front as the crowd got closer to the panicking boy. I don't know what you're talking about, yelled the boy in desperation. Lies, yelled a man as he threw a large rock at the boy and hit him in the head. Naruto cried out in pain as the rock hit him and fell down to the ground. He could hear the crowd close in on his body and could feel the wet blood fall down his face from the rock. The hatred was massive. He had never felt such hate in his life, and it confused him and scared him at the same time. Naruto believed that this would be the last time that he would ever be beaten, for he truly believed that his life was at an end. The crowd surrounded him quickly and started kick him in the face and ribs. Naruto could feel his ribs break with each kick, and his nose even broke when a kick connected with his face. A large man picked Naruto up and slammed his fist into his face repeatedly while the crowd cheered. Then he switched to Naruto's gut, causing him to cough out blood with each punch. But he never once screamed in pain or even showed weakness in front of the crowd. He learned a while back that it would just encourage them on. The man then threw him back to the mercy of the mob, and now he was being cut and stabbed by knives and such. Naruto was barely even breathing, but still conscious by the time the crowd had its fill of entertainment, and they just dropped him on the ground in a puddle of his own blood. Suddenly a red glow came from his stomach and slowly covered his entire body with its warmth, and Naruto finally passed out in its warmth. He suddenly opened his eyes to find himself in a dark sewer-like area with water all over the floor. What is this? Where am I? Wasn't I just laying in pool of blood after the villagers beat me up again? Asked the boy in his mind as he walked down the long sewer. Then he spied a red glow coming from one of the other hallways. He changed direction and followed the glow. He just felt that he had to. When he entered the room that the glow originated from, he found that it was massive, and on the other side of the room was a massive prison gate. Naruto was confused to why it looked like there was a prison cell here. Then he saw that there was paper on the gate that said seal. A deep laughter filled the room, and it originated from behind the cage. Naruto was completely freaked out. What could possibly be sealed behind such a massive cage? Then two bright crimson eyes came from behind the gate and stared straight at Naruto. So my container finally decides to grace me with his presence. I am honored, said the voice behind the eyes, causing Naruto to jump in fright. What are you? Where am I, and what do you mean by container? Asked Naruto in confusion, causing the voice to chuckle a bit. You don't know who I am. Well, I am the most powerful being on the entire planet. The Kyuubi no Yoko, and last we are inside of your mind. Said the voice as it walked closer to the bars to show that it was the nine-tailed fox. But how are you in my mind? The fourth Hokage killed you 7 years ago, yelled the boy in terror and confusion. Oh, the fourth Hokage did defeat me, but he couldn't kill the most powerful being on the planet. So he sealed it into you since you were the only boy that he could trust to do such an important task. Said the Kyuubi. Why was I the only person he could trust, and aren't you supposed to be an evil demon? Questioned the confused boy. I could tell you why, but you are not ready for that sort of information. Now the reason why I am not trying to eat your soul is because that I am not evil. Not all demons are evil. The tailed beasts are demons, but not the evil type. We were put on the earth to ensure that the balance is maintained. Said the Kyuubi. So you're not actually an evil demon that wants to destroy everything? Asked Naruto. No, I was caught in a genjutsu by a powerful ninja, and it set me into a rage that resulted in me attacking your village. Said the demon. So what do you want with me? Asked Naruto, who had calmed down a bit. You are smarter than you look. I may not like being confined to you, but there is nothing I can do about it since the fourth Hokage was a genius. So I offer you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Said the Kyuubi. What's the offer? Questioned Naruto. I may be sealed within you, boy, but that doesn't mean that your actions don't affect me. I need to keep up the facade that I am still the strongest being on the planet, so my container better be the strongest fighter on the planet. So I offer you the chance to learn how a powerful taijutsu style and how to wield a sword. Along with that, I will give you a summoning contract to one of the most powerful summons in the entire world. Said Kyuubi. That's awesome. I would be learning from one of the most powerful beings on the planet. I could easily become Hokage with you teaching me. Wait, that's the only reason why you want to teach me? Asked Naruto after celebrating for a bit. Well, it wouldn't hurt if you could change your mindscape around to give me more room. If I'm going to be here for the rest of your life, then I would prefer it to be comfortable. Stated Kyubi. Naruto seemed to ponder this for a little bit and then smiled. You've got yourself a deal, Kyubi. I'll get right on the mindscape dilemma. Thus a powerful friendship was formed there. Naruto and the Kyubi would practice in secret for the next 7 years to avoid the retribution from the villagers. 2 months later, Naruto would sign the summoning contract with the Phoenixes and would receive a Toritoru from them. Naruto was even able to find a suitable partner in the Junin Hayate Gecko, since you can't practice Kenjutsu on nothing. End flashback. I wonder what Kyubi wants to talk about now, thought Naruto as he walked towards the base of the tree. As he neared the tree, he saw the Kyubi sitting inside a large crevice in the tree that appeared to be his den. So Kyubi, what did you wish to talk to me about? Asked Naruto. Not much, brat, just wanted to congratulate you on a job well done. That sound ninja smelled too much like snakes for my liking. He was most likely a high Junin level ninja. I believe you only won for 2 reasons. First, he was weakened by some sort of weakness that came from his lungs, I could smell it in his breath. Second, he underestimated you early in the fight. Said Kyubi. Thanks, Kyubi, I guess I will have to train harder if I ever run into him again. Is that all you wished to talk about? Asked Naruto. No, I just want to make sure that you truly want your mask to drop now. Is it wise to begin chasing that girl, and can you fight off the village now? Asked Kyubi. To be honest, I don't think that I am ready. However, Hinata has been waiting for a real long time and I can't hurt her anymore. I have made my decision and will stick with it to the end. Said Naruto. The Kyubi just smiled and nodded in understanding. Good, take care of her, boy. Said Kyubi before the mindscape began to fade. Naruto woke up with a start and fell out of bed. Every time he went into his mindscape he would wake up like that, and it was just plain annoying. Damn, what am I going to do today? Thought Naruto as he got up and went to the bathroom. 30 minutes later, Naruto was running through Konoha inspecting the damage that had been done to the village. There were many buildings that had been reduced to nothing more than rubble, although the damage could be worse. Suddenly he was surrounded by Anbu above one of the many buildings. Naruto Uzumaki, you are requested to be at the Hyuga compound. Stated one of the Anbu agents. Naruto's eyebrows raised considerably after what he heard, since he always thought that the Hyuga clan hated him. Okay, Anbu-san, may I ask why I am being summoned to the Hyuga compound? Asked Naruto. Sorry Uzumaki-san, but we were only told to escort you to the Hyuga compound. Stated the Anbu, to which Naruto nodded and followed the masked Anbu. It took less than 20 minutes to reach the compound and all of the Anbu left immediately. Naruto walked up to the gate and noticed quickly that there seemed to be a lot of damage done to the walls. The guards at first were a little hesitant to let him in, but did after a minute or so of arguing, to the surprise of Naruto. Naruto walked inside and was greeted by one of the many branch members and taken further into the compound. They soon reached a door inside one of the larger buildings and he was told that he was to wait until he was told to enter. A minute later Naruto was called by a deep stoic voice to enter the room. The first thing that he noticed was that Hinata was in the room kneeling on a mat on the ground in front of a man that Naruto presumed to be Hinata's father, Hiyashi Hyuga. Naruto walked in and was gestured to sit on the mat alongside Hinata, causing her cheeks to redden slightly. Good, now that Uzumaki-san is here we discuss what happened here yesterday. As you know, the Hokage was killed yesterday by a ninja from the Sound Village. Started Hiyashi, before he was interrupted by Naruto. Just to let you know, I prefer nice Hiyashi. You mean he was murdered by that snake Orochimaru? Growled out Naruto, to the surprise of both Hyugas. Well yes, you could say that, but how did you know that it was Orochimaru? Asked the Hyuga. It was obvious that the Sound Village was being led by Orochimaru, as my team and I ran into during the second stage of the exams. Then that ninja that attacked Hinata kept saying how his lord Orochimaru had plans for Hinata. Said Naruto as he spat out Orochimaru's name like it was a poison. That makes sense, and that brings us to the reason why I invited you to my home today. Since the village is without any Hokage for the moment, all incidents regarding the clans are to be recorded by them. So you were invited here to discuss what happened when my daughter was attacked by that sound ninja. Stated Hiyashi. Oh well, I guess that makes sense, started Naruto, and soon he was giving as accurate of an account of the battle to the Hyuga clan head as he could, while Hinata sat there blushing heavily as she listened to everything that Naruto did to rescue her from the bone-wielding ninja. That was quite an interesting story that you told there, Naruto. I know that you've been hiding your abilities from Konoha for a while now, and I would like to know that the Hyuga clan has always supported you ever since that day. Said Hiyashi, to Naruto's further surprise. So the Hyuga clan doesn't believe that I'm the fox in disguise. Asked Naruto. No, I have always trusted the seal of my old friend the Yondaime, he was a powerful ninja. Said the Hyuga clan head. Thank you Hyuga-sama, it means a lot to me. Said Naruto with respect. If you don't excuse me I was going to go out and train for the day. Said Naruto as he began to get up. Well there is one more thing I wish to talk about Naruto. It is the reward that you will receive for rescuing Hinata. If there is anything you require then don't hesitate to ask. Said Hiashi, to which Naruto smirked. When he saw this smirk he immediately knew that he would regret what he just said. Well Hyuga-sama, I was wondering if it would be possible for Hinata and me to go out tonight when things have calmed down a bit. Asked a nervous Naruto. Hinata herself was blushing heavily and was yelling in her mind for her father to say yes to what Naruto had just asked. Hiashi himself narrowed his eyes at Naruto, causing him to sweat and squirm slightly. Then he looked at Hinata and saw that she was blushing and had a distant look on her face. Hiashi sighed after seeing his daughter's face and knew that he might have to regret this later, but he couldn't deny his daughter this. Fine, be here at 7 tonight and I expect her to be back by 10 at the latest. Said Hiashi to the surprise of both of the teens in the room. Naruto bowed and quickly offered his thanks and turned to Hinata and told her that he would pick her up at 7 that night. He then turned and walked out of the room and left the compound to train. Naruto soon found himself in one of the many training grounds practicing kenjutsu with a bunch of his clones. He weaved throughout the clones attacking when he saw an opening and lashed out at them. The dance of blades went on for an entire hour until every single clone was destroyed by Naruto. He then made 200 clones to help with his jutsu and control training. 100 went over to the stream close by and started to do various exercises while on the water. 50 went and started to channel chakra into their swords and were practicing the few techniques that he knew with his swords, while the last 50 were doing various wind jutsu that he hadn't mastered yet. He himself started to work on physical exercises to increase his strength and speed, and unbeknownst to him Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Hayate were all watching Naruto train. Hard to believe the Gaki is actually that strong. Stated Jiraiya. Yeah, he kept all of this hidden from Team 7 for so long. It is most surprising that he never once used these jutsu against Zabuza when we fought. He could have held his own for a little while. Hayate, you trained him with using a katana, did he show you any of the jutsu that he has? Asked Kakashi. Well, he never once used any of the chakra-based jutsu, but I did notice that he learned extremely fast for anyone his age. Not to mention that he told me that he is practicing a style that we all saw earlier, when he decimated his clones. Said Hayate. I didn't recognize that style. Hayate, did you teach the Gaki it? Questioned Jiraiya. No, he's been developing it on his own, but it is far from being completed. It is going to be a 9-stepped kenjutsu style that increases in effectiveness as the style progresses. So far he has only reached the 4th step. He calls it the dance of the Biju. Stated Hayate to the surprise of the others. Wow, that will be a powerful style if he masters it in the future then. Stated Kakashi. Yeah, he says each step will have something to do with a certain Biju. Stated Hayate. So Jiraiya, what are we going to do now that Hokage is dead? Said Kakashi, and immediately the tone of the conversation turned in a completely different direction. The council has already came to me and asked me to be the next Hokage, but I can't be Hokage, my spy network is too important to give up. So I'm going to go and get the only other person who possibly can be Hokage. Said Jiraiya to the 2 Junins' surprise. You mean that you're going to find Tsunade to be the Hokage? Said the 2 Junin in surprise. Well, it won't just be me, that Gaki is going to help bring her back. Plus this will give me a better chance to teach him the rasengan like I wanted to earlier. Said Jiraiya, shocking the other 2 Junin. At the level of skill he is at now, the rasengan will take no time at all to learn. But, why do you want Naruto to help you with this task? Asked Kakashi. The Gaki down there will remind Tsunade what it means to be a ninja of the leaf. The kid is practically burning with the will of fire. Said Jiraiya. Can't argue with that. By the way Hayate, why did you start teaching him kenjutsu? Continued Kakashi. Well, it was the Hokage who first asked me to teach him a little about using a sword, but I took him in as an apprentice once I saw that he wasn't the fox demon incarnate and that he loved learning how to use kenjutsu. I knew that he could be even better than me. So from that day, we have met each day that we could after your team exercises to further improve himself. It also helps that he knows the shadow clone jutsu. Stated Hayate, to which the others just nodded. Well, I have to go meet with the council and tell them about going to find Tsunade. I don't want those old prunes to get too antsy. Stated Jiraiya as he disappeared. Yeah, I have to go check up on the rest of my team. Sasuke will probably demand me to give him some extra training so that he can beat his brother. Said Kakashi as he too disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Hayate stayed for a few extra minutes before going off and finding his friends Genma, Izumo, Kotetsu, and Yugao. Naruto continued to practice for another few hours before realizing that he needed to go and get ready to pick up Hinata. Making it back to his home in less than 5 minutes, he started to look through his closest for some nice clothing to wear. He finally found what he was looking for, since it was the only pair of clothing that he got for situations like this. Then got in the shower since he had been practicing for over 4 hours now. Naruto changed and now was wearing light blue jeans and a black turtleneck shirt that was a little too tight for his tastes, but overall it looked nice. After all, this was a present from the old man and he owed it to him to wear it in respect for him. Next he started to walk to his next destination, which was Ino's mom's flower shop. Making it there fairly quickly, he went inside to come face to face with Ino herself. "Hey Naruto, what are you doing here and what's up with the nice clothing?" questioned Ino. "Well, you see, I kinda wanted to see if I could get some flowers for tonight," asked Naruto nervously. "Wait, why do you want flowers tonight? Who is the lady that you're going on a date with, Naruto?" "Do I know her? Is it Sakura?" asked Ino rapidly. "What? No, it isn't Sakura. I never really liked her. It was all an act. Since I knew she didn't like me, the villagers wouldn't hurt her. If I tried to ask the girl who I like out, then she could have been hurt by the villagers," said Naruto quickly. "Ah, so you never really did like Sakura then? I guess I should have known after what happened yesterday, since you didn't go bragging to Sakura. Instead you went straight towards Hina, ta. Oh my god," squealed Ino in realization, which surprised the hell out of Naruto. "You have a date with Hinata tonight? That is so romantic, you saving her from that sound ninja and now you're going on a date. Here, let me get you some perfect flowers for your date," said Ino as she turned to go into the greenhouse, but was stopped when Naruto shouted at her. "Wait Ino, I well kinda already know what flowers I want to get her," said Naruto nervously. "Are you sure, Naruto? I know a lot about flowers and could help you out," stated Ino, but Naruto just shook his head. "I know what types I want to get her, so could you get me a few purple lilacs, a single white lily, and some blue violets?" said Naruto to Ino's shock. "Wow Naruto, those are some nice flowers, but do you know what they even mean?" asked Ino. "Well yeah, I do. Not many people know this, but I enjoy flowering and I have a few flowers that I started growing last week," said Naruto. "Well, who would have known that you could be such a romantic, Naruto? Now let me get these so you can be on your date then," said Ino as she grinned and went into the greenhouse to get the flowers. "Hee, this is great. I should go and get Choji and Shikamaru to help spy on the two. I mean, it's mostly to make sure that Naruto doesn't do anything inappropriate to Hinata. Who cares, it will be fun to see those two together." Though Ino as she collected the flowers and went to the counter for Naruto to pay. Naruto thanked Ino and went on his way to the next destination for the night, the Hyuga compound. After he put the flowers into a seal on his wrist, he went to gates and asked the guards if he could go in. They had a servant escort him to the main building and was instructed to sit in one of the chairs while the servant got Hiyashi. Hiyashi came down the stairs and looked once at Naruto and was surprised to see him actually look nice and serious. "My daughter will be down in a few minutes, Uzumaki. Don't make me regret allowing you to take my daughter out tonight, or else not even the fox will save you from me," stated Hiyashi before he left. Unknown to the now sweating Naruto, Hiyashi was smiling when his back was turned. Naruto sat there for about 2 minutes before he heard the door opening and turned, thinking it was Hinata, but was surprised to see a young girl standing at the entrance looking at him with curiosity. "So you're the boy that is taking Hinata out tonight? I heard that you were really strong. I don't know why you'd be interested in my sister," stated the girl. "What do you mean by that?" asked Naruto, who was frowning at what the girl just said. "My sister Hinata is weak. She couldn't even beat Neji in the Chunin exams. I can even beat her most of the time when we spar. I don't know how someone so weak and kind can even hope to do anything in life," said Hanabi to Naruto's displeasure. "You think that Hinata is weak because she is kind and doesn't fight you at her best? She loses to you most likely because she is afraid to hurt her own sister, because that is what family is supposed to do. Not belittle family and try to make them feel like trash because they are kind. Hinata is the kindest and strongest person that I know. A lot has happened in her life and still she gets up and continues despite what everyone thinks," said Naruto in anger. "Humph, kindness is just a weakness that shouldn't belong in the clan at all," said Hanabi in anger. I heard good things about you from Konohamaru. I guess he is mistaken. He called you brave and really nice. I guess you're nothing but a selfish little girl that would sooner cast her sister into the streets if it meant becoming head of the clan," said Naruto as he turned away from the fuming Hanabi, but she just turned and walked out of the room. A minute later Hinata finally came in and caused Naruto's jaw to drop in shock. She was wearing a lavender sundress that went down to her knees, and somehow her hair had even grown longer in just one day, and now it went down to her shoulders. He figured that it must have been some jutsu that she knew. She was also blushing heavily, to which Naruto just loved. "Hello Hinata, are you ready for tonight?" questioned Naruto as he stood up. "Why yes I am Naruto, thanks for inviting me out to tonight," stuttered a extremely nervous Hinata. "Good, now Hinata you don't have to be so nervous around me. Besides you're much cuter when you act like yourself and don't stutter," said Naruto kindly. Hinata managed to control her stutter for a bit and said, Sorry Naruto, I will try my best not to stutter." "No more stuttering, it is freaking annoying to write." "Good, now let's go out, I have already set up a nice place to eat for tonight," said Naruto as he followed Hinata out of the door. As the two walked the streets with Naruto slightly ahead leading them closer to the Hokage mountain, Hinata was still trying to come to grips with what had just happened over the past 2 days. It went from her crush not even noticing her to him asking her father for permission to go on a date in just a day. "Naruto, where are we going?" asked Hinata softly. "Well, I have a spot up on the Hokage's mountain that I thought you would enjoy. I usually go up there whenever I want to be alone," said Naruto as he grew bold and grabbed her hand. At first he was afraid that she would pull back, but he was surprised when she squeezed in response. Even though she was able to reassure Naruto that she liked holding his hand, she herself was yelling in her mind how lucky she was to be holding his hand. They soon reached the top of the mountain and Hinata saw the clearing that they were going to. It looked nice, but there wasn't anything else to her disappointment. Seeing the look on her face, Naruto smirked and pulled out a scroll with a seal on it. He unsealed the contents, and to Hinata's surprise a table with candles on it with 2 seats appeared in a puff of smoke and a full dinner meal, leaving Hinata speechless. "Naruto, this is amazing, how did you do this?" she asked in awe as she sat down in a chair that Naruto offered her. When I was training I had some clones cook this and some others made sure that everything else was sealed properly. I was able to learn a few seals from Ero Sennin and I just kept practicing. I heard that the Yondaime Hokage was a seal expert and I hope to surpass him one day in everything that he was good at," stated Naruto as he passed her some food. "Use your imagination to what they are eating." For the next hour the two of them sat there and ate while conversing pleasantly about what they had been doing ever since they were placed on teams. Naruto soon sealed everything up and the two of them found themselves on top of the Yodaime's head watching the sunset. "Hey Hinata, here I wanted to give you these. I hope you like them," said Naruto as he unsealed the flowers that he got earlier and handed them to surprised and blushing Hinata. "Oh my god, does he know what these flowers mean? Does this mean that he actually likes me?" thought Hinata. "Naruto, do you know what these flowers mean?" she asked nervously. Yeah I do, once in a while I like to study things that don't exactly pertain to what normal shinobis study. I know it's kinda was all he could get out before Hinata was hugging him with all of her might. "Naruto, thank you so much, I don't know what I would do without you in my life. You saved me from that ninja yesterday, if you didn't save me then I don't know what could have happened to me," cried Hinata as she held onto the surprised Naruto. He wrapped his arms around her and held her for a few minutes until she stopped crying. He cupped her chin and lifted her face and smiled. "Hinata, don't worry, I will always be there for you. Remember the first day we met, 7 years ago? I helped you with some bullies and we played for the rest of the day at the playground." "Yes I do Naruto, we played for a few weeks, but then you stopped coming and started to chase after Sakura. I was really saddened by this, I thought that you had forgotten about me," said Hinata while she was still in Naruto's arms. "Trust me Hinata, I wanted to continue to play with you, but after one of the days the villagers had something to tell me. A bunch of them attacked me and said that if I didn't stop hanging out with you then they would kill you. I couldn't put you in danger because of me even though you were my best friend. So I put on the mask from that day on and started to chase after Sakura. I'm sorry for ever hurting you Hinata, please will you forgive me?" explained Naruto sadly. "Naruto, thank you so much, and I'm sorry if I had been stronger I would have been able to help you. I forgive you, if it wasn't for you I would have been experimented on by Orochimaru," said Hinata as she hugged Naruto closer to her. The two sat in silence for the next hour while they watched the sunset and the stars begin to cover the sky. Hinata couldn't believe how romantic it was, and she was dreading having to go home, but like all good things it must come to an end. "Well Hinata, we better get going otherwise your father might just kill me," said Naruto sadly. "Yeah you're right," agreed Hinata as she stood up sadly. The two of them walked in silence while holding the other's hand and soon they were outside of the Hyuga compound. "Well Hinata, here you are, I hope we can do this again sometime," said Naruto with a smile. Hinata just nodded her head and surprised Naruto by hugging him and giving him a kiss on his cheek and ran into the compound. leaving Naruto with a shocked expression on his face which quickly turned into a smile as he started to walk home. He reached his apartment and when he opened his door he found Jiraiya there waiting for him. "So Ero-sennin, what are you doing here at this time of night?" asked Naruto. "Nothing really Gaki, just wanted to know if you wanted to help me go find someone. Along the way I might just teach you some powerful jutsus," said Jiraiya, despite being mad about Naruto calling him Ero-sennin. When will we leave?" asked Naruto. "Tomorrow at noon so you can tell all of your friends and that pretty Hyuga girl that you will be gone for a little while," stated Jiraiya with a grin. "Wait, you spying on me? How dare you! If I find out that you put any of that into one of your books I will castrate you," yelled Naruto to Jiraiya's amusement. "Yeah sure, whatever you say, so do you want to come or what?" asked Jiraiya. "Fine, but it better be a good jutsu or else Ero-sennin. Now get out of my apartment so I can get some sleep," said Naruto as Jiraiya smirked and jumped out of the room. Well, there it is, the third chapter of my first Naruto fiction. I hope all of you like it so far and sorry for no action in this chapter, but don't worry, the next will have plenty of action. Just to let everyone know, I will be following the regular story up until Sasuke leaves the village. After that I will have to make a decision on where I would like to go from there. I am considering banishment, with the founding of a new hidden village with Hinata or Naruto forms a super powerful group to retake the leaf from the power-hungry elders. Then there is the war with Akatsuki that I could write, even though I don't know how I would have a training arc done. If anyone else has an idea of what I could do, please tell me. So we are going to look for the slug Sannin, your former teammate and the soon-to-be 5th Hokage? Questioned Naruto as they left the village gates. That is exactly what we are doing, Gaki. So why did you bring Hayate-sensei and me? Well, we won't just find her in a day, so consider this a training trip. Besides, your sensei wants to help you with one of your techniques," stated Jiraiya. "Oh, so what will you be helping me with?" asked Naruto. "I'm going to be helping you with your dance of the Biju," said Hayate. "Oh well, I actually have a plan to make the technique work in the near future. I spent a few hours thinking about it last night," said Naruto. "So is that what you were doing this morning, Gaki? Working on your new technique before we left?" said Jiraiya. "Oh, I'm not too sure if that is what he was doing this morning. I mean, he did kinda look red, but he wasn't sweating too much, so it must have been something else," joked Hayate. Maybe it had something to do with the pretty Hyuga girl that he was with last night," suggested Jiraiya with a smirk, causing Naruto to blush. "Shut up, Ero-sennin, don't blame me that I have a girlfriend now and you don't," said Naruto. "So that is what you were doing. You went to go ask her out before we left, you sly fox you," said Jiraiya after brushing Naruto's insult off. "So when are you going to introduce me to her?" asked Hayate. "When you finally introduce me to Yugao like you said you would, sensei. Plus you already met her at the Chunin exams a month ago when she lost to her jerk of a cousin, Neji," said Naruto. "I'll introduce her to you when we get back, okay? I was wondering why you were so mad when that girl was hurt by her cousin. It was pretty weird seeing how mad you were about some person just getting hurt, but now I know why," stated Hayate. "Okay, now that you answered why Hayate-sensei came, why did you bring me?" asked Naruto. "Think of this as a short training trip. I am going to teach you one of the 4th Hokage's most prized jutsu, the rasengan. It is one of the jutsu that made him famous in the world," said Jiraiya. "Sweet, so when are you going to teach me this jutsu?" asked Naruto. "When we reach the town, we need some supplies to learn this attack, Naruto," said Jiraiya. "Okay, well I guess I can wait a bit," said Naruto. A day later in a village. Don't know the name of the village. Naruto was sitting on a bed in the room that Ero-sennin, Hayate, and him had all gotten for the day while the two started to look for any clues that might lead to Tsunade. Naruto himself was spinning the water in a balloon using only his so that he could pop it. "Almost, just a little more," mumbled Naruto as he was using his hand to spin the chakra. Pop! Suddenly the balloon popped, spilling water everywhere, but Naruto didn't care as he popped the balloon much faster than Jiraiya did. "Finally I knew I could do it better than Ero-sennin," yelled Naruto when suddenly a knocking at the door interrupted him. "Who is it?" questioned Naruto since he knew that Ero-sennin and Hayate wouldn't be back by now. But whoever was at the door didn't answer and decided to knock again continuously. "Fine, just hold your horses," said Naruto as he opened the door and was met with a strange sight. For on the other side of the door were two tall men. One had the most stoic face that he had ever seen and the other looked like a shark. "So who are you two and why are you at my door?" asked Naruto in an expressionless voice. "Naruto Uzumaki, come with us," said the stoic-faced man with black hair and black eyes. Yeah, just let me go get my things," said Naruto with a sweat drop as he closed the door. That worked better than I thought it would, stated the fishman. Wind release, drilling air bullet, yelled Naruto as a huge ball of wind smashed through the door right into Kisame, catching him off guard and launching him through the wall. Sorry, but my sensei told not to trust an Uchiha, said Naruto as he phased out of the room. Kisame, let's go, he is faster than what we were told, said Itachi as Kisame stood up and the two of them followed Naruto. Well, at least I'm getting better at flash step, or this would be destroying me right now, thought Naruto as he was phasing from building to building. Damn, they are fast enough to keep up with me even when I'm using this technique, thought Naruto as he fled to a field outside the town, where he finally stopped and waited for his opponents. So you finally decided to stop running and face us like a man. Brave, but foolish boy, said Kisame, with a shark-like smirk. No, not running, just thought that it would be better to fight away from any crowds. Besides, why should I be afraid of a giant fish? Questioned Naruto, to which Kisame snarled at him. Brat, you are lucky that we aren't allowed to kill you due to your demon, but don't worry, that doesn't mean that I can't take a leg or two from you. Itachi, let me handle the QB, brat, you can have the next one, said Kisame. Make sure that you don't kill him or leader will have your head, said Itachi as he jumped back. This won't take long, said Kisame as he took Samahata off of his back. Whatever you say, fishy, responded Naruto as he unsheathed a Tori-Toru. Try and keep up, will you? At that, Naruto phased from view and Kisame jumped back a second later when a sword came out of nowhere on his right. Kisame retaliated by slashing Samahata down at Naruto, but once again he phased from view, but Kisame was able to keep track and followed after him. Naruto was pushed onto the defensive and the second he reappeared he had to dodge again as Kisame wasn't giving him any time to attack. Is this all that you got, kid? You may be fast, but if you're just going to run then you are going to die, said Kisame as he swung Samahata at Naruto again. Except this time a distinctive clang resonated around the battlefield as a Tori-Toru and Samahata were locked and fight each other for control. If you say so, fishy, wind release, howling blades, yelled Naruto as he took a deep breath and blew out 5 small blades made of wind at Kisame. Kisame was forced to jump back, as he didn't expect Naruto to be able to do jutsu without enhanced signs, but that was all that was needed as Naruto followed afterwards and was able to get a deep cut on Kisame's leg. How the hell is he this good at using kenjutsu? This kid shouldn't even be strong enough to hold off Samahata, yet he is able to fight me at a standstill even if I am holding back, thought Kisame. Well, so are you going to take me seriously or should I just kill you now? Asked Naruto with a smirk as he got into a kendo stance. That's it, brat, I am going to rip your legs off with my bare hands if I must. Water release, water bullets, yelled Kisame as 3 bullets came out of his mouth and head straight at Naruto. Naruto dodged the first ball and used his sword to cut the other 2 in half. But that was used as a distraction as he was forced to jump to the side as Samahata came down. However, Kisame used Samahata as a post to kick Naruto, sending him into a tree, shattering it on impact. Not so confident now, brat, was all Kisame was able to say before a blade of wind came from the forest. Kisame slammed Samahata into the ground and used it as a shield as the blade slammed against Samahata. He stood up and looked behind him to see a bunch of trees cut down 6 rows in with a gap that was created by where Samahata was blocked. But he had no time to contemplate this as once again Naruto was trying to cut him down with a Tori-Toru. However, the attacks were slower than before as Naruto was now bleeding from the head, where he had hit the tree. Not to mention his torn up clothing and the many small scratches. Kisame then went on the attack once again, and this time Naruto was getting pushed back quickly and each attack came closer to hitting home than the last one. His vision was blurring and a Tori-Toru was unable to absorb his demon chakra for some reason. Haha, you might as well give up and come with us. You are running out of chakra while I have a near unlimited amount of chakra. You see, I have noticed something about your blade, and that is the fact that you are channeling your demon's chakra into the blade. Now while your sword can channel demonic chakra, mine can eat any type of chakra and give it to me, said Kisame as he smiled at Naruto's widened eyes. Damn, I stand no chance if I can't get a Tori-Toru into its second form. The only chance that I have is if I can find the other form that doesn't rely on my demonic chakra. I'm going to need to last longer so that Ero Sennin or Hayate Sensei can get here, thought Naruto as he made a shadow clone alongside him. I guess that I'm going to need to stay back then if I want to defeat you, said Naruto as he and the clone started doing hand signs. Fire release, great fireball. Wind release, great breakthrough, yelled the 2 Narutos as they launched their attacks that combined in the air to create a giant fireball that was much larger than what Kisame had been expecting. Water release, great water wall, yelled Kisame as a huge wall of water came from the stream nearby that blocked the fireball but created a huge cloud of steam that covered the entire battlefield. Kisame was at a sort of disadvantage here as he never bothered to learn the silent killing technique like Zabuza, he just liked to go in and shave people to scraps. So when he heard Naruto's voice echo throughout the steam he cursed under his breath. How did this brat learn the silent killing technique, he is only a genin. Thought Kisame as he held Samahata in a guard position. I bet you're wondering where I learned the silent killing technique, Kisame. Let's just say a man I learned it from a man that was an acquainted to you, but I still respected him. Even if he was my enemy for that day, said Naruto through the mist. Damn, he must have fought Zabuza before he died and picked up a few things from him. This could be difficult, but he is injured and is breathing hard so it shouldn't be too much of an advantage. Thought Kisame as he heard a sword come from his right. He brought Samahata over and clashed with a Tori-Teru once again, but Naruto once again retreated into the mist. But as soon as he was gone another attack was made on the other side and Kisame had to jump back to avoid this attack. However, he didn't expect a third attack that came from behind. He jumped again but was unable to avoid the cut that cut deeply into his flesh. Naruto's victory was short-lived as the Kisame that he cut fell into a puddle revealing that it was a water clone. He then felt the wind around shift, but he was unable to avoid the attack and got hit by a huge water bullet that launched him out of the mist and straight into a boulder, cracking it slightly when he hit. Damn, brat actually thought that he could take the monster of the hidden mist on and win. He did better than I expected, but it still wasn't enough, said Kisame as he started walking towards the unconscious blonde, until a fierce battle cry filled the area. He and Itachi looked up expecting an attack against Kisame, but were surprised to see Sasuke Uchiha running straight at Itachi with a Chidori charged up. Itachi, today is the day that you die. I have lived with hate in my life and it is time that you die. However, before he could sink the attack into Itachi, he was redirected by his brother into the ground. The next thing he knew was pain coming from his gut causing him spit out. He looked down to see Itachi's knee in his gut, then the fist coming straight for his face. It connected and sent him flying across the ground, where he was able to shakily get to his feet. So what are you doing here, my foolish little brother? Asked Itachi in an emotionless voice. I'm going to kill you for killing our clan, Itachi. I will be the strongest out of the two of us, yelled Sasuke as he charged again, but was beaten back a second time. So you're here to kill me and not to save your teammate and friend? Questioned Itachi. Get ready, you are about to find out where the rest of this story will be going in the future. I could care less what you are doing with that loser. He is nothing but a weakling and deserves to die for how weak he is. After I kill you I will enjoy taking over the village and making his life a hell that no one would want to live. I could get the entire to banish him if I wanted to, since they will do whatever I want, said Sasuke as he was barely able to manage a smirk. Itachi narrowed his eyes, but no one was able to see this. Despite what most believed, he loved his village and would never truly hurt the village. In fact, he was a spy for the third Hokage and for Jiraiya, but no one but the two of them knew of this. Jiraiya actually should have been here by now for all that he knew. Now here was his brother declaring the QB container to be weak and not deserving of life at all. He would give his brother one last chance before he would lose all hope. So be it, brother. Itachi disappeared from Sasuke's sight and reappeared behind Sasuke and delivered a devastating kick to his ribs, causing blood to spit out and him to fly across the clearing. Itachi followed and elbowed him into the ground, hard. Sasuke was barely conscious and looked into the eyes of his brother and was greeted by the sight of his Mangekyo Sharingan and was sent into the Tsukuyomi. In less than a few seconds Sasuke was screaming his head off and mumbling incoherent things. Suddenly Kisame was hit by a huge air bullet that caught him off guard and sent him into a boulder of his own. Itachi looked over to see Naruto barely standing and bleeding heavily from his head and his clothes all torn up. That is when he sensed it. He jumped back to avoid an attack made by Jiraiya. It was the rasengan and it slammed into the ground, creating a massive explosion from the attack. Well, I should have expected something like this to happen. It isn't every day a hot young girl comes up to me and offers to buy me some drinks, said Jiraiya as Hayate landed alongside him. Meanwhile Naruto limped his way over to the Sannin, while Kisame picked himself up and seemed to be bleeding from numerous small cuts. Kisame, we are leaving now. Jiraiya can possibly take us both on at the same time and possibly win, but with Hayate Gecko by him the odds are in his favor, said Itachi as Kisame nodded in agreement. We will meet again, Naruto Uzumaki, stated Itachi before the two missing ninja jumped into the trees. Damn, that fish man can pack hard punch, said Naruto before he fell and passed out, while a Tori-Teru turned to ash in his grip and blew away. Well, looks like we better get on the move before Tsunade decides to move. We now have an idea where we can find her, we just have to get there before she decides to move again. said Jiraiya as Hayate nodded and picked Naruto up and the two jumped into the trees to continue on to the next town. Meanwhile Guy jumped into the clearing yelling, "Dynamic entry," but was surprised to find no one there but an unconscious Sasuke in a crater. He picked the boy up and was now heading back to Konoha after he concluded that Naruto, Hayate, and Jiraiya all go away safely from Kisame and Itachi. A week later Naruto, Hayate, and Jiraiya were now approaching the town known as Tanuka, and God was Naruto amazed by the size of the town. He had gotten the second stage of the rasengan down earlier than both of his senseis thought was possible and was now close to finishing the third step to the surprise of the two senseis. "So this is Tanuka town, I thought there was supposed to be some huge castle here or something," commented Naruto dryly as they walked through the street. "What are you talking about, Gaki? The castle is right there," started Jiraiya as he turned to point at the castle only to find the nothing but a bunch of rubble. "Run for it, giant snakes," yelled a man as he ran by them away from the castle. "It seems like Orochimaru is also looking for your teammate Jiraiya," stated Hayate. "Yeah, we better find her quickly to make sure nothing bad happened to her," commented Jiraiya as Naruto made 50 clones that all split off into different directions to start looking for her. "Why don't we look for some rooms now, while my clones look for Tsunade?" asked Naruto as he casually walked down the street. "Good idea, Gaki," said Jiraiya as he took the lead once more and led them to a nice hotel that they could stay in. An hour later Naruto popped up out of his training causing both Jiraiya and Hayate to jump a little. "One of my clones found her in a diner not too far from here, so let's go and get her now," said Naruto as he led the way this time. They soon entered a diner, and Jiraiya quickly spotted his teammate drinking a bottle of sake while her student sat there with a small pig in her arms. "Let me do the talking, okay," stated Jiraiya as he walked up to Tsunade. Tsunade and Shizune were sitting there at one of the many diners of Tanuka town having discussion about what had just happened a few hours ago with Orochimaru. If what Orochimaru said was true, then Sarutobi was dead and Orochimaru could bring both Dan and Naoki back from the dead. When suddenly, "Tsunade, what are you doing here?" exclaimed a man with white hair. Yep, this day couldn't get any more interesting than what it is now. "Jiraiya, what the hell are you doing here?" yelled Tsunade as she spit out her sake in surprise. "What, can't an old friend just stop by to say hi?" asked Jiraiya as he sat down by Tsunade while Naruto and Hayate sat down beside Shizune. "Since it involves you, I doubt it. So what are you doing here, and don't try and lie," said Tsunade as Naruto, Shizune, and Hayate just watched the interaction with interest. "Fine, Sarutobi sensei is dead and we need a new Hokage, Tsunade," stated Jiraiya with conviction. Tsunade looked at him for a second before turning and saying a simple, "No." This of course got Naruto extremely angry, to which he soon let her know his anger. "What do you mean no? Don't you have any respect for the old man, and don't you love your village at all?" questioned Naruto. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at Naruto before responding with her answer. "Of course I have respect for my sensei, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't a fool. Just like all the other Hokages that came before him, and the one that came after him," said Tsunade, before she was punched in the face by a blonde teenager. "Don't ever say that about the fourth Hokage in front of me," growled out Naruto. Tsunade looked up and immediately understood what the kid was talking about when she saw the blue eyes, blonde hair, and the whisker marks on his cheeks, but she wasn't going to take anything from this kid despite who he was. If they weren't fools, then why did they go and get themselves killed?" laughed Tsunade. At that point Naruto's eyes turned red for a split second, and then there was a crash and dust flew up everywhere as Tsunade was punched through the wall. Naruto was quick to follow her out, with a rage-filled face, and everyone else quickly followed. What they found was a Naruto standing 10 meters away from an outrageous Tsunade on her feet with blood coming from her mouthy. "Brat, what the hell was that punch, foe?" said Tsunade before she was interrupted by Naruto. "How dare you belittle their sacrifice like that? They gave their life for people other than themselves so that others could live, and you call them fools. At least they had something worth fighting for and faced their problems head on. Unlike a drunk washed-up woman who can't get over her past, it makes me sick just to see what you've become. From one of the greatest Sannin ever to someone who so easily disrespects the memories of those that I admire," said Naruto with conviction as Tsunade lowered her head in shame slightly, but that soon changed to a defiant look of her own. "What would you know about sacrifice? I have lost loved ones to that village, and everything that has to do with that village causes someone I know to die," said Tsunade. "Are you actually asking me what I know about sacrifice? You know exactly what I am, so tell me, what do I know of sacrifice? My very existence is nothing more than a sacrifice," shot back Naruto. "It doesn't matter at all, I am not going back to the village," stated Tsunade. "I am going to kick your ass. Jiraiya-sensei, I am going to kick her ass, so don't try and stop me. Stated Naruto. Shit, he is serious. He would never call me sensei. Thought Jiraiya, as his eyes widened. Ha brat, I am a Sannin, what could a brat like you ever do to me? Asked Tsunade with a smirk. Underestimate me and you will lose this fight, old lady. Said Naruto. Ha, all that I will need is a single finger. Claimed Tsunade as she pointed out her one finger, which made Naruto to smirk slightly. Fine then, your funeral. Said Naruto before he vanished from sight. Tsunade's eyes widened at the display of speed, but sensed the attack from behind and barely dodged the punch aimed at her head. She tried to counterattack, but Naruto had already moved and was attacking her once again. This time Tsunade tried something different. As she sensed his approach, she sent her pinky into the ground in front of where Naruto was about to appear and sent a huge slab of rock up into the air as a wall. Naruto saw the slab of rock and jumped into the air at the last second, landing on the rock before he backflipped off the rock and started to run through hand signs, before calling out, "Wind release, wind dragon." A dragon made of wind came from Naruto's mouth and descended down towards a stunned Tsunade. She jumped back as the dragon hit where she was a second before, but it created a shockwave of wind that caught her off guard, and sent her into a wall. She got back up and glared at the smirking Naruto, who was just standing on the slab of rock that she had used as a shield earlier. So are you going to take me seriously, or am I really this much faster than you? Questioned Naruto jokingly. I guess I'm going to have to try against you, but don't get cocky gacky. I'm still leagues ahead of you. Yelled Tsunade as she ran full-blown at Naruto, who jumped back when she hit where he used to be. Stay still, you brat, shouted Tsunade. Are you kidding me? You can manipulate chakra to increase your strength 100-fold. While I can manipulate it to increase my speed by 10-fold, this allows me to move slightly faster than you. You see, I am a wind manipulator master, and the way I fight revolves around the theory of wind. Be elusive and unable to hit, while striking with the force of a hurricane when the opportunity presents itself. Said Naruto as he dodged another punch at the last second. Damn, this Gaki is too fast and most of my attacks rely on getting close to him. I can try my more powerful attacks, but that would force me to admit that I had to go hard against a genin, despite his skill. Thought Tsunade after making up her mind. Take this, brat, yelled Tsunade as she slammed her fist into the ground, causing the earth split apart in a crack, causing Naruto to lose his balance. That was all that Tsunade needed as he jumped towards him and slammed her fist into his face faster than what he could react. He flew headfirst into a wall, shattering on impact. Damn, that must have hurt. Naruto shouldn't have gone picking fights with a Sannin. Oh my god, Tsunade just killed that poor boy. Thought the three people who were observing the fight. Tsunade turned from the hole in the wall and signaled for Jiraiya to get his student, but all Jiraiya did was smirk, surprising Tsunade. Suddenly a battle cry rang out through the battleground and she turned to see Naruto running at her with an uncompleted rasengan in his hand. She acted in instinct and dodged the attack right before it hit the ground. What the hell are you thinking, Jiraiya, teaching the brat a technique like that? It took you almost an entire year to learn that technique. There is no way that the brat will be able to master that technique. Yelled Tsunade. Hey, I can to master the rasengan, after all my father is the one who created it. Yelled Naruto, surprising both Tsunade and Shizune with his knowledge. How do you know who your father is? You weren't supposed to find out until you became a Junin, but yet you are a genin. How did you find out? Asked Tsunade while Shizune stood there gaping like a fish. You can thank the Kyuubi for that. Stated Naruto with a smirk. While Tsunade's eyes widened. You can talk to the Kyuubi? Questioned Tsunade. Of course, if you had a demon within you for all of your life, don't you think it would be smart to befriend it? We have a sort of partnership between the two of us, where he gets a nice place to live while I get training from an immortal demon lord. Said Naruto with a smirk. Haha, you know what, brat, how about a bet? If you win, I will come back to Konoha and become the 5th Hokage, but if I win, I get all the money in your pocket and a little extra of an incentive I'll even throw in my grandfather's necklace. Said Tsunade. Fine, I don't care what I will lose, because I never lose, old lady. I will take that bet of yours. Said Naruto with conviction. A week later, after many days of training, research, and drinking, Naruto finally found himself waking up in the morning, when Shizune burst through the door looking for Jiraiya and Hayate. Jiraiya, we have to find Tsunade, I think that she made a grave mistake. Shizune yelled as she found the two occupants of the room to be Naruto and Hayate, who were immediately on guard. Shizune, why is Tsunade making a mistake? Asked Hayate. A week ago, right before you arrived, we were visited by Tsunade's other teammate Orochimaru. He wanted his arms fixed from some sort of damage, and in exchange he would bring back Dan and Naoki. She explained. That explains why she would poison me with sake. Came a voice from the doorway. The trio turned to see Jiraiya looking a little pale and leaning against the door for support. Dang arrow Sennin, I thought you were always prepared for even the most unlikely circumstances. Asked Naruto jokingly. Watch it brat, if what Shizune said is true then we don't have too much time until they complete the deal. Now what are we going to do? Said Jiraiya. Well, how are you doing Jiraiya? You will need to fight Orochimaru, and we would need to know who else to expect if we go fight him. Stated Hayate as he got his katana ready. Well, there was Orochimaru, then there were two others that were probably around Junin level, but one of them seemed sick. He had white hair and a very stoic expression on his face. The other had grayish hair and a pair of glasses on his face. Said Shizune. The bastard that tried to take Hinata is here now. Yelled Naruto in surprise. Hinata? Asked Shizune in confusion. The Gaki's girlfriend that happens to be the heir to the Hyuga clan. She was captured by this ninja during the invasion, but Naruto was able to rescue her before they got back to Orochimaru. Explained Jiraiya. He is mine and only mine. Hayate and Shizune can go and fight Orochimaru's dog, Kabuto, since he is stronger than Kimimaro. Said Naruto, to which he got a nod from Jiraiya. Well then let's get on our way so that we can help Tsunade. Said Hayate as he grabbed Jiraiya to help him until they got to the battle. A little while later, after Tsunade had tried to poison Orochimaru, only to be stopped by Kabuto at the last second, was breathing quite heavily. She was unable to land a single hit against the elusive snake no matter how hard she tried. I should have asked the brat how he did that flash step technique after we made the bet. Orochimaru wouldn't be getting away if I was even twice as fast as I am now. Thought Tsunade. Kukuku Tsunade, you have gotten slower since last time we fought. I guess always being on the move over these past years have gotten you lazy. Said Orochimaru jokingly. You're lucky that your newest toys decided to help when they did or you would already be dead. Growled out Tsunade. I doubt that. Kabuto, why don't you just finish her now that we've had our fun with her? Said Orochimaru. Yes Lord Orochimaru. Said Kabuto as he jumped down right in front of Tsunade and took out a knife. You think that your lackey can beat me Orochimaru? Don't make me laugh. Said Tsunade. Who said anything about me being the one to beat you? Asked Kabuto, right before he slit his wrist. This caused blood to come gushing out and cover a stunned Tsunade. Memories of her loved ones covered in their own blood flashed through her mind as she began to shake in horror at what had happened. Pretty soon she was completely cut off from reality as Kabuto's wrist healed and he made his way to Tsunade with the dagger in his hand. The greatest medic this world has ever seen defeated by nothing more than the sight of blood. How pathetic, and here I was thinking that I might actually get a challenge out of this fight. Said Kabuto as he raised the dagger above his head to deliver the finishing blow. Wind release, piercing air spear. Came a shot and Kabuto was forced to jump by as a blast of air in the shape of a spear went right through the area that he just was. Ah well, if it isn't Jiraiya and his posse of ninja, here to fight me. Said Orochimaru as Kabuto landed alongside him and Kimimaro. Orochimaru, you bastard. I am going to make you pay for what you did to sensei. Shouted Jiraiya. Is that so Jiraiya? I don't think that adobe like you could defeat me. Said Orochimaru with a smirk. Everyone remember who you got. Naruto, I expect you to do your best, like your father. Said Jiraiya as he leapt at Orochimaru to start their fight. Naruto nodded before he locked eyes with Kimimaro and the two nodded in some unspoken agreement that they would fight once more. They leapt to the side away from the last three ninjas still left. So I get two Junin to myself. Don't you think that it is a little unfair to be fighting 2 against 1 against nothing more than a genin? Shouldn't one of you be helping Naruto in his fight against Kimimaro? Asked Kabuto politely for some reason. Naruto can handle himself, and you Kabuto are under arrest for betraying Konoha in the invasion and siding with a traitor. Said Hayate, which made Kabuto grin a bit more. Naruto Uzumaki, we meet again and this time without anyone to get in the way again. I have been looking forward to this fight for some time now. Said Kimimaro. I've been looking forward to this myself Kimimaro, last time we were both weakened, but this time we can fight at full strength. Replied Naruto. Then show me how much stronger you have gotten. Said Kimimaro as a bone grew out of his wrist into the size of a slightly longer katana. Gladly, rise from the eternal ashes, Itori Toru. Shouted Naruto as a cloud of dark ashes came from the ground and engulfed him before Kimimaro's eyes. Naruto finally stepped from the cloud to be covered in his black armor and the crimson and black blade, Itori Toru in his hands ready to fight. Cue music, frontline by Pillar. The two looked at each other for a little while, but then suddenly Kimimaro charged towards Naruto wanting to kill him quickly, but Naruto raised his sword and swung it sending a wave of crimson energy at Kimimaro. Kimimaro jumped over the blade of energy as it hit a wall behind him. He continued on and slashed at Naruto who blocked it with Itori Toru. The two of them started a series of attacks and counter-attacks. It didn't even seem as if the two of them were even trying to defend themselves as each block turned into an attack. Sparks flew as the two fought using only swords, and no jutsu since this was a fight to see who was better than the other at using a blade. Suddenly an opening showed in Naruto's defense and Kimimaro shot forward to deliver the first strike, but left an opening himself and the two delivered strikes to each other around the shoulders. Both attacks barely did anything as Kyuubi's chakra quickly healed the wound, and Kimimaro's bones quickly sealed the wound. Both jumped back in to think over what they needed to do in the next series of attacks. Suddenly Kimimaro raised his hands up and bent the hands back and started to fire what appeared to be spikes from his wrist in a rapid speed. Naruto started to dodge back and forth, while using a Tori-Teru on the spikes that he couldn't dodge. Jumping into the air he brought his blade down and fired a wave of crimson energy at Kimimaro that destroyed every spike it hit. Kimimaro jumped back to dodge the attack again, only to see a bunch of air bullets heading right for him. He raised his bone sword up and slashed at 3 of them but a 4th hit his leg causing him to lose his balance. Naruto capitalized on this and launched a series of strikes at the off-balance Kimimaro. At this point Kimimaro could only defend while backing up, but he was at a disadvantage and received cuts alongside his ribs that healed. However, each attack hurt and caused him to lose his chakra when his bones grew. Kimimaro tried to hit Naruto with his finger bullets, and Naruto jumped back avoiding the attack. Kimimaro used this to activate the first stage of his cursed seal and the black markings covered his body, and a second sword grew from his wrist. Kimimaro launched himself at Naruto, disappearing from view for a second before he appeared behind Naruto and struck at him. Naruto raised a Tori-Teru in defense, but the force behind the attack launched him across the street into a building. Naruto stood up with blood coming from a gash in his head, but he didn't get to rest as another attack from Kimimaro came from his side and he ducked low to dodge, but he got hit by the knee that came from below that sent him over the wall and into the air. Kimimaro appeared above him and tried to cut him in half but Naruto raised his sword in a meager defense that saved his life, but still caused him to be launched into the ground. Naruto stood up shaking with blood coming from multiple cuts in his body, but they were nothing as Kyuubi had already started to heal him. "You're faster than last time we fought Kimimaro," stated Naruto as Kimimaro appeared 15 feet in front of him. "Last time we fought, I was in a weaker condition but Kabuto was able to stave off the effects of that condition for a little while," stated Kimimaro. Cue new song, Breathe Into Me by Red. "Well that's too bad, but I'm still faster," stated Naruto before he disappeared from view using Flash Step. Kimimaro bent back as a Tori-Teru nearly cut his throat before he had reacted. At this point the two were jumping from wall to wall slashing at each other at speeds most people would be unable to follow in the least. Sparks flew throughout the battlefield appearing right after the one before. This continued for a good few minutes as the two swordsmen duked it out at high speeds, each refusing to lose to the other. They both stopped fighting and landed on 2 different walls facing each other, both having blood come from multiple wounds on their bodies. "This is one of the best fights I have ever had Kimimaro, too bad we're enemies," said Naruto. "Yes it is a pity Uzumaki, but as long as Orochimaru is used for me I will fight and die for him," responded Kimimaro. "I don't get it, why would you willingly give your life for someone who just uses you for their own selfish goals? I knew someone just like you before Kimimaro, he taught me what it truly means to be powerful. It all comes from protecting the people who you love, as long as you fight for them then you are powerful," said Naruto. "Orochimaru gave me a purpose to live for Uzumaki, if it wasn't for him then I would be dead or a mindless killing machine. When he found me I was a savage and he cured me of my bloodlust, then when I got sick he dedicated years to finding me a cure, so I will fight for him until I am no longer useful in his eyes," responded Kimimaro. "It's a pity that someone like you serves for a monster like Orochimaru," said Naruto. "A monster in your opinion? Now let us finish this battle once and for all," said Kimimaro as the second stage of the curse seal started to change his appearance, and his 2 bone swords started glowing dark purple with energy. "Let's reap upon the eternal ashes. A Tori-Teru," shouted Naruto as his blade glowed a bright crimson as it changed into the appearance of a scythe. Naruto's hair changed a bit too as his hair got crimson highlights and grew wilder as his face took on a bloodthirsty grin. "Come at me Kimimaro, and let a Tori-Teru taste your blood once more," he yelled. The 2 warriors charged at each other with both having their weapons glowing with power. They swung and the 2 weapons collided creating an explosion of purple and crimson energy where they met. The 2 flew backwards from each other hitting the walls that they had just been standing on previously. Both got to their feet and started striking at the other intent on defeating the other and soon they were both covered in deep cuts and bleeding heavily. Both jumped back and got ready to unleash powerful attacks at the other opponent. With both of their weapons glowing once more they started to swing, But at the last second Kabuto and Hayate landed between the two warriors, and Naruto quickly altered the course of his attack to miss, while it was too late for Kimimaro as his attack went straight at Naruto and the other two ninja. Kabuto and Hayate both saw the attack coming and jumped back, but both were hit by the shockwave of the attack and were sent flying away from the attack. Naruto raised his sword up, as it changed back to normal after he launched all that energy into the last attack, to put up a meager defense against the attack. The attack collided with Naruto and his sword and it exploded, causing him to scream out in pain from the powerful blast. He flew from the explosion covered in burns and deep cuts covering most of his body, and landed right alongside the still stunned Tsunade. Kimimaro himself had used up the last of his energy and was now in his original form, looking pretty weak and bruised up himself. He started to limp towards the unconscious Naruto, intent on finishing the fight. However, Kabuto was now standing over the two Konoha shinobi, contemplating on who to kill first. Might as well kill the Sannin as the brat seems to be passed out, thought Kabuto as he raised the dagger in his hand once more, intent on killing Tsunade. Hayate was trying to make it over in time to stop it, and Shizune was unconscious a few meters away herself. Tsunade looked at the blade falling and closed her eyes, waiting for the end, but when a liquid splashed across her face she looked up and gasped in horror and surprise, as Naruto was standing above her with a dagger sticking through his right shoulder. Naruto coughed up blood on Kabuto and grabbed the hand that held the dagger with one of his hands. "Hey old lady, get ready to pay up for that bet we made earlier," said Naruto weakly as he held his right hand at his side, while his left hand held onto Kabuto's hand. Naruto formed the rasengan and despite Kabuto's best efforts shoved it into Kabuto's gut, sending him across the battlefield in a heap alongside where Kimimaro was now standing. He tried to stand, but soon fell when he discovered that the attack had done much more damage than he thought. Kimimaro helped him up and they stared down Hayate, who was the only ninja left that could still fight on both sides. "Tsunade, you have to snap out of it and heal Naruto or he will die," said Hayate as he stared down the two sound ninja. Naruto had finally collapsed from his wounds and chakra exhaustion. Tsunade finally snapped out of her fear and began to frantically heal Naruto, and was soon joined by a weakened Shizune who had finally woken back up. Both tried hard and soon his wounds had closed up and was breathing weakly but steadily. Orochimaru and Jiraiya had stopped fighting to watch the end of their battle, and Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at the unconscious Naruto. "If I don't do something about him now, then he could be a real pain in the next few years," he thought as he launched himself at Naruto. Jiraiya tried to intervene but was kicked away while shouting out a warning to Tsunade. Tsunade saw Orochimaru with his sword sticking out of his mouth heading straight for Naruto. She did the only thing that she could and jumped in front of the blade. Orochimaru laughed as he didn't see the point of sacrificing her life for someone who would die despite what she sacrificed. But that soon turned to a grunt as he was blasted across the battlefield by Tsunade, who had used her regeneration jutsu to heal herself. Pretty soon she was pounding him across the battlefield. He struck it with his sword and was able to buy himself enough time to reach both Kabuto and Kimimaro. "This isn't over, Tsunade and Jiraiya, not even by a long shot. I will kill both of you and destroy Konoha," said Orochimaru as he and his two followers sank into the ground. And there it is, the fourth chapter of Rise from the Eternal Ashes, and let me tell you this, I love this story and have a really good idea for a story after this one is done. I think this will be over 60,000 words in length. It had been a week since Naruto had woken up from the wounds he had suffered in his fight against Kimimaro and Kabuto. They were now on their way back to Konoha, so that Tsunade could take up the mantle of being Hokage. It was during this week that Naruto had finally learned to talk to his sword on his own terms instead of waiting for it to call him into his plane of existence. Itorituru looked like a full-grown man wearing a torn-up black cloak that hid his entire body from view. His eyes were black and his hair was blonde with orange and crimson highlights going through it. His face was rough, but friendly looking. He had used this as a way to train at night while he was sleeping. Itorituru had been helping him ever since to help train up his swordsmanship, and to reach the next stage of his transformation. He learned that next stage would consist of his spiritual energy instead of focusing on the demonic energy of the Kyuubi. Let's just say that he learned a lot lately from his blade. The next phase of his transformation was coming on slowly, but he was able to maintain it for about 1 minute before he got exhausted. But he theorized that it would be enough to take out most enemies in that amount of time. Kyuubi and Itorituru both were amazed by how quickly he took to learning the spiritual energy of the blade, and believed that he would master the next phase in no time at all. "So Gaki ready to be back at the village?" asked Jiraiya, breaking Naruto from his thoughts. "You have no idea, Ero Sennin, I just can't wait to see my Hime," said Naruto, which made Shizune and Tsunade smile at the boy's sweetness. After the recovery, Naruto apologized to Tsunade about the comments that he made, and she quickly apologized herself and the two quickly got along. Tsunade told him all about his mother since she had trained Kushina, like Jiraiya trained Minato. In return he told her about how his life wasn't about Hinata most of the time. Shizune and Naruto quickly bonded and soon acted like they were brother and sister. The two also exchanged stories about their adventures, and even showed each other a few jutsu that could help the other in turn. "Well Gaki, we should be back at the village any minute now, and then you can go see your little girlfriend," said Jiraiya. "As long as you don't spy on me for any of your future books, you pervert," responded Naruto. "Jiraiya, you spied on him and his girlfriend?" asked Tsunade silently, which put Jiraiya on edge at the tone of her voice. Well you see, I was just trying to make sure that the Gaki didn't do anything perverted." "You know said Jiraiya, before he was sent flying across the village thanks to a kick delivered by an angry Tsunade. "Well, I guess you know where the Hokage Tower is, Ba-chan, so I will see you later," said Naruto before he disappeared using his flash step. "I am going to start using honorifics for some characters, correct me if I make mistakes." "Dang brat for calling me that, I should beat him to within an inch of his life," said Tsunade before she turned and started towards the tower with Shizune bringing up the rear. Naruto had finally made it across town using his flash step, to which he was close to mastering now that he used it as much as he possibly could. He was now standing outside the walls of the Hyuga compound walking up to it so that he could see Hinata. However, before he reached the gates to ask the guards if he could see Hinata, the gate suddenly opened with a shout of, "Naruto-kun." And suddenly he was tackled to the ground by a familiar girl with lavender-smelling hair. "Hey Hinata-chan, did you miss me that much?" asked Naruto with a smile as he hugged the girl back. Then he noticed many of the civilians glaring at him and Hinata, but he didn't mind until he heard one of them muttering something about the demon whore. Suddenly he was gone, and a moment later he was standing on the other side of the street lifting the man, who had made that comment, by his neck. "Never ever let me hear you call her that again or I will kill you," growled out Naruto. But he released him when he felt a gentle hand on his shoulder. He turned to see Hinata looking at him with concern, and he grabbed her hand and the two of them walked down the street towards the Hokage monument. They didn't speak until they reached the top of the mountain, and were sat against one of the trees. "I'm sorry for what I did, Hinata-chan. I wish you hadn't seen that side of me, but when I heard what that man called you I couldn't take it," said Naruto sadly. "It's okay Naruto-kun, this village doesn't deserve for someone like you to defend each and every day," said Hinata with sadness as she held his hand and waited for Naruto to realize what she had just revealed. "Yeah, I guess, but this is my ville, wait, you know," shouted Naruto in surprise and fear as he jumped away from Hinata. Hinata smiled a warm smile and Naruto and responded, "Naruto-kun, I have known for years now, most of the Hyuga clan knows since we can see your chakra with our eyes. That's why I have always wanted to be your friend, since you are strong enough to keep even the strongest demon from killing all of us. I just want to know that it doesn't change any of my feelings for you, if anything this makes me like you even more." "So you really don't care then, Hinata-chan?" Naruto looked down for a second before he continued. "I'm sorry for not telling you myself, Hinata-chan. I just thought that you would be afraid of me like everyone else is in this village," he said. Then he was wrapped in the arms of Hinata, and he didn't waste any time as he hugged her back for all that it was worth. They both broke apart and looked the other in the eyes before they leaned in and closed their eyes. Naruto felt Hinata's lips touched his and he was suddenly in a world of bliss as he was finally kissing the girl that meant everything to him. He didn't care what the village thought about this as he kissed her. But, soon he heard a few of the villagers muttering about him and his demon whore, and that threw him into a rage. He stood Hinata up and rounded on the villager and disappeared. He reappeared at the villager's throat with his sword unsheathed in his neck. "Never ever say something like that ever again while in front of me or I will remove your head from your shoulders," growled Naruto, before he stepped away and walked over to where a surprised Hinata was standing. "I'm sorry for that, Hinata, could we perhaps go somewhere less crowded?" asked Naruto, and when he got a nod from Hinata he took her hand and they proceeded to walk to the Hokage mountain. When they got there they sat underneath one many trees and sat there in silence, until Hinata broke the silence. "Naruto, you don't have to punish everyone that insults me for dating you. I know they deserve it, but I don't want to see you get in any trouble," said Hinata. "I know that, Hinata, but it hurts me when you're sad or if someone is calling you names. If the council wants to make something out of it then they can try, but I am no longer the same person and I will fight for my rights now," said Naruto as he hugged Hinata. "But father told me that the civilians have been calling for your execution or banishment even more than usual lately," she said as a few tears came out of her eyes. Naruto leaned down and gently lifted her face up so that he could look her in the eyes. Don't worry about me, Hinata. Old man Sarutobi always prepared for the day something like that might happen. If they try anything then I will be ready, he said as he leaned in to kiss her. What happened next was a very aggressive makeout that lasted for several minutes before they stopped to breathe. Both had flushed faces and were breathing hard, as they laid back once again. I know that I don't have to worry about you getting hurt, but I don't want you to leave me, Naruto. If they did banish you or try and have you executed, then I would like to come with you to wherever you go, she said, to which Naruto looked at her in surprise. Hinata, you don't have to come with me, you will always have a life here in Konoha. If I leave I will always be on the run no matter what I do. I don't want that life for you, Hinata, he said as he held her close. Don't you understand, Naruto, without you I have no reason to live here. You have always been my strength that kept me going. I couldn't live without you in my life, she said sadly, then she added something else. Father told me that the civilian council has been trying to enact the CRA for Sasuke. I am one of the girls that they want to marry, that creep. What? They are just planning to hand you and other girls to him as if you were a breeding machine that only existed for him. Don't worry, Hinata, I will do anything to protect you from them, even if we have to leave the village, he said as he hugged her even tighter. I wish we could just stay like this forever, said Hinata softly. I do too, Hinata, I do too, he said as he held her. Sasuke Uchiha was mad. No, he wasn't just mad, he was absolutely furious with the way things were going. He had just learned that there was a new Hokage in Konoha, and this one didn't treat him with the respect he deserved. Just like that fool of a Hokage that had just been killed by the man Orochimaru. Then there was the dead last Naruto, who was proving to be anything but a dead last. If he had heard correctly, then Naruto was stronger than him now, even though he would never admit it. Naruto had been able to defeat Gaara, a sound Junin that was said to have been an elite, and was even able to hold his own against Itachi's partner. Ever since he started using that sword, Naruto has been one of the most powerful ninja the village had ever seen in a long time. I had to have been the sword doing, and Sasuke knew that a weapon like that would easily be able to help him kill Itachi. Yes, that is what he needed to do, he had to get that sword from Naruto. If he could get that weapon then he would be undefeatable, there was no way that a weapon like that should be used by a weakling like Naruto. Now I just need to get those fools on the council to force him to give me his sword and all that power will be mine. After that I can go and find Orochimaru and force him to train me. Suddenly he heard a noise come from his window and he turned and threw a kunai at whatever made the noise, only to hear a clang as it was blocked. Whoa, hang on there, man, I don't think you want to kill the guy who is here to offer you the chance to come and be trained by Orochimaru. My name is Kitamura and Orochimaru has sent his personal guard here to escort you to him, said the four-armed sound Junin. Orochimaru sent you then, I guess I could use some training from him, but first there is business here that I need to attend to. I will be ready to leave in just 3 days, then I will meet you outside the east gates of Konoha, at this time. Sasuke replied, to which Kitamura only nodded, before he left. Soon I will have the strength to kill you, Edik, thought Sasuke as he laid down to prepare him for his meeting with the council tomorrow. The next morning found Naruto walking towards the Hokage Tower for a meeting with the council that he was informed that he was to attend. He already had an idea of what this was about, and he wasn't happy about it. But then again Shikamaru was also summoned to the council, so he wasn't too worried. He entered the meeting to find all of the civilian councilors glaring at him, with the shinobi council looking at him with kindness in their eyes. Tsunade was smiling at him, but the two advisors were glaring at him behind her back. Naruto Uzumaki and Shikamaru Nara, you have been summoned to the council by the Hokage. Do you know why you're here? Asked Tsunade. Not really, Ba-chan, but I don't think you would call me here if it wasn't important, stated Naruto, who ignored the cries of outrage that came from the civilians and the advisors. Well, we are here to discuss your actions during the Chunin exams last month. It has come to my attention that you Naruto Uzumaki and Shikamaru Naru both showed leadership and a grasp for tactics. Furthermore, you both along with Kiba Inuzuka fought against a sound Junin and saved Hinata Hyuga from being kidnapped by Orochimaru. For these actions I have found it prudent to award both of you with the honor of being a Chunin, said Tsunade with a smile. Hokage, how can you let this thing become a Chunin for our village? Shouted an outraged citizen. Are you questioning the way I do things in this village? Asked Tsunade dangerously. Now what do the two of you have to say for your promotions? Even though it is troublesome to be a Chunin, I will follow any orders that you will have me do, said Shikamaru lazily. I will uphold my position with honor and dignity, until I die, Ba-chan, said Naruto professionally. Yes, I believe that you will, Naruto, you better not fail me, she said with a smile. Hokage, since we are done with this part of the meeting, I would like to bring up a number of issues that have came to light over the past few weeks. said one of the braver civilian counselors. What is this issue that you want to be brought up then? Asked Tsunade, clearly annoyed. Well, it has come to my attention from a very reliable source that this boy here has stolen an object of someone else's and has been using it, said the counselor. What is this object then, honorable counselor? Asked Tsunade as her and the shinobi's eyes narrowed at him. I have heard from Sasuke Uchiha that this boy here forcefully stole that sword that he has now. I say that we make the brat give it back to Sasuke, said the counselor. So you believe that the arrogant prick of an Uchiha actually owned this sword at one time and that I stole it from him? You people are so in love with Sasuke, yelled Naruto. Watch what you say, brat, or we will have you killed here for your words, yelled one of the other counselors. You have no right at all to call for my execution, only the Hokage can order an execution, so stop acting all powerful. Plus I received this sword from my summons after I passed their test. It is a part of my soul and can be used by no one else, said Naruto. That is a lie, the Uchiha can use any blade that is in this world or the next. Now we want you to give the sword back to its proper master, yelled the counselor. No, he will not, that sword belongs to him, and no one can force him to give up his weapon. I have seen him use the weapon personally, and I must say that he works well with the sword. Now that that is cleared up, do you have anything else you would like to talk about? Asked Tsunade while she glared at the civilians. Oh, so nothing else that has to do with me, then I will take my leave then, said Naruto after a period of silence, but as he was walking out he heard something that would anger him to no end. Yes, we would like to talk about the rebuilding of the Uchiha clan under the CRA. I am proposing that we give him at least 3 wives that are all strong so that the clan will flourish in the years to come, said one of the counselors. Fine, what 3 girls do you have in mind then, counselor? Asked Hiyashi in suspicion. Well, Hiyashi, I was thinking that we have Sakura Haruno, Ino Yamanaka, and your daughter Hinata Hyuga be his wives when he turns 16. Sasuke himself has expressed interest in your daughter, you should be very proud, said the man with a smile, while Hiyashi looked pissed. No, my daughter will not marry the Uchiha in this world or the next. He is arrogant and undeserving of her affection and I will not stand for such a thing. Besides, my daughter has already been betrothed to someone else, before she was even born, said Hiyashi with anger. What type of lie is this, Hyuga? If she was already betrothed, then why is she currently dating that demon? Asked the counselor as he pointed at Naruto, who had decided to stay. What my daughter does is of no concern to you. As long as my daughter is happy, then I do not care about who she sees. If my daughter still loves this boy when she is 16, then I will allow them to marry, said Hiyashi, to the surprise of everyone in this room, since most believed him to be a very cruel man. This is an outrage, Hyuga. We must give the Uchiha whatever he wants if we want to remain powerful in the years to come, shouted one of the civilians. One clan doesn't change a village, but it is how all the clans work together to survive that shows how powerful a village truly is. Everyone in the village must pull their own weight if they want even the slightest of chances of surviving, came the voice of Naruto. Shut up, brat. How dare you talk during a meeting that doesn't include you, Anbu, arrest this thing, yelled one of the counselors. However, when before the Anbu moved, they were shot a look by Tsunade that clearly stated for them to back off. They stayed back and decided to watch the show carefully. I have every right to speak as you have already mentioned me by nickname earlier in this discussion. Furthermore, the civilian council has no right at all to call upon the ninja of this village, only the Hokage can order the ninja to do something. I have studied the laws of Konoha more than almost anyone and I now know most of the rules by heart, said Naruto, to much of the council's shock. I like this kid, he isn't even afraid of any of the people in this room despite his age. Furthermore, he is completely right, so I say we call this meeting to a close and go home for the day, said Inoichi, as he stood up with his 2 friends. Naruto bowed before leaving, and when he walked into the waiting room to find a smirking Sasuke with his hands held out as if he was expecting something, Naruto ignored him and just walked towards the door until he felt someone pull on his shoulder and turn him around. Dobi, I think you are forgetting to give me something that belongs to me now, said Sasuke smugly. The Hokage has ruled in my favor in this matter, so don't ever try and take my sword from me again or next time I will scar you for life. The Torituru is a sentient sword and chooses its master, and it chose me, so no matter what you do, you will never be able to use him, said Naruto as the 2 glared at each other. You are weak, Dobi, a sword like that should be used for one of the elite. I could use that sword to kill my brother and become the most powerful ninja in the world while you will just die, said Sasuke in anger. Whatever, I'm leaving here, Go pick on someone weaker than you, since I know that that is the only way for you to get it up, said Naruto calmly as he was about to exit the room, but stopped short when he heard Sasuke's next phrase. Maybe I might just go and meet my wife to be, Hinata. I will enjoy making her scream and cry when I'm with her," said Sasuke with a smirk on his face. "Sasuke, if you ever lay a hand on her I will kill you. Besides, Hiyashi has already stated that he will not allow his daughter to marry some prick like you, and has already given permission to one day marry his beautiful daughter. Now if you will excuse me, I am going to go meet with Hinata and then train," he said as he walked out of the building, while leaving a fuming Sasuke behind. Naruto and Hinata spent the next 3 days hanging out, all of them time, and some training, as Hinata wanted to be able to protect herself better. They had already started to develop a better Juken stance for her that utilized her flexibility with her water infinity. At first it took a while for her to go all out against Naruto, but the second she stopped holding back she started to grow in leaps and bounds. Naruto had even showed her a few water jutsu that he learned that would be able to help her in the future. She was much stronger than she was before, and was even able to defeat her sister easily, but also gave Neji a very close fight in one of their spars. That also changed as Neji was back to his old self and became really protective of Hinata, and even threatened Naruto with harm if he ever hurt her. It was early in the morning of the 4th day when Naruto and Hinata were both walking towards one of the training grounds. When suddenly Shikamaru ran up to them panting. It was quite a surprise to see him work up any type of sweat. "Naruto, the Hokage wants us at her office right now. She says that she has a high-ranking mission that she needs us for," shouted Shikamaru as ran past them. "Damn, it must be important or he wouldn't be running like that. Sorry, Hinata, I will need to see you later," he said as he kissed her cheek and ran off behind Shikamaru. It took them less than a minute to reach the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, what do you need of Naruto and me?" questioned Shikamaru. "We have a shinobi in our ranks who has left the village to go to Orochimaru. I need you two to take a team and bring him back to Konoha at all cost," she said. "It's Sasuke, isn't it? He got that strange mark from Orochimaru and has been acting even worse lately," said Naruto. "Yes, unfortunately we cannot allow Orochimaru to get his hands on the Sharingan, and we still need it. You or two will choose 3 others to accompany you on this mission. Do you have anyone in mind that can help you?" she asked the 2 newly promoted Chunin. "Hokage-sama, there are more experienced Chunin out there right now that could do better than us. Why are you choosing 2 new Chunin to do such an important mission?" asked Shikamaru. "There are no more Chunin that we can spare on this mission, Shikamaru, so you two will have to do," said Tsunade. "Fine, then we want to take Neji Hyuga, Choji Akamichi, and Kiba Inuzuka. Neji can use his Byakugan to find traps and prevent ambushes from happening. Choji can be our heavy hitter, and Kiba should be able to easily track down Sasuke," said Naruto, to which Shikamaru nodded. "Fine, they will meet you at the eastern gate in the next 20 minutes. I suggest you use this time to prepare yourselves and say goodbye to your friends," Tsunade said sadly. "Don't worry, Ba-chan no Ge Emotem is going to beat us back," said Naruto as he stepped out of the room. "Troublesome," muttered Shikamaru as he jumped out of the window. 20 minutes later found the 5 ninja that were going on the mission at the gate saying their final goodbyes to their friends and family. Naruto was hugging Hinata, who was crying. Shikamaru and Choji were talking to Ino, Neji was talking to Tenten, and Kiba was just talking to his dog. Then Sakura ran up to Naruto and punched him in the jaw, sending him down to the ground. She looked pissed and was met with an angry glare from Naruto himself. "Sakura, do tell me why you decided to punch me just now. You monster, if it wasn't for you then Sasuke would have never left the village. You made him feel weak even though he is the strongest ninja this village has ever had. If you don't bring him back then I will make your life a living hell," she yelled. "How dare you blame me for the Tem leaving, you selfish bitch. He left this village for the sole reason of getting power to kill his brother. Don't worry though, Sasuke will be coming back, and if he resists, he will be coming back without an arm if I must," said Naruto angrily as Sakura gasped in horror. "How can you say such a thing, Naruto? You are actually a demon," she shouted before she got slapped across the face by Hinata, who was now glaring at Sakura. "Don't you ever call Naruto a demon again. He keeps us all safe from the Kyuubi, and if I remember they are going to find your traitorous friend, not the other way around," said Hinata in rage, which made Sakura cry and run off. "Well, that's my girl," shouted Naruto as he kissed her on her lips and turned to the others waiting for him. "Okay, here is what we know of the mission so far. Last night Sasuke Uchiha was spotted leaving the village with 4 ninja from the Sound Village. Our job is to catch up to these ninja and bring Sasuke back whether he wants to come back or not. Now let's get going and finish this mission before the day is over," said Naruto as he jumped into the woods with the rest following behind him. Now just to let you know, this will be a time skip to the part where Naruto faces off against Kimimaro for the very last time. Here is the part where my story will take a major turn from the original plot. So Kimimaro, we meet again. I was hoping that we would have solved our differences by now. Said Naruto as he stood there with Tori Toru in a guard position. Yes, Naruto, I was hoping that, but as long as you are against my master I will fight you. He is everything to me and even promises that he will find me cure for my sickness when we get back. Now let's conclude this fight once and for all. Said Kimimaro as he adopted the first stage of his cursed seal, and 2 bone swords came from his arms. You actually believe that Orochimaru can find a cure to your sickness, when he couldn't even heal his own arms? I can Tsunade heal your arms, and offer you a home away from Orochimaru for the rest of your life. Said Naruto. I cannot believe that Orochimaru would do that to me. Until it happens I will fight for him. Retorted Kimimaro. He is only using you as a tool to get Sasuke for himself. The second you lose your usefulness he will leave you behind or even have you killed for a failure that isn't your fault. You are serving a master that doesn't care for you at all, it was all a lie. Shouted Naruto. You don't know what you're talking about. Lord Orochimaru cares about every one of the people who serve underneath him. Shouted Kimimaro in rage as he charged at Naruto. Naruto had just achieved something most people, including Orochimaru, could ever achieve. He had just made Kimimaro doubt his master and attack in a blind rage. Naruto easily dodged each and every attack that was sent at him by this rage-induced Kimimaro. The attacks were easily read and countered by Naruto, and soon Kimimaro was covered in deep cuts courtesy of Tori Toru. Kimimaro, I used to know someone just like you. He served his master faithfully and gave his life for his master. However, his master still died that day, and in his final breaths he told us that he wished he had never treated his servant the way he did, but rather as a son. Can you ever say the same thing for Orochimaru? Has he ever showed any sadness for one of the ones he calls his servants, when they die? Asked Naruto when the two of them separated. Kimimaro looked up with tears in his eyes and looked at Naruto. He was breathing heavily and cut up from multiple attacks. Orochimaru is the only one who has ever treated me with kindness. When my clan was killed off I was all alone, until he found me and started to train me. If I left him, where would I ever be able to go? I just can't ever be able to betray that kindness no matter what. Shouted Kimimaro as more tears came down his face. I know that this would never happen, but in my story it would have to happen if I wanted to continue this story with its current direction. I know how you feel, Kimimaro. In my village I was hated by everyone and no one ever treated me kindly until I turned 6. On that day a man approached me with a proposition to be trained by him, and I was overjoyed. He taught me how to be a ninja, but in the end I was betrayed by him when he tried to destroy my memories so that he could turn me into his own personal weapon. I was able to escape with most of my memories, but before I could escape he erased my memories of his name and his face. But, I escaped since I knew that what he was doing was wrong. You are the exact same way, Kimimaro. Break away from his chains. Said Naruto gravely. What will I do then if I do break away from him? He will just kill me then. Said Kimimaro as the two ninja heard the sound of projectiles flowing through the air. They jumped back closer to each other and saw that there was a team of 3 sound Junin facing them. The middle one was the tallest with black hair, and had a large sword strapped to his back. The other 2 had masks covering everything but their eyes. Kimimaro, I'm sorry to say this, but Orochimaru gave us orders to eliminate you on this mission. It has come to his attention that you are getting too strong for your own good, and he didn't feel like waiting for his poison to finish you off. Said the leader. What do you mean poison? Kimimaro shouted in confusion. Oh my, I don't think we were supposed to tell you that information. Oh well, I guess it doesn't hurt since you and the genin will be dead in a few minutes. You see, Orochimaru has been mad lately at your recent failures, like failing to grab the Hyuga and nearly losing in your fight last week. So he decided to poison the day after the invasion. You see, he had actually been able to cure you, but since you failed to grab the Hyuga, then he decided that you didn't deserve to live. Said the tall man. I'm sorry, Kimimaro, this isn't the way I wanted to prove my point. Said Naruto as he put his sword back into his guard position. Don't be, Naruto, it seems like you were right and I was wrong. Is there any chance that I could join the leaf against Orochimaru? Asked Kimimaro as he made 2 more swords. It seems like you still have some fight left in you, Kimimaro. You 2 take the genin and come and help me with the traitor. Said the leader before he leapt at Kimimaro. Be careful, Naruto, those 2 work well together, one is good close range and the other has some powerful long range attacks. Said Kimimaro, before he jumped off to engage the leader. Why do we have to fight the genin? This should take absolutely no time at all. Said the one with a sword drawn. Don't worry about it, I heard this one can put up quite a bit of fight. Haven't you heard about the blonde Konoha genin that can hold his own against Junin? Said the other that had Senbon needles. I don't know where you get your information, but I have been promoted to Chunin, so, said Naruto as he raised his sword. So the brat likes to use swords, I got this, support me if I can win. Said the taller one. You get to have all of the fun, just kill the brat quickly. Said the shorter one. Are we going to fight or are the two of you just going to talk? Said Naruto as he dodged a quick slash from the taller one. I'm going to kill you now. Said the taller one as he continued to swing at Naruto, who was blocking all of the attacks easily. He saw an opening after a minute of blocking and knocked the mon's blade aside, giving him access to the man's neck and a killing blow. Before he could finish the strike though, a series of senbon launched at him, forcing him to dodge back. Dang, that was close. I guess we will actually have to work together to kill him. Said the one with a sword. You can try. Said Naruto as he disappeared in a flash and showed up behind the ninja with the senbon and slashed him across the back. I should let you know now that I was holding back against you. Said Naruto as the ninja fell to the ground. Damn, how did you get over there? Yelled the man with the sword. I can multiply my speed by 10 using a special technique. Now it is about time you die and I go capture a traitor. Said Naruto as he disappeared again to above the man. He swung down and a blade of wind flew from the blade and cut the ninja in half while he was still stunned about Naruto disappearing. That wasn't too hard. I guess the intensive training that Kyuubi has been putting me through lately is starting to truly pay off. Said Naruto as Kimimaro showed up again. It seems low, Orochimaru believed me to be weaker than I actually am. Said Kimimaro. He probably believed that we would both be near death or he would have said more. Said Naruto, before he turned his head to the direction where he had just heard shouting. Naruto, it seems the flames of youth flow brightly in you. Shouted Lee as he made it over to where Naruto and Kimimaro were still standing. Lee, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be resting after your surgery? Asked Naruto in confusion. I was, but I fell much better now, so the Hokage said that I could come and help with the sand team. Said Lee proudly. So Gaara is here, and why aren't you surprised about Kimimaro here not trying to kill us? Asked Naruto. Well, Gaara actually apologized to me about the whole crushing me thing, and that guy there doesn't look like he wants to fight right now. Said Lee as he flashed one of his smiles. Well, okay then, Lee, I need you to do something. Kimimaro here was poisoned and betrayed by Orochimaru. He has given his support to the Leaf. I need you to take him back to Tsunade and tell her that he was betrayed and is now loyal to us. Tell Shikamaru and Kiba, since they have fought him before and know who he is. Said Naruto, to which Lee nodded and turned to Kimimaro. What about you, Naruto? Can you retrieve your comrade? There is no doubt in my mind that there are more Junin with your comrade now. Said Kimimaro. Don't worry about me, I unlocked a new level of power that far surpasses my other form. I should be able to get him back. Said Naruto as he got up and flash-stepped to make up for lost time. So we are going back to Leaf now then? Asked Kimimaro as Lee shouted an affirmative. Naruto flashed through the trees faster than most people could ever hope to achieve. He knew that Sasuke was tired from being carried in that barrel, but if there were sound Junin helping Sasuke, then they would be carrying him. Finally he reached the bottom of the Valley of the End, and the two massive statues of Madara and the first Hokage. It was here that he saw 5 sound Junin on top of Madara's head with Sasuke in the middle of them. Sasuke, what the hell are you doing? Siding with the sound village is treason. Shouted Naruto as he landed on the first Hokage's head. The sound ninja moved aside so that he could talk to Naruto face to face. Did they actually send such a piece of trash to bring back me, an elite? I was expecting a full team of Junins, not some crappy genin that can't even make a bunshin. Said Sasuke as a few of the Junin smiled in victory as they thought that this would be an easy battle. Believe what you want, Sasuke, but I am bringing you back to the village and your pink-haired whore. I have nothing against Sakura, but it just fits when Naruto is banished to make her a bitch. You can try, or are you forgetting that there are also 6 Junin-level ninja here? Asked Sasuke with arrogance. All that I see are a bunch of Junin that barely passed their exams and got assigned to a mission to escort a genin with an ego the 6 of Uranus. Said Naruto with a bored expression on his face, which seemed to anger the other ninja even further. I am going to enjoy ripping out that brat's throat. Said the ninja on the far right. He was a huge hulking man and had metal claws attached to his wrists. The next to his left was a woman with brown hair and a fairly short stature. She was armed to the teeth with kunai, shuriken, and senbon. The one at the center looked like the biggest threat as he had a ninjutsu strapped to his back and seemed to have the kanji for earth tattooed to his forehead. He had a calculating look in his eyes. The other 2 looked extremely similar and were most likely twins. They both had black hair. One had a massive sword and the other had a massive battle axe the size of Naruto himself. You scum won't even be able to touch me. Shouted Naruto. You brat, I am going to rip you apart. Shouted the man with the massive sword as he leapt across the canyon at Naruto with his sword raised high ready to crush Naruto. Wind release, drilling air bullet. Shouted Naruto as he shot a ball of compressed air at the man who was in the air. It hit dead on and exploded in mid-air, sending the man crashing back to his friend's group. Let's go wild, yelled Naruto before he disappeared from view. He arrived in the air in a flash of life as he swung a Tori-Teru down, creating a sharp blade of wind that forced the group of ninja to separate. The leader made huge pillars of rock come from the face of Madara, forcing Naruto to use one as a platform to jump to the one with the massive sword, who was still holding his chest. The one with the battle axe saw Naruto coming and swung his axe, but he slid underneath the blade and cut the man with the sword head off. This time the girl started to throw Senbon at him, but he quickly dodged them using the flash step and started after her to remove her as a threat. Suddenly the large man with the metal claws blocked him off and started to attack him, then the leader came up and used his ninjutsu to help. They both broke off from their attack at the same time when the man with the battle axe came down, smashing it into Naruto's blade, causing dust to rise up from the crater. When the dust cleared, they saw Naruto in a small crater blocking the massive axe with his sword. Sasuke used this time to launch a few fireballs at Naruto, who ducked under the axe and used its falling momentum as a shield from the fireballs. Naruto flashed away from the center of the group and appeared on one of the feet of the first Hokage. Well, congrats on beating me with my sword being unsealed, but don't worry, I have something new planned for this battle, said Naruto as he pointed his sword at the group of ninja. Now watch as I show you the final form of a Tori-Teru. Fly to the four corners of the world. A Tori-Teru, he yelled as tornado formed around him, blocking him from view. Suddenly the tornado exploded, sending a shockwave of energy across the valley. When they regained sight of Naruto, they saw that he was different. He now white robes that had azure color trims on the edge. His sword was all black still, but instead of having a crimson hue he now had an azure hue to it. He grinned at him before he disappeared into wind. Think like how smog disappears when a car passes through. What the hell happened to that brat? Shouted the man with the claws. I don't know, it seemed like he just became the air around him, said the one with the axe as they all started staring into different directions. Konpeki Rakurai, came the voice from Naruto above them, but when they looked up they saw a blast of white light surrounded by an azure aurora came from the sky and head to the middle of their group. They all jumped away from each other, which would prove to be one of the biggest mistakes that you could ever make against Naruto. The man with the claws was in the air looking both ways before he saw the outline of the kid in his vision. He swung his claws at him only for his claws to pass through the near-transparent Naruto. Missed me, mocked Naruto before he stabbed the man right through his heart, quickly killing him. The others quickly regrouped to find one of their numbers already dead. Where the hell are you? Shouted the leader. I'm everywhere, I am nothing more than the wind, said Naruto in a voice that actually sounded like it was coming from everywhere. Dobi, where are you? Shouted Sasuke as he launched a ball of fire into a random direction. I am right here, came Naruto's voice in the middle of the group. They turned to see the wavy image of Naruto inside their formation. The one with the axe swung down, but the blade went right through Naruto, just distorting his image a bit. Naruto swung his sword through the air while it glowed blue. Konpeki Rakurai. The blast of white and azure energy tore into the man with the axe, and killed him quite brutally. The leader then performed a jutsu to cause a tomb of rocks to cover the transparent image of Naruto. However, the ninja quickly saw that this wasn't going to work as colored air flowed from the cracks and reappeared in the form of Naruto. He launched himself at the girl and slashed her across the chest before she could respond. She would live if she found medical attention. Then he turned his attention on the leader once again and started to do hand signs. Wind release, flying wind shurikens. He yelled as hundreds of shurikens made of wind flew at the man and ripped him to shreds. Finally he turned his attention onto the last remaining member of this group. So Sasuke, are you going to come willingly or are you going to fight? Asked Naruto with a smirk. What the hell is this? How are you strong enough to kill all of them without even getting hurt? Asked Sasuke, who had his Sharingan activated and two kunai held in reverse grips. Is that all that you wanted to know? Wow, I thought you would have some harder questions. Well, I guess you Uchiha aren't very smart. Good at fighting, yes, just not good at thinking. So why don't you just kneel down like a good dog? Said Naruto as he got closer to Sasuke. How dare you mock me, you orphan piece of trash? Shouted Sasuke as he charged Naruto. Wrong move, whispered Naruto as he dodged the one kunai and brought his sword down to Sasuke. Right before he hit though, he stopped and whispered, Konpeki Rakurai. The attack exploded with much less force than what it did the last few times, but it was enough to send Sasuke flying unconscious and bleeding from multiple cuts. Naruto floated over to Sasuke's unconscious body and reverted out of his release. He looked down to Sasuke and reflected on all that had happened since the two boys met and couldn't help but let a tear slid down his eyes. What happened to our friendship, Sasuke? Asked Naruto to himself as he picked Sasuke up and flash-stepped back to Konoha and the waiting arms of destiny. Dang, here it is, the 5th chapter of my story and probably one of my favorites. I decided to post the story tonight since some people believe that the world is going to end tomorrow. However, if it doesn't, I am making a poll for my next story. It will either be a Bleach FIC with an Ichigo and Rukia pairing, a Bleach crossover with Dragon Ball Z where Gohan comes through a portal before he goes to high school, or a Bleach Naruto crossover. I would rather not do the Bleach Naruto crossover since there are a ton of them, but there are very few Hinata Naruto pairings on any of those stories. Well, I want you all to think long and hard about what story would like to read next and vote on it in my new poll that will be placed up tonight. So take care, and if the world ends tomorrow, I say go out with a bang. Mission completed. Could one of you take us to the hospital, please? Asked Naruto as he fell to the ground with an unconscious Uchiha on his back. Go get the Hokage. I will take these two to the hospital to get looked at, said the one guard as he picked both boys up and ran towards the hospital. Tsunade raced through the hospital checking out the vitals of everyone who had just gone on the mission to recover the Uchiha. Neji Hyuga and Kiba Inuzuka were seriously injured and Choji Akamichi had a severe case of chakra exhaustion. Luckily, she was able to stabilize all three just in time for the guard with Naruto and Sasuke to show up. Two shouts erupted from the training room, both screaming a different name. They were the cries of Hinata Hyuga and Sakura Haruno. Tsunade ran to the room and to her relief saw both boys in the hands of the guard. Naruto looked like he was sleeping and was suffering from chakra exhaustion while Sasuke looked more beat up, but it was plainly obvious that he would live and recover quickly. I want these two taken to 2 separate rooms. There will be 2 Anbu guards outside Sasuke Uchiha's room and he is not allowed to have any visitors for the time being, yelled Tsunade as 3 Anbu came down. One took Naruto to one room while the other 2 took Sasuke to one of the rooms meant for injured prisoners. Hokage, you can't do that to Sasuke. He was being controlled by Orochimaru. If anyone should be punished for this, it should be Naruto. He was the one who made Sasuke jealous and want to get stronger, shouted Sakura in protest. Listen here, girl, that boy has been reported to be mentally unstable far longer than you could possibly know. The past Hokage had always known that Sasuke might leave the village to get power to kill his brother, so shut up and sit down, yelled Tsunade as she went back to check on the 2 patients. Hinata had already followed the one that Naruto had gone done. Naruto sat there in his mindscape conversing with the Kyuubi ever since he passed out after returning with Sasuke. You do know that the council will call for your head since you hurt their precious Uchiha? Asked the Kyuubi. I know they will. I don't like this one bit. I have always had a 6th sense of when danger will approach, and now I can sense it coming from everywhere. They are going to succeed in banishing me, so I'm going to need a plan, said Naruto suddenly. Yes, I can sense that too. There are many things you are going to need to take into consideration. Like how you are going to escape ninja who don't want to just banish you. You will have to take Hinata or she will be used as a breeding tool by the Uchiha, and you should break the Kimimaro out of jail before you leave so you have an extra friend on the trip, said Kyuubi. Yeah, I'm going to need to find Jiraiya since I know that he will be able to help train the 3 of us. Then I should go to the places where old man Sarutobi told me to go. I should be fine with all the training that I will need to go through in the next few years, said Naruto as he felt a tug on his hand. It seems like your Hinata is here already. You should go and say hi now, said Kyuubi as Naruto began to phase from existence in his mind. He slowly opened his eyes since he was still tired from the long day of fighting, but he wouldn't fall asleep without seeing his Hinata at least once. There she was holding his hand with a few tears coming down her face. She was looking down at his hand so she never noticed him open his eyes. So he decided to squeeze her hand in response. She gasped and looked up to see the smiling face of Naruto looking right at her. Hinata, you should know me by now. A small case of chakra exhaustion isn't going to keep me down for too long, said Naruto, as he was suddenly tackled by Hinata in a crushing hug. I was worried about you, Naruto. You have been gone for a day and everyone that came before you said that they had fought Junin level ninja. Neji, Kiba, and Choji are all hurt. I thought that I wouldn't ever see you again, cried Hinata. Don't worry, Hinata, a few Junin and an arrogant Uchiha would never be able to stop me from getting back to you, said Naruto as he hugged Hinata back. This is how Tsunade found them when she walked into the room. So should I come back later when it is a better time? Asked Tsunade mischievously, to which Hinata quickly let go of Naruto and squeaked in surprise. A few minutes would be nice, Ba-chan, said Naruto, to which Hinata just blushed even further, and Tsunade just looked surprised as she wasn't expecting an answer like that. Well, anyway, you should be fine to leave within the hour, Naruto. The QB must have already replenished your chakra stores. But first I would like to know what happened after you left Lee and that Kimimaro behind," said Tsunade as she sat in a chair. Naruto quickly explained to her how he and Kimimaro fought the 3 Junin. Then he tells her about the fight with Sasuke and the 5 other Sound Junin. It surprises both Hinata and Tsunade when he tells them how he easily defeated 5 Junin without getting a single wound. Then he tells them the story of how he returned to the village, while carrying Sasuke and avoiding more Sound Ninja. "So you made a new ally that used to be one of Orochimaru's generals. Discovered a new level of power that your blade can create, and can fight 7 Junin level ninja without getting a single scratch?" asked Tsunade. "Yep, I was wondering what are you going to do with Kimimaro?" he asked carefully as if afraid of the answer. "Don't worry brat, I have him in a session with Ibiki and Inoichi at the moment. They were supposed to contact me the second they discovered a hint of lies in him. However, if he was lying they would have found it by now," said Tsunade. "That is good, did you look at him and that poison for me?" he asked again. "Yes I did, it was a very deadly poison, but I was able to find the cure quickly and treat him," said Tsunade. "Good, the council isn't going to like what I did to Sasuke. They will be even madder when they learn that I didn't sustain a single injury," said Naruto. "Naruto, the civilian council may hate you, but my father and the rest of the shinobi will never let them do anything to you," said Hinata. "I know but the QB and I were both talking in mind earlier and we both have a sense of dread coming down on us. I believe that I might be punished for my actions. I have never been wrong with these feelings before," said Naruto. "Well Naruto, I don't think that the council will be able to do anything as long as I am Hokage," said Tsunade before an Anbu came through the door. "Hokage, Sasuke Uchiha has woken up, and the council is requesting the presence of Naruto, Sasuke, and you," shouted the Anbu. "Damn, what could they want now of all possible times?" asked Tsunade to herself. "They will argue that he tried to surrender, but I attacked anyway since I don't have any injuries, then this is probable," said Naruto as Hinata hugged him again. "Well, we have to get going, don't worry Hinata, only the Hokage can banish him and I don't think that I will be banishing him anytime soon," said Tsunade as Naruto stood up and followed her out of the room. They arrived a few minutes later outside the council chambers. Already they could hear the arguing buffoons inside. That was when he saw Sasuke once again surrounded by 4 Anbu guards. Neither said anything to each other as they walked into the large chambers. Immediately everyone stopped shouting at each other and paid attention to the Hokage and the 2 ninja on the floor. Naruto could tell that the ninjas looked at him with respect while the civilians looked at him with disgust and anger. "So could someone please tell me why a meeting was called now while there are ninja at the hospital that need to be looked after?" asked Tsunade. "Hokage, I called this meeting to talk about a certain event that has happened over the past day. I am of course talking about the retrieval mission of one of our most promising ninja," said a scarred and bandaged man. Whenever Naruto saw this man he had sense of deja vu and could never understand why. "What you mean to say is that he was a promising ninja? That is until he decided to leave the village and go to the aid of one of our most hated traitors. Sasuke Uchiha will never be a ninja again. I am calling Jiraiya back to seal off his chakra," said Tsunade to the shock of the civilian council and Sasuke, but Danzo just remained calm. "If I do believe so Tsunade, you have left out some important facts about the mission that everyone in this room needs to know. First, I would like to bring up the fact that Uzumaki is not suffering from any injuries while Sasuke Uchiha seems to have been injured pretty badly. Now if I think about it, Sasuke was the rookie of the year and the only way for him to have been beaten up by the dead last of his class was for him to let Uzumaki beat him. Isn't that right Sasuke Uchiha?" asked Danzo while all of the civilians were smiling. "That is right Danzo-sama," said Sasuke with a smirk while Naruto analyzed his facial expressions. "It looks he was never going to run in the first place. He was planning on me beating him up so that I would be either banished or executed, so that he could get my sword and my hinata," thought Naruto as his facial features didn't change to show his surprise. "That is impossible and you know it Danzo, we have witnesses stating that Sasuke was leaving the village with Sound Ninja last night," shouted Tsunade. "I am just stating what I see before me. Sasuke Uchiha is this village's last Uchiha and I don't believe that he would ever leave this village for any reason. However, Naruto Uzumaki is a dangerous ninja that attacks his friends even when they surrender. I propose that we sentence him to death or banishment before he can hurt anyone else," proposed Danzo, while all of the ninja looked shocked and the civilians looked smug. "You have no right to propose any of that since only a Hokage can rule for that kind of punishment and I will never do that to my little brother," said Tsunade angrily. "I thought you might say that, so I prepared ahead and contacted the Fire Daimyo and told him of your connection to Naruto Uzumaki. He agrees with me fully that Naruto Uzumaki should be either banished or executed," said Danzo. "It doesn't matter what he believes as he doesn't have a final say in the matter," replied Tsunade. "I thought you might say so. I thought it might be prudent that we vote you off the Hokage position. You have become too close to a ninja of Konoha and it is impeding your judgment on this matter. The daimyo has already given his support for this action as he believes it be true. All that we need is a majority vote by the council to remove you from power," said Danzo with a smirk while the civilians looked like it was Christmas. "Fine, remove Ba-chan as Hokage and Konoha will most likely lose the support of two of the strongest ninja in the elemental nations. The title of Sannin gives them the right to travel the lands and not be affiliated to any village," said Naruto in his wisdom. "We do not need the Sannin brat, we will have an army of Uchiha at our control," shouted one of the civilians. "Yes we will, all in favor of the removal of Tsunade Senju from the position of Hokage please raise your hands," stated Danzo. Every one of the civilian council members raised their hands, plus Danzo and the two advisors. No matter what, Tsunade would be removed from the position of Hokage. Seeing this, Hiyashi knew what he had to do now. "Since I know how this meeting will end, I will leave and allow you all to choose a new Hokage. Since Naruto Uzumaki and Tsunade Senju are no longer needed, I will leave with them," said the head of the Hyuga family. Naruto locked eyes with him for a second and left the room followed by a defeated Tsunade. "I'm sorry Naruto that I wasn't able to stop that," she said. "Don't worry about it Ba-chan. Old man Sarutobi always had a plan of action that I should take if I were to ever be banished. We must go to the Hyuga compound to talk with Hiyashi now though before it is too late," said Naruto as he took off to where he saw Hiyashi going. They soon arrived and were greeted by a sad-looking Hiyashi Hyuga. "Naruto, I am sure that you know why I wanted to talk to you tonight," asked Hiyashi. "It has to do with Hinata's relationship with me, the banished container. I would like to tell you that even if I am banished I will find Hinata one day and be with her. This village would be unable to keep me away from her, she is the light of my life," said Naruto. "That is why I am asking for you to marry my daughter. If you marry her before you are banished, then the council will be unable to prevent her from moving away with you. She will be safe from the Uchiha and the elders of my clan," said Hiyashi to the shock of Naruto and Tsunade. "But Hiyashi, you would willingly have Hinata be banished from the village?" asked Naruto. "No, I would have her banished so that she could be happy for the rest of her life," said Hiyashi. "Fine, I accept this, but when will we do this? Don't we need a priest and witnesses or something?" asked Naruto. "No, you just need to ask Hinata yourself, and as a clan head I can do the ceremony myself," replied Hiyashi. "Where is Hinata then?" asked Naruto. "She is in her room at the moment," said Hiyashi. "Good," exclaimed Naruto as disappeared in flash. Hinata sat on her bed just laying down after such a taxing day. She was worried all about Naruto when he was on his mission, and right after he got back and had woken up he was called to the council to be banished, at least that was what he thought would happen. Suddenly she heard a noise come from her window and she turned to see Naruto sitting on her window. "Hey Hinata-chan," said Naruto softly. Hinata quickly got up and hugged him as he laughed a bit. "Naruto-kun, I thought that they would have banished you," she shouted. Naruto pulled her away for a second and kissed her on the lips before she could say any more. They kissed for a minute until they broke up apart, both looking flushed. "Hinata-chan, I have to tell you something. Tsunade has been removed from her position of Hokage. There is a good chance that by tomorrow I will have to leave the village," said Naruto as Hinata started crying and hugged him for comfort. "But what are you going to do? I don't want you to leave the village, Naruto-kun. Not after we finally got together. I just can't let you go. Please take me with you." She started out frantic, but at the end was practically begging to go with him. "Hinata-chan, are you sure that you want to come with me? If you leave with me you will never be able to see your family again," said Naruto as he kissed her forehead. "I don't care. I just want to be with you," she cried into his chest. "Then will you marry me, Hinata-chan, so that we can remain together?" he asked her as she jumped in shock and looked at Naruto. All that she saw in his eyes were love and affection, and in that moment she made up her mind. "Yes, I will, Naruto-kun," she said as she kissed him again. "Look, we don't really have too much time, Hinata-chan. We have until morning before a new Hokage is chosen and I am banished straight away. Your father said to meet him in the main building in the compound where he can do the ceremony. After that we can leave once we are banished. Then we will make our way to Wave where Ero Sennin said that he would meet me if something like this would ever happen," said Naruto as he took her hand, and together they left the room to head into an adventure that would last for the rest of their lives. Now I don't really want to write an entire wedding scene right now, so I will be skipping ahead to the point at which Naruto is being sentenced for his crimes against Sasuke Uchiha. This takes place at 2 the next day. Naruto Uzumaki, we have found you guilty of attacking Sasuke Uchiha at the Valley of the End. There are only 2 punishments for this crime. A vote by the council will decide which approach I can take. For all of you who are in favor of Naruto Uzumaki being executed for nearly killing Sasuke Uchiha, raise your hands. Yelled the new Hokage. Danzo. Quickly every one of the civilians raised their hands plus the advisors and Danzo himself. Good thing for Naruto was that 2/3 RDS of the people in the room needed to be in support of execution for this to happen. Naruto looked at the shinobi present and smiled. Then he turned and looked at perhaps the most important person in the room, the fire daimyo. He had come to see how the proceedings were done and to make sure that everything was done fairly. Very well, since the required number of votes were not found, you Naruto Uzumaki will be banished from Konoha for the rest of your life. Do you have anything you wish to say or ask? Asked Danzo. Naruto looked up from his position on the floor with Tsunade and Hayate flanking him as his representatives. Yes, there is something I would like to ask. Since I am banished, does this mean that everything that rightfully belongs to me will still be mine? I believe that those are our village's laws on banishment. Asked Naruto as the fire daimyo looked at him and answered for Danzo. Yes, that is correct, Uzumaki. Any inheritance or object that belongs to you will still belong to you and you will be able to take it with you. Also, if you have been betrothed to anyone, then they can leave with you if they wish. Said the daimyo. That would apply to him if he had any inheritance to begin with or if he was to be married. Said one of the counselors as Naruto started to laugh hard. Ha ha ha, you counselors are so pathetic. I can't believe no one haha could actually be able to connect me to him haha. Of course I have an inheritance haha, I found out 6 years ago from old man Sarutobi and Ero Sennin confirmed it haha. Not to mention that I am married to a beautiful girl that I love very much. Laughed Naruto to the surprise of everyone in the room. What? Who is your father and who did you marry and why was I not notified of this? Asked Danzo in anger. Well, I think I will answer your questions in order. Well, my father's name was Hinata Namikaze, aka the Yellow Flash or the 4th Hokage. Second, I married Hinata Hyuga last night before you were sworn into office, so all that I needed was permission from the head of the Hyuga clan. Said Naruto to the shock of everyone in the room, especially to the fire daimyo as he was good friends with Minato. Lie. You are not the son of our 4th Hokage demon. Shouted one of the civilians. No, my father is Minato Namikaze, the same man who sealed the demon Kyuubi into me the night I was born. I already have 2 people in the room who were witnesses to my birth. Said Naruto as he looked at both Tsunade and Hayate. He is indeed telling the truth, as it was I who delivered him into the world from Kushina, while Hayate served as one of her bodyguards since he was one of her personal students. Naruto rightfully owns 1/3 of all money that Konoha possesses. I have that money here in my hands sealed away along with all of the Hokage's personal jutsus and items. Said Tsunade as she held up an envelope with a blood seal on it. We cannot allow this demon to get away with that much of our money. Anbu, kill this demon before he can run away. Shouted one of the civilians as Anbu landed on the ground with weapons drawn. However, at this point the daimyo had finally regained his voice. Enough, the law is clear on this issue, the boy here will get his inheritance and will be forced to leave by the end of the day. Shouted the daimyo as Naruto bowed his head low. Thank you daimyo-sama, I wish we would have been able to talk in person at least once in our lives, but with this order I highly doubt that it will ever happen. I heard you were a very good friend of my father. I will be leaving the village tonight right before midnight, you will never see me again. Said Naruto as he stood up and left the meeting with both Hayate and Tsunade following before the 2 of them stopped. I am taking my apprentice Shizune away from the village again. Hayate has been accepted as Jiraiya's next apprentice, so he will be coming along with me to meet him. She said despite the protests from all of the council. Hokage-sama, we cannot allow that demon to leave the village with the money and funds of the Namikaze clan. We are also losing 3 powerful shinobi and an heir of a clan. How could you let your daughter marry such a disgusting beast? Asked an enraged civilian council member to Hiyashi. I married them since they love each other and I could never stand for themselves to never see each other again. My daughter's life is much more important to me than anything else. Said the head of the Hyuga. No harm shall come upon them. I have made a mistake in allowing that boy to be banished. Minato was one of my best friends and saved my life many times. I just betrayed him and his son, so if anyone touches them I will have this village destroyed and a new one shall be destroyed in its place. Said the daimyo as he left with his samurai guards. Damn that damn Tsunade, she could have told me that piece of information about him being the son of Minato. Now we have lost too many assets to this village. I will have my route track him tonight and bring both him and his whore back here. Roared Danzo in his mind as he stood up and left the meeting to go contact his root ninja. Tsunade. Jiraiya is at the border of the Land of Wind at the moment. He wants you and Hayate to meet him there as soon as he can. Also thanks for releasing Kimimaro for me, I'm sure that he will help a lot in time and become a good friend. We will meet in the village of my mother in 2 years' time. Tell Jiraiya that I can't wait to beat him in a one-on-one fight when we meet again. Keep my father's money and jutsu safe until we meet again, said the Naruto who was in front of Hayate and Tsunade. Don't worry, we know the plan. We will have everything ready by the time we meet again. What will Kimimaro, Hinata, and you do while you're away? Asked Tsunade. Kyuubi told me of a great evil that will presenting itself in a few years' time. He has told us of a being that can help the three of us fight this thing when it does come, but first we will have to unite the elemental nations together. Remember, I need at least 3 other Jinchuriki for this to work. Now farewell, I will see the 2 of you again, believe it, said Naruto as he ran to his apartment to make it seem like him and Hinata would actually leave that night and head off into the direction of Suna. Naruto stopped suddenly and smiled brightly ahead of him. Both his newest ally and his new wife both stopped, wondering why he suddenly stopped. It seems everything is going according to plan. They have no idea that we have left. We have 2 years to become the strongest ninja the world has ever seen. We will stop at Wave for a week before we go meet this man that Kyuubi keeps talking about, said Naruto like a true leader as the other 2 nodded. Later that next morning found a furious Danzo pacing his office. He had just received word that Tsunade and Hayate left before he could learn where they were going, and hid root ninja couldn't find either Naruto or Hinata Namikaze's trail. Then there was that sound Junin that Naruto had brought back. He had escaped and incapacitated a few of his guards. Last but no least, he had to deal with an arrogant Uchiha who demanded training from him and multiple wives now that he could start rebuilding the Uchiha clan in just 2 years' time. Seriously though, he kinda wished that kid was more like Naruto, but Naruto was a threat to his plans and that is why he needed to leave the picture. However, he couldn't deny how powerful the Sharingan was, and with a new Uchiha clan they couldn't be stopped by anyone. Are you sure that the rumors are true? Questioned the man in a black cloak. Yes, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi has been banished from Konoha and is now alone in the world, said another man in a black cloak, except he had the appearance of a Venus flytrap man. In the far end of the room 2 of the men in cloaks looked at each other and nodded their heads in agreement. This action went unnoticed by everyone else in the room at the time. These 2 had been under the employment of Jiraiya for the past 6 years and would soon put their own plan into action. Unnoticed by everyone, a giant statue's eyes had turned a dark shade of purple. Soon I will have enough power to return and finish off the last of them once and for all, said a menacing voice coming from Realm of Darkness. The wheels of fate were turning and only the powers of few could stop the rampaging darkness that would take over the world in the future. Will you look at this, the plot thickens to new heights. I don't even know where I will be going with this story, but I need a villain that will at least be able to give Naruto a decent fight after his training trip, and let me tell you this, no one in the elemental nations will be able to stand against him alone. So don't worry, this is only half of the tale of Naruto Namikaze wielded of the blade known as Oteri Teru. So review and tell me how you want this story to go, and I might just change around a bit to accommodate your requests. Don't forget to check out my poll. There will be no other characters from Naruto in the crossover besides Naruto. He will probably be paired with Tatsuki. Naruto sighed as he looked out to the great ocean that lay at the bottom of the cliff his house currently resided on. It had nearly 3 long years since Kimimaro, Hinata, and himself left Konoha and found refuge amongst an order of swordsmen that lived far off the coast of the elemental countries. They were a people who dedicated their lives to worshipping a few of the Biju. This included the Nanabi, Hachibi, and the Kyuubi, as it was said that these were the only pure souls among the Biju. There were lesser Biju like the Shukaku that weren't as good, but weren't evil. They learned that there was once a great Biju known as the Jubi, and that the beast wasn't dead but sealed away by some of the Biju in their containers years back. This was confirmed by the Kyuubi himself. This was the part that stunned them, as they learned that the Jubi had corrupted the minds of most of the Biju before it was sealed. Only the ones that were strong enough remained free of its influence, or the Shukaku who was too weak to be considered a threat by the Jubi. Now most of the Biju, when free of their containers, would do everything in their power to help the Jubi escape its business. This is how they first found out that Akatsuki was planning on releasing the Jubi from its prison, with the power of enough Biju. They also learned that all of the Biju had more powerful forms that were man-like, and that each had their own unique blade. Their Jinchuriki also received swords that could be used by them, but only if the Biju wanted them to wield one. So for an entire 2 years the 3 of them lived on the island with this clan of people. They learned a lot from the people in the way of their techniques. Naruto's power had increased dramatically compared to what I was before. He was now easily at the power of a cage, and his skill over wind jutsu was unmatched by anyone, and his fire jutsu was also something to be impressed about. Oteri Teru had changed a lot over the past 3 years too. Since the blade's power was to absorb demonic chakra and convert into a more potent energy, it had changed appearances. It was no longer a black and crimson blade, but a pure black blade with an azure cloth wrapped around the hilt. The blade had converted 85% of the Kyuubi's chakra into the pure form and he could access it much easier now. His clothing had changed too, as he liked to have his clothing match what his sword looked like, so he stopped wearing his crimson body suit, and instead opted for a white cloak that azure-colored flames hanging at the edges. Kimimaro too had increased his skill with a blade, as he now carried two beautiful katanas that had silver blades coming from handles that seemed to be made of bone. He was no longer as strong as Naruto, since Naruto seemed to gain strength faster than God knows what. He was no longer as cold as he used to be, but still kept his features expressionless. He no longer wore his old clothes but a full-body black suit that had armor pads at important places. Hinata had probably changed the most over the past 3 years, as she grew much more confident about her abilities. She discovered that she had a high water affinity that nearly matched Naruto's own affinity to wind and strength. Using this information, Naruto and her remade the Jukin to suit her needs better. Not to mention all of the water jutsu that she had learned and even created. Despite the increase in her skill and arsenal of jutsu, Hinata never used a weapon, as she thought her taijutsu was good enough, plus a special technique she learned while fighting on the island. She no longer wore her baggy jacket since she had grown braver. She now wore a purple tactical jacket that fit her frame well and black ninja pants that were pretty common for ninja. She grew her hair out longer to past her shoulders. Time spent on the island was mostly used to train their skills and to learn new techniques. You could say that they were now similar to the Saninai power. Hinata had made the most progress simply because of the fact that she had room to grow, while the other two were already Junin level. After they returned from the island after 2 long years of training, they immediately went to where they were to meet Jiraiya and Tsunade. Naruto's orders were to grab as many ninja that they could trust and meet them at that area. When they arrived on the border of Fire and Lightning Country, they were greeted with a sight that shocked them. Since there was a group of over 500 shinobi in the camp. Now to say that Naruto was shocked would be a huge understatement, as he literally fainted once he saw this but woke up not even a second later. It was learned that Jiraiya and Tsunade knew members of clans from the lands of Lightning and Water. Lightning was at war for the past 2 years and 3 entire clans fled the fighting and decided to follow Jiraiya when he told him about Naruto's idea. Similar thing happened in the land of Water, as 4 clans offered to follow them in their ideals. Not to mention the group of rogue ninja who had nowhere else to go. Thankfully only ninja that Jiraiya could trust were among this group. Each and every one of the clans and shinobi were there for only one reason, and that was the rebuilding of the hidden whirlpool village of Naruto's mother. The reason why the village was never rebuilt before was the fact that only an Uzumaki could deactivate the whirlpools that surrounded the island that the village was built on. It laid off the coast of a massive island that was about 5 miles away from the coasts of the borders of Fire and Lightning. The island was about half the size of the land of Fire and was very profitable. But the daimyo was a powerful man who respected the people of Whirlpool and never got sucked into one of the larger villages. Naruto contacted the man while they were training, and he quickly agreed to allow Naruto the ability to rebuild the new village. So the daimyo had everything ready once Naruto came with all of the ninja that he could gather. Jiraiya, Hayate, and Tsunade were ecstatic when they finally got to see Naruto again after 2 long years on the road. The plan was for Tsunade to take over the village for the first few years until the ninja they had could trust Naruto. Rebuilding didn't take as long as you would think, as Naruto made thousands of clones each day, and within just 2 months the ruins turned into a great village worthy of any of the 5 great ninja villages. The first year was by the hardest, as the village struggled to gather ninja from clients since the village was new. Although they did have the Land of Blades, named after the famous swordsmen that used to come from the island, not the same ones who worshipped the Biju that regularly came to them for missions. Word of the newly rebuilt village spread across the lands, and many villages sent diplomats and spies to learn anything they could about the new village. They were in for a nasty surprise, as every village found that Tsunade Senju was the cage of the village. They were able to make alliances with both Kumo and Suna, along with trade rights from both nations. Plus other nations quickly joined in the trade agreements, including Waterfall, Spring, Winter, and Wave. After they all found out, one of the ninja working for the village was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Konoha itself, they learned, was nothing more than a nation that wanted the complete subjugation of every other village. They learned this by the fact that out of all the countries, Konoha sent 3 times as many spies, although none made it far. Danzo had turned the village into a great power, but at the cost of the happiness of everyone living in the village. Riots were put down quickly and civilians were executed without trial when they voiced concerns. It was times like this that they wished that they had never fired Tsunade. In their alliance with Kumo and Suna, they created a way to better all 3 villages by having their Jinchuriki meet and train together. Naruto couldn't help it when he met Gaara again, and the two of them quickly became best friends. Then there was Killer Bee, who thought of himself being better than the two other Jinchuriki as he was older, but this changed when Naruto destroyed him in a battle. It was in this battle that Naruto realized that the Yugito had been captured by the Akatsuki earlier that same year. Ever since that day when Naruto beat the proclaimed best swordsman of Kumo, the two got along greatly. Naruto taught each how to manifest the swords that each should be able to gain from having a biju inside of them. Gaara, as you could probably guess, gained a sword that had the power to manipulate sand and even turn to sand. He didn't even need his hands to use it. It was a long katana that was made of sandpaper. The blade could rip into people and explode. Then he had the power to launch powerful blasts of yellow energy from the blade. Unfortunately, Gaara had to turn down the cage position as he was too young to do well, so they chose another cage that had strong ties with Jiraiya, as he loved his novels. Killer Bee's powers manifested into a dual scimitar blades that were pure black in color with purple and red hilts. Both the blades had a control of lightning that none could match. Being able to create storms from nowhere that could devastate entire armies in just a few minutes. Then there was the ability to move at the speed of a lightning bolt, making it impossible for anyone to avoid his attacks. Since he still had much more demonic energy than what was converted, he tended to fire red bolts of lightning from his blade when he attacked. Even the Waterfall village was planning on sending their Jinchuriki over as a deal so they could get an alliance from the new power. Fu would be appearing in just a few weeks, then they would have the only Jinchuriki that would willingly help their hosts. Naruto couldn't help but smile as he saw Hinata open the door that led from their balcony on their home. Their house was the biggest one that was in the middle of the original Uzumaki clan compound. "Hey Hina-chan," greeted Naruto as he got up and kissed her. "Hey Naruto-kun, the Hokage sent an ANBU here so that you could go see her. It looked like it was urgent," said Hinata, a little worried. It can't be too bad, and if it is, I'll just get Kimimaro and we'll just go kick some ass like we always do," said Naruto. No one can stand against the two of you. But please be careful if you have to go on a solo mission," said Hinata as she hugged Naruto tighter. "I will, don't worry, I don't think I will have much to worry about, and plus I think Gaara is in the village now. I will see you later, okay Hinata-chan," he said as he disappeared in flash after releasing Hinata. Naruto quickly traversed the village. Protected by raging whirlpools and cliffs, the village was almost impossible to take by force, although if enough ninja came and a traitor released the whirlpools, the village could be taken. He quickly made it to the Uzikage's office, not sure if that would be correct, where Tsunade was waiting for him with Gaara and Kimimaro inside the office. "Gaara, Kimimaro, how are the two of you doing?" asked Naruto as he sat down in one of the 3 seats. "Naruto," they both responded while nodding their heads. "Naruto, don't be so loud, we have a problem approaching the village," said Tsunade darkly. "What is it, Ba-chan?" asked Naruto seriously. "The daimyo has sent messengers saying that an entire battle group of their fleet was destroyed a few days ago. What I heard was that they were attacked by a giant beast that looked like it had 3 massive tails. They said it was heading in our direction, and judging by how long ago that was, it could be here any second," said Tsunade as Naruto looked actually surprised now. "The turtle is coming here. This could give us a chance to seal up the beast and keep it away from the Akatsuki and reviving the Jubi," said Naruto. "Exactly, Jiraiya is already preparing the object that we are going to seal it in. We just need the 3 of you to take the beast out and restrain it while it is being sealed," said Tsunade. "Nice, I've always wanted to test myself against a biju. Hopefully this one takes the form of its human body so that I can get a decent fight in for once," shouted Naruto as Kimimaro and Gaara smiled at the possibilities of fighting a tailed beast. Of course they knew that only Naruto could beat it, but they could help. "So how long until," started Naruto until they heard a huge crash and some explosions coming from the harbor. They looked at the harbor and saw that one of the towers guarding the entrance had been crushed and one of the ships was burning. "Well, better go say hi," said Naruto as he flashed away. He arrived to see 30 ninja or so already there ready for combat with the biju. "Get out of the area. This one is mine," shouted Naruto to the group of ninja present. They all looked at the man standing on top of the tallest tower looking into the bay with his blade drawn and ready for combat. Quickly they complied since they all knew the power that the blonde-haired captain had in his hands. "Rise from the eternal ashes. Atori Teru, Konpeki Rakurai," shouted Naruto as his sword glowed blue and sent power into Naruto. Then he launched his favorite attack straight into the massive shadow that stayed beneath the water. The first release doesn't change the blade or have any special abilities that the final release does, but it makes him faster, stronger, and able to control wind and launch energy attacks. The azure outlined white blast sword into the massive shadow causing a massive explosion water. Over the explosion one could hear a roar of pain coming from the beast underwater. Quickly the plume of water died down and one could see the massive purple-colored turtle glaring right at Naruto as it laid above the water. "Ready to die, beast," shouted Naruto as he pointed his blade at the turtle. "Show me the power that a Biju has truly inside of them." The Biju looked at the man standing on top of the massive tower and could instantly tell that this kid was a container of one of the stronger Biju. At this point it made its decision as black energy surrounded the Biju and exploded outwards, causing a shockwave that knocked down most of the people in the general area. When the mass of black energy parted, one could see a massive man standing on top of the water in a black cloak. He stood at least 7 feet and was extremely broad around the shoulders and looked like he would obviously try to defeat his opponents with his massive strength. He had glowing yellow eyes that shone through the hood on his face. He was holding a massive sword that resembled Zabuza's blade, except it had grooves running throughout it, making it look like it was made of fish scales. Waving behind the man were 3 long scaly tails. "So a container thinks it has the power to stop a Biju as great as me. I will enjoy killing one of my brothers once and for all," said the Biju as it raised its glowing sword to the sky. Black and purple energy surrounded it and he swung down at Naruto. Naruto brought his sword up and swung it at the blast of energy, effectively blocking it and hurling it into the sky where it exploded. "You aren't going to defeat me with such weak attacks," stated Naruto calmly as he disappeared from view. The Sanbi brought its blade upright in time and blocked the attack that was meant to cut off its head. Naruto quickly used his momentum to launch attack after attack at the beast, and at first it seemed like Naruto was putting him on the defensive with his superior speed. At least he was, until 3 tails shot at Naruto, catching him by surprise at the sudden attack. "This all that you have, boy? You do not deserve the power of a Biju," shouted the Sanbi as it launched itself at Naruto, who was now forced to fight against 4 different appendages. Sparks flew as Naruto increased his speed and blocked all 4 appendages, but was unable to attack as the beast kept up its relentless pace. "Wind release, wind dragon of the blade," shouted Naruto as he blocked an attack and pointed his blade at the Sanbi, who widened his eyes when a dragon of wind came from the blade and ripped right through him. "I guess that means that you aren't worthy of being a Biju," said Naruto. "Damn Biju, he can take a lot more damage than that, but at least that should have weakened him a bit," thought Naruto as raised his sword up into a guard position. Then he felt the water beneath his feet shift slightly. He jumped back as 3 long tails came from the water. This is what the Sanbi wanted as he popped up several yards away and flew at Naruto. Being in the air, Naruto could only block the sword, but could do nothing as the tails smashed into his gut, head, and hips. Righting himself in mid-air, he saw the Sanbi coming and used a great breakthrough to send himself back to the water so he could get his footing again. The Sanbi came down and smashed into his sword, causing a wave to sprout up around the two. Naruto forced the blade back and launched another attack at the Sanbi with his opening. However, the tails interfered again and blocked the blade. Naruto quickly blocked the other 2 blades in one sweep, but couldn't block the blade and got slashed across the chest. It wasn't deep, since he jumped back at the last second to avoid most of the blow. "I need to neutralize those tails somehow. Shadow Clone Jutsu," shouted Naruto as 3 clones joined him and launched themselves at the Sanbi. Now the fight was more even as Naruto's clones distracted the tails while Naruto fought the Sanbi head to head. Both traded blows again and Naruto was able to break through the Sanbi's guard again and cut him, but once again the cut regenerated. The 2 locked blades and were in a stalemate until the Sanbi opened its mouth to show a ball of rotating black energy inside of it, and fired it at Naruto. A huge blast of energy collided, obscured Naruto from view. "I guess you were just all talk, mortal," laughed the Sanbi as it started to walk towards the village. "Konpeki Rakurai," came a shout from above the Sanbi. It looked up at the last second and was caught in the massive blast of energy that came from Naruto. "Your attack was way too slow to have ever been able to hit me," taunted Naruto, although he did have some minor burns and cuts on him. When the Sanbi revealed itself, it was clear that Naruto did quite a bit of damage to the Biju. 2 of its 3 tails had been cut, decimated by the blast, although the body seemed to be in better condition. The thing was glaring at Naruto as the cloak was shredded, revealing a purple and scaled skin underneath the cloak. Green blood dripped from multiple wounds on its body. "It seems as though that I discovered a better way to hurt you. I guess only Biju-related attacks can actually cause permanent damage to another Biju. That would explain why my wind dragon only caused you minor pain," said Naruto. "You whelp, I will destroy you and everything that you hold dear," shouted the Biju as it launched at Naruto with even more speed than before. Naruto disappeared using his flash step, and all that could be seen from the 2 combatants were plumes of water where the 2 crossed blades. Flashes and clangs raced out as the 2 hacked and slashed at each other as if in a brutal dance. For a second the two reappeared before launching two blasts of energy at each other that collided and caused an explosion of white and black energy. Once again the two clashed at the center of the explosion of energy. The fight heated up as blades of energy came from each swipe, causing trenches to appear in the cliffs surrounding the bay and the water itself. Both were attacking furiously in a hail of slashes, and yet neither had yet to take a hit. Both separated at the same time and glared at their opponents. "That is it, I will not be made a fool of by such an inferior being. I will rip you apart," shouted the Sanbi as he started to glow in a bright violet light. "So be it then, fly to the four corners of the world. Atori Teru," shouted Naruto as he was engulfed by an azure blast of energy. He reappeared seconds later with his sword in his hand once more, except now the blade had ridges in it as if to stop wind resistance. The Sanbi itself was again show itself and now looked much different. The beast was smaller than before, but just as tall. Most of the body was covered by metallic-looking armor that was in the shape of turtle shells. Its sword was smaller than before and had wicked jagged edges on it. "This is my full power human, you stand no chance against the true power of a Biju," shouted the Sanbi as it launched itself at Naruto, fully intent on taking of its head. However, when he tried to cut off the head, the blade passed right through the neck of Naruto to its surprise. Naruto only muttered one word as the Sanbi's vision was filled with azure light: "Fool." The Sanbi flew across the bay and smashed right into one of the many cliffs surrounding the bay, causing the rocks to crumble into the sea. The Sanbi exploded from the water again, but the big surprise was the fact that the attack Naruto launched barely even scratched the armor on the Sanbi. "Fool, I have the strongest skin of all the Biju. None of your attacks will even be able to hurt me," shouted the Sanbi as it again tried to attack. Naruto's body just blew away in the wind as if it were sand. The next thing the Sanbi felt was air around him shifting before a loud clang was heard coming from his back. He swiped at Naruto again, but to his horror the blade passed right through him. "You may be able to stop all of my attacks from hurting you, but you cannot harm the air yourself," said Naruto as he disappeared into the wind again. The then felt the air shift again above him and raised his sword at the last second to block the blade coming from Naruto. "You might be able to become the air itself, but you need to reform to attack, giving me enough warning. Block your blade," said the Sanbi as it pushed the attack back again. Again Naruto attacked behind him before the Sanbi blocked the blade at the last second with his. "Believe what you want to believe," said Naruto as his entire body broke off into 5 separate streams of air that passed the blade and flew right at the Sanbi. All 5 couldn't cut through the armor completely and inflict harm, but the edges were cut from the attack, which was a start. "I hope you enjoyed my 5 streams attack. By splitting myself into streams of wind I can practically cut anything. You also shouldn't be able to regenerate your armor since I'm only using Biju energy now," said Naruto. Once again the Naruto was fading into the wind and attacking the Sanbi, but even faster than before. Pretty soon the Sanbi's armor was looking scratched up and weakened from all of the enhanced blows coming from Atori Teru. "You will never be able to kill me. Give up, mortal," yelled the enraged Sanbi as it was still unable to kill Naruto or even land a single hit. Once again it felt the armor on its back get scratched again from the blade of its opponent. "How about I show you move that not even your armor can stop?" yelled Naruto as he appeared 100 yards away from the Sanbi. His blade started glowing an azure color as lightning swirled around the blade. Suddenly he disappeared and reappeared in front of the Sanbi with his sword pointing at its heart. Heavenly piercing Konpeki Rakurai. Atori Teru fired a powerful blast of condensed energy right from the tip of the blade. It went straight through the armor of the Sanbi and out through the back and extended up through the heavens, causing all the clouds to part and swirl around the beam of energy. Shock was the only thing that registered on the face of the Sanbi as it had never been defeated in actual combat. It had only been sealed by deceptive means, and even then it was able to escape its prison. However, now it had been defeated and there was nothing it could do to stop itself from falling into the water. Kimimaro and Gaara both looked upset as they were unable to even fight the Biju since Naruto never needed help throughout the entire fight. Hinata and Tsunade both stood on top of one of the cliffs overlooking the battle. Hinata had tears in her eyes and a smile on her face as she witnessed the battle and couldn't help but feel worried for the man she loved, and Tsunade just stood there looking like a proud mother. The ninja on the shore were awed by the display of power that was just witnessed by them. A ninja of their village was able to defeat a Biju in mortal combat alone. They watched as he picked up the body of the Biju and disappeared in a flash to appear next in a room that was prepared for the ceiling. "Hey Ero Sennin, got a present for you," shouted Naruto as he put the body on the ceiling circle. "Damn it Gaki, are you ever going to call me something else?" shouted Jiraiya. No. Naruto deadpanned, causing Jiraiya to face fault. "Fine, whatever, just help me seal this guy up." said Jiraiya as he started to channel his chakra into a seal on a pot similar to the one that held Shukaku at one point. Naruto himself poured chakra into the seal that surrounded the sanbi as it was meant to drain the chakra and restrain the sanbi if it ever woke up. For an entire 3 hours they channeled their chakra into the seals and finally the sanbi was sealed into a pot and put away into one of the most secure vaults in the entire village right beneath the Uzukage Tower. So do you have any idea why the sanbi decided to attack us? Asked Jiraiya as the two of them walked back to Naruto's compound. I have a hunch that it has something to do with Yugito and both the Iwa Jinchuriki disappearing. I have a feeling that they may need only one more Jinchuriki until they have minimum amount of energy before the Jubi will be able to escape. We need to locate Utatake before they do. They also might try to invade the village to try and take the sanbi again. Tell Tsunade that we need Killer Bee here as the Akatsuki might attack again. Siya Ero Senin, Hinata-chan is going to kill me, explained Naruto as he walked into the house while mumbling about his punishment. That Gaki just fought and defeated a Biju and he is afraid of his Hyuga. That reminds me of why I never got married, sighed Jiraiya before he walked off to talk to her. The second Naruto entered his house he was hugged and being kissed by Hinata who was crying while doing so. Why didn't you see me before you fought that thing, Naruto? I was so worried when you fought that thing, I thought you might die, cried Hinata as Naruto kissed her again before pulling away for a second. Hinata-chan, nothing is ever going to keep me away from you. I want to grow old with you and raise a family alongside you. I promise you that we will grow old together and live our lives in peace one day, said Naruto, and the second he finished he kissed her passionately. Naruto lifted her up and carried her to their room while still kissing her. They were in for a very long night trying to fulfill that promise, implied Lemon. I will never write a lemon since it is just a little weird for me to do that. There you are, the 7th chapter of Rise from the Eternal Ashes and beginning of the last arc of the story. Next chapter will be the search for Utatake and his Biju and the taking of the sanbi by Akatsuki. This is all important for the final battle between Naruto and the Jubi. Konoha will also be making an appearance in the next chapter and they will not be part of the good guys or really the bad guys. Danzo is just looking out for himself. Expect Naruto's village to rise in ranks by the end of the next chapter. So tell me how you like it and give any advice that you think should be put into my story. Sorry if I left anything out in the review of the past 3 years, just ask me questions in your review and I will gladly answer them. Peace, I'm out of here. It wouldn't be long now, just a little longer till he was safe. They had been tracking him for a little over a month now, but now they finally knew his location. Unfortunately so did everyone else, which made this next encounter particularly dangerous. Uzi, Konoha, and Akatsuki were all after the Jinchuriki that went by the name of Utatake. Uzi wanted him so that he could be protected and trained to defend himself better. Konoha wanted him so that they could gain a new weapon that they could use against Iwa in the war they had entered a year and a half ago. Akatsuki needed him as he was the last piece of the puzzle that was needed to bring back the Jubi. Hinata and Kimimaro followed their squad leader through the forest of dead trees that separated the land of lightning from the land of fire. All three knew that the moment coming up could mean the difference between victory and defeat in the upcoming war with Akatsuki. Utatake, the only container left that was unaccounted for, was about to be surrounded by 3 separate forces. In what one would call the most destructive battle that they had ever fought in their lives. Remember, we go in and grab Utatake before he can escape, then we fall back and explain ourselves to him. We cannot let the Akatsuki grab him at all costs or there could be hell to pay in the future, said Naruto as he jumped from tree to tree. Who do you think Akatsuki has sent to grab Utatake? Asked Kimimaro. I would believe that they would have sent Hidan, Deidara, and Orochimaru, though expect new members. I can't believe that they recruited Orochimaru after Itachi and Kisame abandoned them when they attacked Uzi, said Naruto. It would probably include Pain and Kakuzu if we hadn't killed the 2 of them on that attack, added Hinata. Yeah, it probably would have been if you 2 hadn't ripped Kakuzu to shreds, and Jiraiya and I didn't overwhelm Pain. I personally liked how Gaara killed Sasori, said Naruto with a chuckle. We wouldn't have ended it then and there if Madara hadn't shown up and rescued the rest and interfered with your fight, muttered Kimimaro. That is true, but the man is a fool. No matter what he does he will never be able to control the Jubi's power. If that thing is released, only the power of a Biju will be able to destroy it. If that comes to pass, only its Jinchuriki will be able to stop the beast, said Naruto. Do we have any backup on this mission, Naruto-kun? Asked Hinata. Killer Bee, Fu, and Gaara are all on their way as I speak. If they arrive in time there is no chance of us failing this mission. Then there are the ninja from Konoha that we heard are coming, said Naruto. Who do you think they would send? Asked Kimimaro. I have no idea, but expect powerful ninja that are loyal to the fault with Danzo. He wouldn't risk the loss of such a powerful weapon to someone's emotions getting in the way. Either way, we can't allow them to interfere with our mission, responded Naruto. So on they went through the forests of dead trees to a place that would decide the fates of mankind. It took 2 hours, but they had arrived, and man, the travelers they asked for info weren't lying when they said he was living amongst massive ruins. They had finally reached a massive ruined city. Temples overgrown with vegetation adorned the city, and at the center of the city was a massive arena. This city was over 1,000 years old, and had never been settled on due to curses that were said to belong to the city. To Naruto, though, the sight of the city made his skin crawl, as he had a feeling that all hell was about to break loose in the city. I don't like the looks of this place. I want you two to be ready for anything that might attack us, said Naruto as they started to walk slowly through the city looking for Utatake. They were approaching one of the large temples when suddenly it exploded in a massive red explosion of energy. When the dust cleared, they viewed a man in a blue kimono jumping from building to building while being chased by a man with a massive scythe and a blonde man riding a clay bird. Damn, we have to go after them. Keep an eye open for Orochimaru and anyone else that might get in the way, ordered Naruto as he jumped to the rooftop with Hinata and Kimimaro following him. Hinata, where is Orochimaru? Asked Naruto as Hinata activated her Byakugan. He is a few hundred meters ahead of us preparing a trap for Utatake. Naruto, there are shinobi approaching Orochimaru from the opposite direction of us, said Hinata. Utatake was not having a good day, scratch that, his day was nothing but hell. First he had to hide in this freaking ruined city, and now he was being chased by the Akatsuki. Man, what were his chances of escaping 2S ranked missing ninja? Well, he would try his best and escape with his life. But first he had to get rid of these 2 psychos behind him. His thoughts were so preoccupied with the ninja behind him that he didn't notice the mass of snakes that were flying through the air at him until it was too late. Kukuku, looks like the poor Jinchuriki has fallen for our trap. It's a shame though, I've always wanted to know how strong a Jinchuriki is at full strength, came the voice of Orochimaru. Fuck you, Orochimaru. Lord Jashin wanted his blood and now I can't take it. When we are done getting these fucking biju, I will offer your blood to Lord Jashin as a substitute, yelled Hidan as he jumped down from one of the buildings. Calm down, Hidan. We have this Jinchuriki, and after we seal him we can go to some village and you can have all the sacrifices your crazy god wants. Yeah, yelled Deidara as his clay bird landed amongst the trio. Damn you 3, I will get out of here and make you pay, yelled Utatake as he began to draw upon his biju's power. Kukuku, I don't think so, laughed Orochimaru as he stopped his last act by sealing up Utatake's seal. Well, let's get going, Madara doesn't like to wait too long, said Deidara. Fuck that Uchiha, I liked Pain a lot more than his emo ass, shouted Hidan. I couldn't agree more, at least Pain did it all to bring about peace, came a voice from above the trio. The 3 looked up and were surprised to find 3 ninja with Uzi headbands on their heads all ready to fight. So the QB brat has found us. Is that you, Kimimaro? It's been a while, how have you been? Asked Orochimaru with a grin. Better, was all that Kimimaro said as he drew both of his swords. We came here for you to take, release him and we will let you go, offered Naruto as he drew his black blade. Who the fuck do you think you fucking are? Lord Jashin will bathe in the blood that I give him from your fucking corpse, shouted. Do I even need to say who said that? He is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the container of the QB, came a voice from the shadows, and from the shadows stepped Itachi, Uchiha and Kisame. Hey Itachi, long time no see and howdy fish man, yelled Naruto in greeting. Damn you, stop calling me fish man, yelled Kisame. Nah, Itachi, I don't think it was wise for you to reveal yourself, said Naruto. Why is that, Naruto? Asked Itachi, but Naruto just sighed and pointed to a spot on one of the temples. There standing on the temple were 3 ninja, one had pink hair, one was extremely pale and had black hair, and the last had black hair and hair that resembled a duck's ass. Itachi, I will kill you for what you have done, yelled Sasuke as he glared at Itachi. Save it for another day, Uchiha, the grown-ups have some business to settle first, said Naruto as pointed his sword at the Uchiha. Naruto, stay out of this, or I will kill you too, growled out Sasuke. Like you could, responded Naruto. Shut up, Naruto. Sasuke-kun is so much stronger than you, shouted Sakura in her screeching voice. Damn, I was hoping that you might calm down a bit, Sakura, but I guess that was just wishful thinking on my part. So who is the new guy? Looks like he should get some more sun, said Naruto as the pale guy just smiled some creepy-ass smile. So this is dickless? Asked Sai to Sakura. Naruto heard this and just started laughing his head off. Wow, I already like this guy more than you guys. At least he doesn't let insults piss him off, yelled Naruto. Enough of this fucking bickering. Lord Jashin demands that sacrifices be made to him. Last group standing can have the fucking biju, yelled Hidan as he grabbed his scythe. Fine then you're mine you immortal freak, yelled Naruto as he jumped at Hidan. Kimimaro go and remove Orochimaru, and Hinata try to take on Sakura. Itachi is mine, Sai take out that blonde. Sakura kill the demon's whore, growled Sasuke as he charged Itachi. Naruto and Hidan. You will be an excellent sacrifice to Lord Jashin, screamed Hidan as he met Naruto. Both weapons clashed in a shower of sparks. They turned again and met at the middle, but due to Hidan's longer reach he started to make Naruto back off a bit each time. Although Naruto was just planning for the right moment and soon Hidan was in the air again, wide open for an attack. Wind release, drilling air spears, shouted Naruto as he fired 6 spears. They all tore into Hidan sending him through a decayed building causing it to collapse on top of the immortal. That didn't keep him down long though and pretty soon he was back again, but with 4 holes in him. Haha Lord Jashin will love your blood, he yelled as he threw his massive scythe at Naruto. Naruto jumped to the side to avoid the blade, but didn't see the blade come back at him from behind to the last second, and barely avoided injury. Damn can't let that freak hit me once or it is over, said Naruto as he launched a blade of wind at Hidan, but the immortal just ripped right through it with his scythe. They once again started a dance of blades as each tried to rip the other apart. By using wind chakra to increase the length of his blade Naruto started to cut Hidan multiple times, but this didn't do much as Hidan just shrugged off the pain and kept coming. Naruto jumped back and did one of his favorite jutsu. Wind release, wind dragon of the blade, yelled Naruto as he swung his sword causing a massive dragon made of wind to fly at Hidan. Hidan jumped on top of a building to avoid the dragon, but Naruto swung his sword up to send the dragon back on path at Hidan. This caught Hidan by surprise and the dragon crashed right into him and the building he was standing on, and exploded in a mass of energy. Hidan once again rose from the rubble of the explosion and stared Naruto down. Cuts, bruises, and burns all littered his body and one of his arms was missing. This isn't over brat, I can't be killed no matter what you do, yelled Hidan. If you cut the head off a snake then the body will die, or if you obliterate the body nothing will survive, or something like that, said Naruto calmly as his sword started to give off an azure glow. Fuck you, shouted Hidan as he threw his scythe once again at Naruto, but it phased right through the afterimage of Naruto. It is over, was the last thing Hidan heard as he was kicked hard up into the air. He flew straight up until he was smashed again in the face and sent to the ground, but before he hit he felt the air grow hot underneath him for a second before. Konpeki Rakurai. A massive of azure and white light blast ripped through Hidan's body and completely disintegrated the body into nothingness. The blast continued on and hit one of the massive temples in the ruined village and completely annihilated it in a single bright explosion. There can only be one, yelled Naruto as electricity flowed through his body. Sorry, but since Naruto just killed an immortal I thought it might make sense. Sakura and Hinata's fight. So the demon's whore wants to fight me. This shouldn't take too long whore, I will just beat your ass like Neji did all those years ago, said Sakura confidently. Bitch, I am going to wipe that smirk off your face. I wonder how Sasuke will think of you when you're scarred for the rest of your life. At least Naruto loves me for who I am and not by how I look, replied Hinata as she took to her new Juken stance. How dare you say that? I will kill you, shouted Sakura as she charged at Hinata faster than what the Hyuga thought she would be able to do. Sakura tried to punch down at Hinata, but she dodged out of the way by using her flexibility. However, she didn't expect Sakura's fist to cause a huge crater in the ground after she hit it. Hinata jumped back to maintain her balance and glared at Sakura. How the hell did you learn Tsunade's strength technique? Demanded Hinata. Hehe, we found them when we raided the Senju compound when she left. Too bad most of her techniques were gone, but we made do with what we had, answered Sakura as she pulled on her combat gloves. Funny, too bad I learned from the women who invented the techniques, answered Hinata. Ha, a loser like you could never beat me in a fight. I have crushed hundreds of ninja now, boasted Sakura. Believe what you want to believe, said Hinata as she charged Sakura. Sakura had to keep jumping back to avoid the deadly strikes that Hinata was using against her. If that is all that you have bitch then you have already lost, yelled Sakura as she saw an opening on Hinata and charged her. The second the punch collided though a blue energy shot out of Hinata and deflected the punch away from her. Hinata used this as an opportunity to close off the tenketsu in one of Sakura's arms keeping her from using that arm again in combat. Sakura jumped back and stomped the ground causing boulders to fly into the air in front of Sakura, to which she started to send the boulders flying towards Hinata. Hinata charged through the volley of boulders, smashing and dodging the boulders to her best abilities. Only when she cleared the volley did she realize her mistake when she couldn't find Sakura anymore, and Sakura used this to jump from the ground and land a powerful uppercut to Hinata, which sent her flying into one of the temples. "Bitch, this is over, no one can get up from one of my punches," said Sakura as she went off to find Sasuke, but was stopped short when two chains made of lilac chakra wrapped around her arms. "What is this?" questioned Sakura before he was lifted into the air and slammed into the ground. She picked herself off the ground and looked up to find Hinata standing there with a few cuts on her body, but looking fine. Then she noticed the two glowing chains of chakra wrapped around her wrists, with small side-like weapons on the ends. These are one of secrets of the Uzumaki clan. Each female member of their clan had flawless chakra control, while the males had a massive reserve of chakra. Using their flawless chakra control, the females learned the chakra chains technique, and Naruto personally allowed me to learn from his mother's scrolls, explained Hinata as she started spin the chains around her. "I actually really think that a weapon like this would suit the Hyuga perfectly." Hinata launched one of the blades at Sakura, but she jumped into the air to dodge the blow, but she realized her mistake when another wrapped around her ankle and smashed her into the ground again. Sakura slowly stood up again with blood dripping down her forehead, and glared at Hinata. She once again charged but used a jutsu while charging Hinata. "Earth release, armor of stone," she yelled as rocks flew to her and covered her in a suit of armor made of condensed stone. Hinata launched both scythes at Sakura again, but this time they just bounced off the armor and went past her. "Haha, can't hurt me now, bitch," yelled Sakura as she closed in and started to try and hit Hinata, but she easily dodged as Sakura was much slower with this armor on. "You think that your armor can protect you from me?" asked Hinata as her hands glowed blue and she struck points all along the stone armor. They both jumped away from each other and soon Sakura's armor started to fall apart. "Surrender, Sakura, you are outmatched by me," said Hinata as she started to spin her chains again. "I'll never surrender to a whore like you and your demon," screamed Sakura as she rushed straight in at Hinata. Hinata just sighed and adopted a saddened look on her face. "If only you could look past the lies of the council, Sakura," she thought. "Chakra release, blades of the lilac chain," yelled Hinata as the spinning chakra blades glowed and started launching lilac blades of energy at the approaching Sakura. Sakura could do nothing as she watched the blades come right at her and closed her eyes, accepting her fate as the blades tore through her body. "I'm sorry, Sakura, but I couldn't let you endanger the lives of my loved ones," said Hinata sadly as she left to go find Naruto. Kimimaro and Orochimaru's fight. "Kuku, so you think you can defeat your old master now, Kimimaro?" asked Orochimaru, taunting Kimimaro into attacking rashly and in enrage. "You were no master of mine, Orochimaru. I believed you to be my father at one time. Then you betrayed me and Naruto became my brother, my equal. I will kill you for one of the few people to have ever showed me true kindness in my life," said Kimimaro as he drew both of his white blades. "So that is how we're going to fight then?" asked Orochimaru as he drew his sword from his throat. "It's the grass cutter, right? What is the Japanese name for the sword?" Kimimaro launched himself at Orochimaru as purple lightning surrounded his sword. Both blades clashed and a loud clang flew through the air as purple sparks flew from where both swords met. Clangs filled the air as Orochimaru desperately defended himself from the quick strikes from Kimimaro. The two swords that he had kept sending sparks at Orochimaru, that were coming too close for comfort so he couldn't get too close to attack. "Dance of the Twin Willows," yelled Kimimaro as he started to spin and attack at the same time as his wrists were firing spikes made from his bone. Orochimaru barely dodged a strike at his neck only to get stabbed in the leg with the other sword and for his arm to get impaled by a strike, only for him to fall into a puddle of mud. Kimimaro knew something was up and immediately jumped into the air and launched a lightning bolt at the spot he was standing on. A snake smashed from the ground only to get blown apart by the massive purple lightning bolt. "What a powerful sword, even grass cutter can't break the blade. I can't wait to take that blade from your dead body," laughed Orochimaru as he appeared behind Kimimaro and tried to cut his head off. Kimimaro spun around and caught the blade between his two swords and the two remained locked in a power struggle. "Your corruption is like a cancer upon society, it is time for you to face the consequences for your crimes," yelled Kimimaro as he blasted Orochimaru back into a building. "Kuku, I have taken worse hits before, Kimimaro. I hope that isn't all that you have," said Orochimaru as he came at him again faster than before, and was pushing his defenses to their max. Finally Orochimaru got his opening and went for the killing blow around the neck, but when the blade was just an inch away from the neck a bone shot out from his shoulder and caught the blade, leaving Orochimaru open for another attack from Kimimaro. Kimimaro cut him twice across the chest and Orochimaru's body shot back due to all the electricity flowing through his body from the blade's purple lightning. Orochimaru screamed in pain again, and fell to the ground as Kimimaro stood over his body. This is the end of it, Orochimaru, said Kimimaro, but Orochimaru just looked up and started to laugh at him. This isn't the end of me, Kimimaro. I haven't even shown you my true power yet, laughed Orochimaru as his body started to morph into a giant mass of white snakes that formed into an even larger white snake. Kukuku Kimimaro, this is the end for you, said Orochimaru as he lunged at him, fully intent on snapping him in half. Kimimaro jumped back and started to dodge lunge after lunge coming from the giant snake. He finally gripped both his swords and struck against Orochimaru's head, but the sword just bounced off the scaly armor. Kukuku, you won't be able to even pierce my skin, Kimimaro, yelled Orochimaru as he slammed Kimimaro into a temple with the end of his tail. Damn snake, cursed Kimimaro as he stood up again. Once again he jumped out of the way of the gaping mouth of Orochimaru. Then the tail came around again and Kimimaro used it to jump higher into the air onto the top of the temple. Orochimaru coiled around the temple to keep Kimimaro from moving and started to try to bite Kimimaro. With each jump Kimimaro lost space and was about to be trapped. What am I going to do? I can't get out of this circle without being bit in half by that snake bastard, I know, thought Kimimaro as he seemed to make a mistake and jumped out of the circle. Fool, roared Orochimaru as he clamped Kimimaro in the jaws and blood flew everywhere. But it wasn't Kimimaro's blood, as there were 30 sharp spikes sticking out of Orochimaru's mouth with blood pouring out of them. Then suddenly Orochimaru started to scream in pain as flashes of electricity covered his body, causing him to smoke and burn. Orochimaru thrashed about and launched the body of Kimimaro into a different direction. Kimimaro flipped in mid-air and landed on one of the temples across from where Orochimaru was thrashing about in pain. He looked up and met Kimimaro with a glare. Do you know what happens when a snake is struck by lightning? Asked Kimimaro as he raised his swords up into the air as a bolt of purple lighting came from the sky and struck his blades, causing them to glow with power. The same thing as everything else, lightning release, bolt of the heavens, yelled Kimimaro as he pointed the glowing swords at Orochimaru, and a massive bolt of lightning struck Orochimaru and blew him to Kingdom Come. Itachi and Sasuke's fight. So foolish, brother, you think that you can finally beat me? Asked Itachi as Sasuke looked furious. I have grown hating and loathing you, Itachi, and now I am strong enough to kill you once and for all, yelled Sasuke as he turned his Sharingan on and drew his sword. Same one he uses in the show. He charged at Itachi and tried his best to cut him, but Itachi showed his skill off by dodging each attack with barely any effort. Finally he drew his one tanto and started to block the attacks and counter-attack when he could. This continued on for a while with neither getting any decent openings on the other. Sasuke jumped back and fired off a grand fireball, to which Itachi did the same thing, and the two massive fireballs exploded in between in a massive fiery explosion. Sasuke rushed through the explosion with a Chidori, charged up and rammed it right into the unprepared Itachi. Revenge is mine, Itachi, declared Sasuke before Itachi slowly lifted his hand and poked Sasuke on the nose before pointing towards their side. There, sitting on one of the steps, was Itachi. Sasuke looked back at the Itachi he stabbed right as the copy broke apart and flew away in the form of crows. Sasuke once again charged Itachi. He jumped away and landed in the middle of a massive arena on the battlefield. Craters and explosions littered the ancient arena while the two launched jutsu after jutsu at each other in a desperate attempt to kill the other. As the battle dragged on, Itachi started to tire as he was slowly dying due to an unknown disease. So he was getting cut up by Sasuke and there was nothing he could do about it. This is the end for you, brother, said Sasuke as he charged up a Chidori and charged at Itachi. Right before he made contact he was forced to jump back as a blade of wind flew at him, and would have removed his hand if he had kept going. Sorry Sasuke, but I can't let you kill one my precious people. You see, when I was 4 he became my protector in the village and looked after me until he left the village the night your clan was killed, said Naruto casually from the leader's box of the stadium wearing a blue cape. Stay out of this, demon. This is between my brother and me, screamed Sasuke. I don't think I will, Sasuke, you will have to beat me to kill Itachi, said Naruto as he drew his sword. Then prepare to die, Naruto, as he launched himself at Naruto. The two engaged in furious combat and loud clangs filled the arena. Soon the two of them were charging at each other and taking singular attacks while jumping around the arena. Konpeki Rakurai, yelled Naruto as he sent a blast of energy at Sasuke, who responded with his own attack. Chidori stream, yelled Sasuke as a dragon made of electricity collided with Naruto's attack. A massive explosion of energy covered the arena and everything caught in the blast in the middle was vaporized instantly. Once again the two clashed in a power struggle at the center of the crater. Sasuke, there is no way you can beat me, just surrender, yelled Naruto as he started pushing Sasuke back. Never, yelled Sasuke as he tried to push Naruto back with one final great push. Fine, Konpeki Rakurai, yelled Naruto as the blast of energy flew from his sword and sent Sasuke back while trying to stop the energy from reaching his body. Suddenly he heard someone shout from behind him. This is the end. Konpeki Rakurai, yelled the voice as another blast of azure energy tore into Sasuke. Unable to hold the one in front, the blasts met right at Sasuke, completely tearing him apart in another massive blast of energy. Sai watched the end of the battle between all of the combatants. Deidara was initially a challenge, but his ink beasts easily overpowered Deidara's clay creations in the end and ripped him to shreds. Lord Danzo is going to want to know what happened here today. Naruto is much more of a threat than what Lord Danzo thought Sai as he started to retreat back to Konoha, but before he left he caught glimpse of a figure in an orange swirl mask. Damn Itachi, your brother just messed you up. I'm sorry about killing him, but he was too far gone to even try and save him, said Naruto sadly as he supported Itachi to his feet. Don't worry about it, Naruto, I realized that during your fight with him. It looks like I am the last member of the Uchiha clan left. Where is Udatake? Asked Itachi. We are going to go get him now, said Naruto as the two walked slowly through the battlegrounds. They were soon joined by Hinata and Kimimaro and soon reached the spot where Udatake was still tied up and struggling to get loose. Naruto started to walk towards him when a huge wall of fire sprung up in front of them, cutting them off from Udatake. Naruto watched helplessly as Madara appeared, picking Udatake up from the ground. Thanks Naruto for getting rid of the Konoha shinobi, now they believe you contain another Jinchuriki. Knowing Danzo, he might just feel threatened by this. And did you know that Kiri wants their bijus back and will do anything to get them back? Well, ta-ta, said Madara as he stepped through a portal, cutting Naruto off from doing anything. Damn you Madara, I swear I will kill you for all the lives you have taken, shouted Naruto as everyone else looked down at the ground sadly. That is how Killer Bee, Fu, and Gaara all found them in the ruins. Naruto, we have a problem. Some new members of Akatsuki infiltrated Uzi and stole the Sanbi. How did your end of the mission go? He asked after informing Naruto of the news. Madara showed up at the last second and stole Udatake. Bee, Fu, Gaara, I need the three of you to send messages to your cages telling them that Madara will soon awaken the Jubi and that there is a strong possibility that Kiri and Konoha might ally with them. Iwa is still too weakened from when they were attacked by Akatsuki to do anything. We need to prepare for an assault within this week to take down the Akatsuki once and for all, said Naruto as he regained his composure. So we have 1 week until the Jubi is free and then it is only the 4 of us who can kill it? Asked Gaara. Correct, but hopefully our 4 villages can make it in time and stop the process. We don't have time, Itachi can lead us to the hideout. I will have Uzi ready for war in 2 days and we shall meet in Kumo to prepare for the final battle on the 4th day. Then we will attack with everything we have and vanquish our adversaries. If that fails us, Jinchuriki will fight the Jubi, said Naruto as the others nodded. Hurry, we will go to Uzi for now and from there you can send your messages, said Naruto as he flashed away with the others following him as quickly as they could. The final battle to determine the fate of the elemental countries was about to occur. Hundreds of ninja from villages across the countries will fight and hundreds will die. In the end only a few will be able to protect the many from the evil that threatens to consume the world. If they fail, darkness and death will consume the land until not a shred of hope remains. Peace out y'all. I would like to know if there are any particular battles that you would like to see in the next chapter. It will be the build up to the battle and the beginning of said battle. Don't forget to check out my Naruto and Bleach crossover, The Forsaken Fox. Just leave a review and tell me if I should continue after I finish this story. Thousands of shinobi were all gathered in the Land of Lightning getting ready for the greatest battle that would ever come to the world. They had 2 days to break through the lines of their enemies and prevent the resurrection of the deadliest beast in the history of mankind. Naruto gazed upon the many tents being taken down for the long march they had ahead of themselves. Kumo, Uzi, Suna, and Waterfall had all sent every ninja that could be spared for the battle. Facing them were the allies of the weakened Akatsuki, Konoha and Mizu. They had to march to the land of demons to stop the resurrection of the Jubi. The statue where it was sealed was located in a mountain fortress that overlooked a valley. There was only one way into the passage and one way out, making it the one hell of a nut to crack. Shikamaru, do we have enough men to break through and stop the Jubi from coming back to life? Asked Naruto to one of his old friends. Just 1 day ago the Hyuga clan had arrived after fleeing Konoha with their old rookie group and their senseis, plus Konohamaru had also come to fight alongside his boss. Their numbers and minds would be a huge plus in the coming battle. I think we have more than enough men to break through. They all have something worth fight for, while the others fight for the will of others. We will make it through in time, unless they are ahead of schedule. He responded calmly. Knowing Madara, I wouldn't be too surprised if he started early. We need to move now. I will go get B to get Kumo moving, and Gaara already has Suna ready for travel. Fu will take less time to get her village moving," said Naruto as he walked off. He walked into the command tent and was faced with Tsunade, Jiraiya, Killer Bee and his brother, Fu, Gaara and his siblings, Kimimaro and Hinata. "We have to move tonight before Madara unleashes all that he has upon the world. They are holed up in a mountain fortress in the land of demons." He started. "Who are we facing there?" asked Killer Bee's brother. "Konoha and Mizu have sent their armies there to fortify the Akatsuki, that is where the most of our ninja will be used. Only a handful will proceed to the sealing chamber as Itachi has suggested. If the Jubi does wake, we cannot allow anyone to get caught in the crossfire," explained Naruto. "So what is the plan that we are going to take?" asked Tsunade. "We will have Kumo, Suna, and Uzi all at the front to devastate their front with our combined elemental attacks, while I lead the Jinchuriki through to Madara himself and kill him before he complete the extraction. If that fails, at least this Jinchuriki will be there to fight the Jubi at the front. We should be able to give everyone enough time to pull out," said Naruto. "Madara will be protected by the best of his men. It will not be easy to reach the sealing chamber," stated Killer Bee's brother right. "No, it won't. That is why the armies of each hidden village have thrown everything we have at him and his allies. Once this Jinchuriki are through, we can cause some major havoc en route to the chamber. This is the only chance that we have to defeat him once and for all," stated Naruto with absolute command. Tsunade and Jiraiya will lead Uzi's forces into battle, with Tsunade in overall command of the operation. Jiraiya's sensei must have the strongest toads to cause widespread damage to the enemy's shinobi. Also, there is a strong chance of running into snakes as Kabuto is still alive and on the run," continued Naruto. "I will lead Kumo into battle. Temari and Kankuro will also lead their village since Gaara will be with me on this mission. Waterfall will fall under the command of Kimimaro and Hinata as they have spent a great deal of time training the village," concluded Naruto. "So what do we do if the Jubi is awakened?" asked Temari. "Everyone must leave at once and get to safety. If we fight it, then that mountain will be no more by the end of the battle. We must make haste and get to the mountain by this time tomorrow with all of our men. So go get them ready for immediate travel," said Naruto as he left the tent with Hinata and Kimimaro following him. "That was some plan you got yourself, Naruto. I'm proud to have trained you, even if you've had even better senseis in the past," came the voice of the once sick Hayate Gecko. "Hayate-sensei, even though I have gotten much stronger since when you trained me, I will never forget you as my first teacher. If it wasn't for you, then I wouldn't be alive today, or I would be a lot weaker and quite obnoxious," said Naruto with a smile. "That is most likely true. This battle is going to be a major loss of life on both sides. Are you sure that you are ready for this?" asked Hayate. "No, but has that ever stopped me before? By the way, when is Yugao expected?" asked Naruto curiously as he hadn't seen his first sensei in a long time. There have been escapes from Konoha coming to Uzi since it was created. Yugao was one of the first to come. She is expected to give birth to a boy in 4 months. We were hoping that Hinata and you would be his godparents," asked Hayate, to which Naruto smiled kindly to him. "I would be honored to be his godfather. How about you, Hinata?" asked Naruto as he looked at her smiling face. "I would love to be one of his godparents, Hayate," she yelled as she hugged him. "Well, we better go get ready. We leave in 1 hour, sensei. We can't afford to waste any time," finished Naruto as he nodded at his 2 companions as they sped off to their tents. Naruto and Hinata shared theirs. Naruto was packing most of his gear in light scrolls when he felt Hinata hug him from behind. He could feel the hot tears dripping on his shoulder. He turned around and looked into her pale violet eyes. "Hinata, everything is going to work out fine. We are going to pull through this together and nothing will stand in our way. Not even the most powerful demon in all of existence," he said as he smiled warmly at the love of his life. "I know, but so many things can go wrong tomorrow, and I just don't want to lose you, Naruto. I couldn't go on living without you," she sobbed into his chest. "I know, Hinata, but I promise you that I will win tomorrow, that we will grow old together and have many children together. However, we just have win one more battle and then our future is set for the rest of our lives together," finished Naruto as he lifted Hinata's head and met her in a passionate kiss. They were finally forced to part, and just stood there looking into each other's eyes for a few minutes before they kissed again, and were forced to start preparing. Finally all packed, they went outside the tent to find all of the ninja were ready for the final battle. Suddenly a massive ball of fire shot into the air, prompting the huge army of ninja to scatter into pre-organized divisions and move out to the largest ninja battle in the history of the world. Moving an army of ninja through the landscape was much easier than one would think. They were so good at what they did that it barely seemed like 100 men were traveling towards the land of demons. The sun cracked over the horizon the morning of the attack. For the past day they had been hit by ambushes. But they pressed on knowing that the fate of the world rested upon their shoulders. If they failed, then everyone would be dead, killed by the most powerful demon in existence. Naruto had been awake for an hour just staring at the night, until the morning came. Thinking about his life and the travels that he experienced ever since he became a ninja. Today is the day that everything that I have ever worked for will pay off, he thought, before he felt two smaller arms wrap around his chest. Naruto, why did you get up early? You're going to need your rest for the battle. She whispered into his ear. I can't sleep, Hinata, there is too much that I need to think about. This could be our last day on the planet, he said sadly. This isn't like you, Naruto. What happened to your belief that as long as you never give up you cannot lose? Everyone here believes in you, and especially I do. Don't ever count yourself out of the fight, Naruto, she said encouragingly. Thanks, Hinata, you're right. I won't doubt myself, but you better be careful yourself, said Naruto. Don't worry, I can take care of myself in the upcoming battle. After all, I'm the only ninja in the world that can subdue the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. She teased, causing Naruto to smile, despite the feeling of doom. By itself that is quite the accomplishment, considering not even 20s ranked ninja could subdue him, said Naruto, but the tender moment was soon interrupted by a ninja jumping in front of them. Sir, the attack will begin in 1 hour. Konoha and Mizu have sent their ninja out to meet ours, and your team is to be able to move at any time, reported the ninja. Okay, go inform my team that I will be there soon for the mission. Hinata, we have to get ready for the mission, said Naruto as he extracted himself from Hinata and proceeded to dress himself in battle armor and arm himself with every weapon that he normally carries. 20 minutes later, Naruto found himself at the edge of the mountain along with the rest of the Jinchuriki team. Thousands of other ninja were all busy getting themselves in position for the assault on the enemy stronghold at the entrance of the valley underneath the shadow of the mountain where Madara was. The stronghold itself was a massive wall being about 3 miles long, guarding the entire entrance to the mountains. It rested upon an incline, giving the defenders the height advantage. 3 main fortifications lined the wall and anchored the position in, while smaller outposts held most of the defenders. After that there was an inner base that guarded the main entrance to the mountain, but Itachi stated that there was a secret entrance that only Kisame and he knew about. Kisame would be helping in the battle if Madara hadn't critically wounded him when they attempted to escape. The mountain itself was an elaborate cave system. Thankfully Itachi was the Jinchuriki's guide into the fortress, so they wouldn't get lost en route to the chamber. Madara most likely had his most skilled shinobi inside waiting for the teams that had the mission to interrupt the ceiling. Okay, B and Fu, get ready to use your most powerful attack on their wall. We will punch a hole through the defenses and attack with everyone else. Gaara, your job is to use your sand and protect our spearhead force from powerful jutsu. Once through, we will proceed through the base as quickly as possible, while causing as much havoc as possible, said Naruto, as the other Jinchuriki nodded their heads. Sir, other leaders have confirmed that they are ready for the assault. They are just waiting for your signal for the attack to begin, said a masked Kumo shinobi. Well then, let's get this show on the road. Fire the 3 main strongholds, and get ready for the largest battle of your life, yelled Naruto, as drew his sword. Yes sir, yelled the other Jinchuriki and Itachi as he was acting as their guide on the mission. As one, all 3 weapons began to glow the color of their chakra. Naruto's was an azure blue, B's was a turquoise, and Fu's was a forest green. Together they fired their most powerful attacks at 3 of the major stone strongholds along the massive wall. The 3 blasts of energy collided with each stronghold, causing massive explosions. With that, thousands of shinobi of the alliance charged from the tree line. At the front were the team responsible for defeating Madara. The defenders started firing off any weapon that they could at the massive army of shinobi. Arrows, explosives, and jutsu were fired into the crowd. Thankfully Uzi ninja were at the front and used their water jutsu as a way of defense from the torrent of weapons. Gaara was using his sand as a massive mobile wall that protected hundreds of shinobi completely from the enemy fire. When they were finally close enough at the wall, the attackers unleashed jutsu of their own and destroyed the wall. Enemy ninja poured from the breach and a massive melee ensued at each of the openings and on the walls as attacker climbed it. Naruto was making quick work of the defenders that came at him. By pumping his spirit energy into his sword, he cut through any weapon that came into contact with him. B used his first release, which divided his sword into 7 blades with an affinity for electricity. He dived into a group of defenders, spinning like Twister, tearing through them like they were butter. Fu and Gaara had also released their swords and were decimating the defenders. Gaara's first release, a rugged-looking zanbeitu, that had the appearance of sandpaper. Getting cut by it meant that your skin and organs would stick to it, and when it was pulled out it caused massive tissue damage. Fu's release was scimitar that allowed her to create and control vegetation, like wood release. She liked to create razor-sharp vines that came from the ground and acted like blades, piercing and cutting through anything they came into contact with. Seeing a path that led further into the stronghold, Naruto created a massive dragon made of blades of wind, and sent it head first into a group of Junin from Mizu. On impact they were all cut to pieces by the blades of wind when they exploded on collision. Following his lead, all of the Jinchuriki started to kill the ninja around the pathway. Itachi was killing any stragglers as he didn't want to get accidentally killed by the rampaging Jinchuriki. He looked back for a second and saw the defenders and attackers all still fighting on the walls. He did take notice of a section of wall that was beginning to fall. The forces leading the attack on the wall were Hinata and Kimamaro's elite ninja. Hinata and Kimamaro charged alongside their elites, handpicked by both of them to work in complete harmony with each other. Ninja in the division were Hayate, Kiba, Choji, Neji, Tenten, Lee, Ino, Shino, and surprisingly Hinata's father Hiyashi. Hinata was so glad that all of her friends had escaped Konoha before this attack began, otherwise she would be fighting them on this battle. Hinata saw a massive fireball coming from the wall and quickly fired a massive water bullet at the fireball. On collision it created a cloud of steam, shielding her division from the sight of the defenders. Reaching the walls, Kimamaro took out both his blades and shot a wave of dark violet energy at the wall, blowing it to bits. Leaping in, he reinforced his bones and started cut at any defender foolish enough to jump at him. Hinata followed soon after, and using her chakra chains to rip apart defenders she started to protect Kimamaro's back. Choji slammed into another section of a wall, while he was enlarged. Kiba and his dog flew through the opening using his fang over fang to cut an opening in the defense. A kunai came from nowhere and nearly pierced his skull, but it was stopped short by a small cloud of bugs. Shino emerged and started to support his friends from behind, by draining the chakra of the defenders. Hinata was battling furiously alongside Kimamaro, but they were being surrounded by the massive number of defenders. A sword came through her defense, but was stopped short. The man holding the blade dropped it and started holding his head and screaming in pain. Hinata looked back to see Ino holding her hands in a seal, showing that she had just saved Hinata's life. She looked to the central stronghold where Naruto had attacked and saw that most of the defensive wall was ruined and half the base was covered in smoke. Smiling to herself briefly, she continued to press through the outpost. Shikamaru was observing the battlefield from a makeshift headquarters on a massive toad that Jiraiya had summoned. It was an extremely old toad and just liked to sleep, so it wasn't useful in combat, but did make a good headquarters when you put a platform on its head. It seems like Naruto and his team are proceeding ahead of schedule, and most of our men are breaking through the outer wall. The defenders will most likely fall back to the inner plains of the valley and mount a static defense before retreating completely into the mountain fortification. Naruto has to get inside before they go into the fortification, or there will be too many to reach the chamber in time, thought Shikamaru. You go tell the leaders of the divisions that we need to slow down in the valley to give the Biju team more time, ordered Shikamaru as he pointed at 3 messengers. He then spied Jiraiya summon 3 massive toads, as 2 massive snakes were also summoned by most likely Kabuto. Gamabunta himself covered one of the main fortifications with a layer of oil, while the other 2 toads fought against the 2 snake summons. From his headquarters, Shikamaru saw Jiraiya launch a ball of fire at the stronghold and ignite it in a brilliant display. Naruto and his team had quickly passed through their stronghold and were jumping from boulder to boulder in a massive forest of huge boulders. Thankfully they had advanced quickly enough to prevent running into units that were falling back. They did however fall into a few squads of shinobi that were heading to reinforce the front. Needless to say, they didn't make it to the front. How far until we get to the entrance that you used to escape Itachi? Asked Naruto as they jumped to another boulder. It is right up ahead at the mountain with the crooked peak, responded Itachi. We have to hurry, everyone speed up, ordered Naruto. It took just 2 minutes to reach the entrance, and they weren't too surprised to find a large outpost guarding the entrance. Well, it was expected that Madara would guard this entrance after you escaped Itachi. Get ready to attack, we can't afford to waste any time, ordered Naruto as he took his position. Immediately they launched their strongest attacks at the fortification and started to cross the 100-yard expanse that separated them. Gaara's sand caught explosives in midair and launched them back at the fortifications that were lined with ninja that kept launching jutsu. Naruto created 3 large twisters of wind and sent them at the walls, blowing people away. Fu sent vines right at the wall and covered it with vines that Itachi ignited using a fireball. The enemy was forced behind the walls to shield themselves from the inferno created by the attackers. B encased his hand with lighting and smashed the wall, causing an entire section to collapse on a group of defenders that were behind the wall. The entrance should be at the back of the main building, yelled Itachi. They cut through the defenders while only taking a few scratches and burns from the defenders. They ran into a few Hyuga that decided to stay, but they were useless as Biju could force open their chakra points. Bursting through the gate of the building using 2 rasengans, Naruto decimated the men in the courtyard of the building. His taijutsu style utilized roaring wind blades that constantly surrounded his entire fist. If he hit anyone, it would cause their insides to be completely cut to pieces. B was the same way, as he invented a jutsu similar to the Reikiri, but at a weaker level that could be used for long periods of time. Together they moved in perfect sync as they cut up everyone that got close to them. The ones in the back followed closely and took out the stragglers that weren't killed by B and Naruto. Pretty soon the outpost was cleared and they were at a massive reinforced gate that led to a secret entrance into the base. "Care to do the honors, B?" asked Naruto as he gestured to the gate. B walked up to it, and in a display of great physical strength he smashed the door apart, revealing a large cave that led up the mountain and in the direction of the main fortress. "Itachi, lead the way and don't get lost. We can't afford to get lost or to lose anyone in here, so check your corners carefully," commanded Naruto as they all charged into the dark cave. Hinata and Kimimaro had just met up with Tsunade's division inside the valley outside the massive fortress guarding the main mountain. Losses had been acceptable, and not as high as they predicted, but they still had another obstacle to cross before they were clear. They still had Kumo and Waterfall fighting to reach their staging point for the final assault. Getting to their staging point had been a difficult one, as the enemy had mounted a static defense and booby-trapped most of the routes. Although thankfully they had a Byakugan in most of the squads and most of the traps were ineffective. However, the same couldn't be said for Kumo and Suna. Finally, after a few minutes of waiting, they received word from the Reikage that they were in position and ready for the final attack on the enemy. At once hundreds of jutsu were thrown at the massive stronghold's walls. Then the shinobi charged into battle, and rather than wait for the enemy to come to them like last time, the defenders charged and the two forces clashed on a plain 100 yards away from the walls. Hinata cut through the ninja around her as she was doing her best to survive and protect the others. She spied Tsunade in the corner of her eye and saw a man come up behind her and attempt to kill her. Leaping into action, Hinata screamed for Tsunade to duck, which she did, and with deadly accuracy Hinata threw a kunai through the skull of the ninja that tried to kill Tsunade. Jiraiya was riding a battle toad into action and was decimating any ninja that came his way. Twin Rasengans met anyone who dared challenge the Toad Sage, or in this case a battle axe, as Jiraiya was on top of the toad meditating while 2 elder toads sat on his shoulder. Finally he opened his eyes to reveal the golden eyes of a toad, and his nose changed to a larger one covered with warts. He suddenly blurred from the toad, and soon about 15 unfortunate leaf ninja were shot into the air from one of his punches. Hayate cut through numerous shinobi using his dance of the crescent moon style. The shadow clones made it seem as if he was 4 times as fast as normal. Ducking under a horizontal attack from a leaf ninja, he retaliated by launching a fireball directly into his gut. Not everyone was winning their battles though. Many of the Hyuga and Inuzuka who stayed in the leaf were making quick work of their enemies in the close quarters of the plains. The Nara, Akamichi, and Yamamaka clans were working together to hold the center of the line, but were failing as the attackers were being led by Tsunade's best force. Being outnumbered by the attackers, the defenders were just stalling for time, hoping for Madara to unleash the Jubi and use its power to vanquish the attackers. Slowly, but surely the defenders were pushed back to the walls of the final fortification. Suddenly all fighting stopped at once as the ground began to shake with such ferocity that many of the mountains surrounding the valley began to crumble away. Dark storm clouds started to circle the main mountain and crimson lightning struck the peak repeatedly. Then they felt an overwhelming dark chakra leak from the mountain, before a tidal wave of the dark chakra smashed into their senses, bringing even the strongest of ninja to their knees. They all watched in horror as the mountain began to expand and crack from an unknown pressure within. Naruto and his team went deeper into the tunnels, following Itachi to the top of the large mountains. Luckily they hadn't run into any particularly strong shinobi since they entered the mountain. They burst through one of tunnels to find a large cavern that had holes in the ceiling, creating a dim light in the dark tunnels of the fortress. But the big surprise was the ones waiting to greet them on the other side of the mountain. Madara stood there with 2 men wearing Akatsuki cloaks, and close to them was the Hokage of Konoha, Danzo, with 7 Anbu from his root program. "Ah, Naruto, it is good to see you again, and is that you, Itachi? I didn't think you would ally yourself against Konoha, especially after what you did to save Konoha. Anyway, I am sorry to say this, Naruto, but it is too late to stop the Jubi from awakening. In just a few minutes it will awaken, and by using its power I will bring all of the ninja villages to their knees," declared Madara as he removed his mask to reveal the eyes of the Sharingan. "Madara, why am I not surprised that you would ally yourself with the traitor Danzo? Furthermore, you are going to be the death of everyone if you don't stop now." The Jubi is playing with your mind, and if it is released it will kill everyone on the planet," yelled Naruto in one final attempt to convince Madara that his plan was foolish. "Quite you brat. You are the traitor of your original village. You attacked and have killed hundreds of ninja over your life and I can't wait for your death at my hands," declared Danzo. "Me the traitor, your treachery killed my mother and father the day I was born. You led Orochimaru in at the Chunin exams and orchestrated by banishment for your own benefit. No, I will be ending your life today Danzo for my mother, father, and my grandfather," declared Naruto as he unsheathed his sword. "Itachi fight Madara, B take on the two other Akatsuki, and Gaara and Fu keep those 7 root ninja off my back while I take out this piece of trash," ordered Naruto as they all leapt into action. B launched himself at the Akatsuki ninja, intent on finishing the fight quickly as he needed his energy if they had to fight the Jubi later. Both ninja jumped away. One had a massive zanbeitu that B recognized as one that belonged to a member of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. He had white hair and sharp pointed teeth, and the other was a massive man that B could sense had a dark energy inside of him. The smaller one launched himself at B, but B easily blocked the zanbeitu, and cut into the ninja. But on contact water, not blood came from the wounds and they sealed up quickly. In that moment of confusion the larger man tried to smash B with a power-packed punch, but it was easily ducked underneath, and the blast of chakra soared over B. B spun around and stuck 2 of his 7 blades into the arms of the man, pinning him against the wall. He then focused on the other one, and the two began to trade blows again. This time B put lighting chakra into the blade. The lightning started to weaken the ninja, and soon he couldn't fight anymore and was knocked unconscious by B. The larger man broke free from the swords pinning him to the wall, and began to draw on a dark chakra. His body shrunk and shriveled up and soon resembled a demonic-looking creature that was giving off massive amounts of chakra. The two warriors launched themselves at each other and began an intricate dance of attacks. Jubo's skin was as hard as steel so he used his arms to block B's swords. Seeing this, B caught both of Jubo's arms that had claws at the end of them, and thrust one sword that was laced with his Biju's chakra into Jubo's stomach killing him instantly. Fu and Gaara had their hands full fighting the 7 root ninja, as they fought in complete sync with each other. Of course Fu and Gaara had fought together on more than one occasion and their teamwork was nearly as great as Naruto and Hinata's teamwork. Together they simply overrun the root ninja with their combined power. Gaara's sand defended while Fu used the power of her Biju to simply destroy any ninja that left themselves open. Naruto and Danzo's fight was one of the most one-sided out of all the fights. Naruto was out for blood as Danzo was literally the one who poisoned his mother after she gave birth to Naruto, and he was the one who told Madara about Kushina giving birth. That later would lead to the release of the Kyuubi and the death of Minato. Then he was the one who allowed Orochimaru into the streets of Konoha during the Chunin exams in the hope that Sarutobi would die and that he would become Hokage. Immediately after they started fighting, Naruto flashed in front of Danzo and stabbed him in the heart, only to discover that it was a genjutsu. He found Danzo right behind him and blocked the kunai aimed for his skull. "How did you make that genjutsu?" he questioned. Danzo just smirked and jumped back to remove the bandages covering his face and his one arm. There he revealed a total of 6 Sharingan eyes. It seemed as if there were supposed to be 7, but one eye was closed. "So that is why you ordered the death of the Uchiha clan, so you could get your hands on as many Sharingan eyes as you wanted. You are even sicker than I thought," said Naruto as he killed Danzo again, by shoving a rasengan into his head, in the process noticing that another eye closed. "Don't lecture me boy, we live in a world where power means everything, and I will do all in my power to gain more," shouted Danzo, before he was beheaded by Naruto. 4 eyes left. "I have yet to even expose half of my power Danzo. This is going to be an end for your corrupted lifestyle," said Naruto as he launched a wind blade that Danzo couldn't dodge. 3 eyes left. Danzo was being hard-pressed to even just defend himself from the angry Jinchuriki. Naruto was just leagues above him in skill, and it really wasn't too much of a surprise. Naruto could fight most of the Biju and come out winning, and that was without the Kyuubi inside of him. Killing the fake Danzos 3 more times, Naruto was finally confronted by the real one. Danzo was forced to his knees by Naruto. "If you are expecting me to beg then you are foolish," stated the warmongerer. "I don't expect you to beg, I expect you to die," he yelled as he beheaded Danzo, and this time for real. Madara watched his allies all get killed by the Jinchuriki during his fight with probably the most skilled Uchiha since he was born. However, Madara just spent most of his time dodging and phasing through his attacks as he was just stalling for time. Madara phased out of existence and reappeared at the front of a massive stone gate with ancient words all covering its archway. He could feel that the Jubi was ready, all he needed to do would be to open the gate to release all of the chakra. "Madara, don't do it, the Jubi will kill you and everyone else," shouted Naruto in one last desperate attempt to stop the mad Uchiha. Madara just looked at the Namikaze and couldn't help but see his old rival Minato standing there. Sneering in his direction, Madara turned around and launched his chakra into 4 different locks on the door, starting the final process for the release of the Jubi. No, we failed. Quickly, we have to get out of here and warn everyone before it is too late, shouted Naruto at the others as they began running down the cave network, while they felt the Jubi's evil chakra begin to leak out of the gate. Seeing a light ahead coming from behind the wall, Naruto launched a blast of chakra at the wall, blowing it away. Looking over the edge, they could see the battle below, and all of the dead bodies in the plains. We have to jump, said Naruto as he jumped out with the rest following them. They quickly went over the edge and just before hitting, Naruto created a cushion of air to allow them all to land safely. Turning in the direction of the mountain, they saw the mountain bulge, before it exploded in a massive blast of dark energy that allowed only the Jinchuriki to stand. From on top of the mountain rose the head of a massive beast that was a massive 10-tailed dragon. It had pitch-black scales and blood-red eyes. It was the Jubi, the most bloodthirsty demon in existence and the most powerful. It looked over the battle below, and one could see that it was smiling in delight at the thought of the battle to come. So it begins, said Naruto as he and the other Jinchuriki pulled out their swords, and began to go into their final releases. There you go, the 9th chapter of Rise from the Eternal Ashes. The next chapter will take a while to come out as I will be on vacation from the 12th to the 17th. Don't forget to review and give me ideas on who should die in the final battle, as even I don't know who should or shouldn't die in this battle. I expect some good reviews for this story and the Forsaken Fox when I get back, so read them both as many times as you can to recap for the final battle. The smell of fear was inhaled by the massive black dragon as its 10 tails swung lazily behind its body. One could tell that it was savoring the smells of the many bodies that it would soon devour, while they could do nothing to stop it, but first it was time to reward the one who freed it. It turned its bloody gaze to the man who now stood below it, looking at the beast with his Sharingan eyes, attempting to bring the beast under his power. The Jubi stared right back and soon it was chuckling as Madara looked confused. Soon the beast started laughing, the most insane laugh imaginable by a human. Human, you are nothing compared to my power. However, I do think that I should reward you for releasing me from that statue. Your reward will be to become my first victim in my new reign over this planet, shouted the Jubi as it lunged forward faster than what the weakened Madara could react. The Jubi's head smashed into the cliff that Madara was and killed him without any problem. It then raised its head and looked down upon the valley that the last of the ninja in the battle still stood. It then released all of its power to show the might of the most powerful demon the world had ever known. Thousands of ninja collapsed in fear as the sheer weight of the power was far beyond what any of them had ever witnessed before in their lives. It was now obvious that the Jubi would kill them all, despite which side they were on. Naruto along with all of the other Jinchuriki all stood on top of one of the many buildings that resided in the main fortress. They were the only ones that could think rationally amongst all of the shinobi. Unfortunately, they all felt that they should run. Naruto, what should we do?" asked Fu as she was sweating bullets under the power of the demon before them. Naruto turned around and looked at his team of Jinchuriki. Each and every one of them had gone through hardships beyond what any normal human should ever have gone through in their lives, and it showed in the amount of strength each of them had. Gaara was the most similar to him out of all the others before him. They both had been betrayed by people they thought they could trust. Beaten and abused since they were children, but took different paths in their quests to be respected. If it wasn't for himself, then Gaara would most likely be within the belly of the beast. He turned and looked at the only female Jinchuriki that Naruto had ever known. Out of all the Jinchuriki, her story was the saddest. Beaten and abused were just touching the surface for all the things that had happened to her before she became a ninja. She was abused sexually by the men of her village even at the age of 8. Just the thought was more than enough to make him unintentionally unleash waves of killing intent. He saw Gaara grab her hand and smile at the beautiful Jinchuriki, which one could tell made her more relaxed. One would have to be blind to not see how much the two Jinchuriki cared for each other, and Naruto couldn't be happier for the two. Then he looked at the oldest of the remaining Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Bee may have had the easiest life out of the remaining Jinchuriki, but they didn't hold it against him as he still knew the pain of being a sacrifice. He was ignored by his father, but luckily his brother still treated him like family. Overall, he thought that if today was going to be his last day amongst the land of the living, then he was damn proud to have known and fought alongside the 3 warriors that stood by him even in the face of the most dangerous demon ever known. Guy, it has been an honor to have fought alongside each and every one of you. Just a year ago I would have never thought that the 4 of us would ever function as a working team, but now we are the most powerful team in all of the lands. If I am to die today, then there is only one other person that I would want to spend my last moments with besides the 3 of you. Let's give this bastard our best shot and hopefully he will remember our power even in hell. Said Naruto as the other three looked at him. Hope. Let's take to this beast, so that when we get home we can feast. Rapped B, which made the other three smile at the older man. Naruto, you have never led us astray and I am proud to fight with you, and if it is our last time then we will show him the power that each one of us contains. Proclaimed Fu as Gaara smiled. I am with you to the end, my brother. Said Gaara simply, but that was all that Naruto needed to hear from his brother. Let's give him our best shot, and maybe he might just surrender. Joked Naruto as they all went straight into their final releases. Killer Bee's sword in this release was a massive halberd and had control over lightning that rivaled Naruto's control over air. It also gave him bright silver armor that covered all of his body. The armor could neutralize any attack that was made of chakra and convert it into energy for B. Gaara's release literally turned him into sand, but it could shapeshift into anything that he wanted to. It was only limited by the amount of earth that was around in the area, as you can guess it wasn't much of a limitation as there was earth everywhere. Quickly he grew in size until he was barely smaller than the Jubi, but he was in the form of a massive bear-like creature. Fu's sword turned into a very long vine-like sword that was controlled by Fu's chakra. The weapon was special as it could split and continue to split like the branch of a tree. Then the tips could pierce the hardest of armor with no difficulty at all. It was also defensive as some of the vine-like swords stayed back and acted like Gaara's sand in defensive situations. The weapon also had a ranged attack that shot beams of energy out the tips, and a bunch combined created a very large beam. Naruto smiled himself as he drew Oteri Teru for perhaps the last time in his life. He could feel the sword reassure, and that was all he needed to continue. Spread to the four corners of the world, Oteri Teru. He yelled as he felt his chakra spike and the feeling of freedom that he got whenever he went into this form. The Jubi looked in amusement as the four Jinchuriki all released the final releases of their swords. It was a little surprised to find that together they had just a little less chakra than he did. It actually might have a fight on its hands with the last of the Jinchuriki. All four started to gather the chakra needed for their most power attacks. It would hopefully be enough to at least damage the Jubi, and hopefully they could put it down after it was weakened. Finally, they all gathered the chakra as the Jubi gave them all an evil smile, which easily could be identified as, give me your best shot. Let him have it. Konpeki Rakurai. Sensuru Bimu. Denko Hanma. Moguru Akari. Yelled the Jinchuriki as they launched their strongest attacks at the beast. Azure Lightning, Thousand Vine Beam, Lightning's Hammer, and Blazing Wrath. By the way, Naruto launched his azure-colored blast of energy. Fu's vine-like sword split into 1,000 vines that all fired at the same time towards the Jubi, making a huge beam of green energy. He shot his now glowing silver sword into the air, where a blast of lightning hit the skies and then shot towards the Jubi. Gaara gathered his chakra into his mouth and sent a huge wave of yellow-covered energy at the Jubi. All of the attacks hit the Biju at the exact same time, causing a massive explosion that one could compare to that of a mini-nuclear explosion. The heat from the attack was felt by everyone of the shinobi that were still in the valley. The ones in the front even got minor burns from the attacks. This snapped everyone in the army out of the daze they had been in. With this they all realized that they had to fall back. It was all already discussed on how they would retreat if something like this were to happen. Leaving with the grace that only a ninja possessed, they were soon exiting the valley while the smoke cleared from their attacks. That was quite the impressive attack right there. The four of you could have conquered this world long ago if you wished it. Too bad I have no need for the four of you. Yelled the Jubi as it stood up and looked at Gaara, who was still in his bear form. Gaara, fight the Jubi while we try to come up with a plan. Yelled Naruto as he watched the Jubi launch its tails at Gaara. Fu, I need you to use your attacks to try and mess with the Jubi's eyes. B, you and I will get underneath it and try to find a weak spot that we will attack. Hopefully it will put that thing into its human form. Said Naruto as the others nodded and went to do what they needed to do. Gaara was impaled by all 10 tails, but he fell apart to reform into a bear once more and sent an arm of sand straight at the body of Jubi. The tails parried the attack and slammed Gaara into one of the mountains of the valley. He fell apart again when he hit, and reformed just below the Jubi in the form of a scorpion. Raising its claws up, he tried to cut the tails apart, but they moved out of the way at last second. In retaliation, the Jubi swung one of its clawed arms at Gaara's body, but Gaara hardened the earth just enough to block the clawed arm. Gaara sent his stinger straight at the neck of the Biju when he saw that it was wide open, but to his horror the stinger just bounced off the neck. It seems that you do not have the power to hurt me, said the Biju as it slammed Gaara back away from it. I may not be able to pierce your flesh, but I can still pummel you, shouted Gaara as he morphed into a giant gorilla and charged the Jubi. The tails of the Jubi came at him, but he plowed right through them by using his more developed arms. He slammed into the Jubi and smashed him right into the mountain, scoring his first direct hit in the fight. However, he was soon thrown back when a claw slashed across his body's stomach. He could do nothing when the 10 tails came out him again, poised to stab his gut once more. However, the Jubi screeched pain as its tail stopped and went back to its body. Gaara saw the many vines of Fu's sword cutting into the face of the Jubi. It seemed that the bijus that had the higher tails were the only ones that could cut the skin of the beast. Gaara used this to deliver an uppercut to the Jubi that sent it flying into another mountain. Gaara and Fu once again launched their energy attacks at the Jubi, causing another explosion that made the entire mountain collapse on the biju. Bee and Naruto had to run a great distance to get underneath the massive Jubi. As they ran, they saw all of the fight between Gaara and the Jubi. "Bee, did you see how it purposely moved its tails out of the way of Gaara's pincers?" asked Naruto. "Yeah, but I thought that Gaara couldn't pierce the flesh of the Jubi," asked Bee, who was confused. "That just means that the tails of the Jubi must have weaker armor than the rest of the body. When it gets back up, use your sword and call a massive strike of lightning to hit it. When that happens, I will go for the tails," said Naruto as the two split up. The Jubi smashed through the rubble of the mountain faster than Gaara could predict and smashed Gaara across the valley. It then turned to Fu's direction and shot a ball of black energy straight at where Fu stood. Fu, seeing the black energy ball, sent her vine straight through the ball from a distance. Suddenly the ball exploded in a massive black explosion that cleared the trees beneath of their leaves. One could see that Fu's sword had split many times inside the ball to mess up its stability and to explode early. At that moment, Bee and Naruto made their move on the Jubi as it tried to make another attack to send at Gaara, who was still trying to reform himself. Bee called on a massive bolt of lightning that came down and smashed into the head of the biju, but it did little more than scratch the armor. Fu's sword also joined the bolt of lightning in striking the head of the biju, and she was even able to scratch the scales deeply. Gaara sent a fist of sand straight into the Jubi's head, knocking it back on its butt for a second. But that was all that Naruto needed, as he appeared behind one of the massive tails and concentrated as much wind chakra as he could into his sword and cut straight through one of the 10 tails of the Jubi. At that, the Jubi lashed out in pain, as it did not expect a tail to have been lost in this battle. It was pissed as it lost a tenth of its chakra permanently, since it wasn't a being of pure chakra like the other beasts. One of the tails came around and managed to catch a smirking Naruto off guard and slam him into the ground with power. "I will kill each and every one of you mortals. Taste my full power," screamed the Jubi as black chakra that seemed to eat the light around it covered the massive dragon. This meant that they had achieved impossibility of striking the first blow against the Jubi. Gaara shrunk down until he was a regular tiger and went to look for Naruto, as did the others. It wasn't hard to find him, as all that you needed to do was look for the massive crater that he smashed into. Naruto stood at the center of the crater with blood coming down his head and his clothes in tatters from the attack. "Dang Naruto, I don't think I've ever seen you hurt this much," exclaimed Bee. "Shut up, that thing surprised me with that attack, but I did manage to injure it too. Now we are going to fight it in its human form, so we will have to attack together." Fu continued to attack from a distance. "Gaara will be the heavy hitter when you see an opening, and Bee and I will engage it in close combat," stated Naruto as everyone nodded just as a blast of black energy crashed between them, but they had already scattered. Naruto found himself in the air, when a pure black blade flashed in the corner of his eyes, but he broke into air particles and the blade passed through him. He hardened and brought the sword on his opponent, who blocked with little effort. "Interesting power for a mere human," stated the Jubi as it tried to attack Naruto, but this time with chakra running through the blade, giving off a silverish color. Knowing that chakra attacks from the Jubi could still cut him, Naruto blocked the attack with chakra running through his blade. At that moment, Bee launched himself at the Jubi, who was now clearly seen wearing a black tattered clone that barely showed his mouth. His mouth alone could make men wet themselves, as they were yellow and the fangs were long and deadly looking. Bee ran lightning chakra in his blade and clashed with the Jubi, who pushed Naruto back and blocked the large blade of Bee. Naruto again attacked with Bee, but the Jubi was easily able to fight off both attackers at the same time, even being able to avoid Gaara's occasional attack when he was open. What it didn't notice was that Fu had been having her sword spread out across the field surrounding them. However, all three attackers already knew what the plan was, as they all jumped away at the same time as Fu's sword shot at the Jubi from every direction. They all looked on as the Jubi had all of its 8 remaining tails spring up, creating a dome-like shield that surrounded its body. All of the vines hit the shield, but not a single one pierced the armor created by the shield. Suddenly it exploded in black energy and the sword was shot away. The Jubi shot out straight at Fu, seeking to eliminate a threat early in the battle. Gaara quickly put himself in front of the Jubi, but the Jubi slashed him deeply in his sand, causing the sand to ignite with a silver fire. Gaara screamed in pain as the Jubi now stood over his weakened body. Fu sent her sword at the Jubi aiming to pierce his heart, but the Jubi knocked the vine-like sword away and sent his blade straight at Gaara's head, but jumped away at the last second as a blade of wind nearly took his head. It seems like his tails are no longer a weakness in this form, he is just human with a shit ton of chakra. Stated Naruto as he engaged the Jubi again, trying to keep Gaara safe from the Biju. B jumped in alongside him and the two were still no match for the Jubi as it easily parried their attacks with a vicious smirk on its face. Fu looked over a heavily injured Gaara who had fallen out of his release and now was covered in burns and had a deep cut across his chest. Seeing Gaara in this condition threw Fu into a rage as she sent her sword at the Jubi. Naruto caught the Jubi off guard and kicked him in the chin, sending him in the air where B was waiting. B smashed his foot into the Jubi and sent him directly at the incoming vine-like sword of Fu's. At the last second she fired a ray of beams at the stunned Jubi, and a massive explosion occurred where the beast was. "Did we get him?" questioned B as he got into his stance again. "That wasn't powerful enough to kill him," stated Naruto, and his statement proved correct as the smoke cleared, showing a bruised and burned Jubi standing in what remained of his cloak. His skin was covered in thick black scales and he truly gave off the appearance of a demon. "Damn you, I will kill you all," it roared in rage as it phased from view. All three of the last remaining Jinchuriki looked around quickly, looking for any signs of the creature. Suddenly a power surge came from above, and the three looked up to see a wave of black energy hurtling towards B. "Kaminari Shoheiki," shouted B, trying to create a strong enough barrier with his sword. The two attacks met right above B in a struggle for dominance. However, the power of the Jubi proved to be too much as the attack broke through and plowed into B, creating a massive explosion of dark chakra. "B!" shouted Naruto as he ran into the crater to find a barely conscious B on the ground. At that moment he was forced to jump back as the Jubi appeared above him in a downward slash that nearly cut him in two. The Jubi didn't let up in his attack and pushed Naruto back with each combo, and Naruto could do nothing to stop the attack. Fu's vines came up at random times to block attacks that would normally kill Naruto, and she tried to attack the Jubi but it swatted each vine away with little effort. "Is this all that you have to fight me with, Kyubi? I was hoping for more of a challenge," yelled the Jubi as it continued its relentless assault on Naruto. Imagine when Kenpachi fights Ikaku for the first time, just with Naruto being just as fast, but less powerful. Naruto jumps back for second and regroups with Fu, who was winded from just trying to control her sword and launch her energy attacks at the Jubi. "Damn, we can't beat this guy without Gaara and B. I can't even hold him off without getting cut up," stated Naruto as the two glared at the smirking Jubi. Meanwhile B had managed to drag himself over to Gaara, who was lying against a tree breathing hard. "Naruto and Fu are the only chance we have," stated B. "We're too injured to do any damage to that thing, but we can do something," replied Gaara slowly. "What can we do to help Naruto and Fu?" questioned B. "I was talking with Shukaku about a Biju's chakra and how they can merge to form the Jubi. So I was thinking about what would happen if we were able to transfer our Biju's remaining chakra into Naruto or Fu. It could give them enough power to fight the Jubi, but it might kill us in the process," stated Gaara as his wound slowly healed due to Shukaku. "If it is the only way to defeat the Jubi, then we will have to try," said B as they watched the Jubi attack Naruto and Fu again, not letting the two get any sort of advantage against it. Naruto went for an overhead strike, but was blocked, while Fu attacked low, to which the Jubi jumped and slammed its foot into her face, sending her into a huge group of trees. It then grabbed Naruto's face and slammed him into the ground, creating a small crater. Fu stood shakily as she watched the Jubi come straight at her with his sword aiming for her head. With the last amount of strength she could muster, she dodged to the left, but received a deep cut along her shoulder. It stood over her body and got ready to deliver the final blow, but "Ten Piasu Konpeki Rakurai," yelled Naruto as he sent a beam of azure energy at the Jubi. It quickly brought its sword down and tried to cut the beam in half, and a power struggle emerged between the two. With one final push, Naruto blasted the sword to the side and blew off a chunk of the Jubi's left shoulder and two of its tails. "Gotcha that time," stated Naruto as the Jubi dropped down to one knee as it glared at Naruto. This was the first serious injury that it had ever taken in its existence. Not even the Sage of Six Paths had been able to land such a solid blow. "Foolish mortal, no one has ever been able to inflict such a wound on me. Too bad that is the last opening that you will ever have," shouted the Jubi as it stood once more and faced an exhausted Naruto. "Damn, that attack took more out of me than I thought. I have to regain my strength," thought Naruto, but the Jubi gave him no time at all to do this as it attacked once more. Thankfully Naruto still had use of both of his arms and was able to hold off the one-handed blows of the Jubi, if barely. However, this didn't last as the Jubi parried a thrust aside and drove his sword straight through the shoulder of Naruto Uzumaki, who was unable to phase through the attack as he was out of chakra. Naruto screamed in pain as the Jubi twisted the blade and pinned him to a large tree that was at the center of the clearing that they had been fighting. You have been a far worthier opponent than any other being in existence, take that to the grave with you, mortal. After I finish you, everyone you know will join you. At that moment, two things happened to the two combatants. The Jubi's blade came down ready to finish of the only mortal being that had ever been able to injure this badly in a fight, but two chains wrapped around the blade and diverted them to the side. Naruto looked up to see the women of his dreams holding the Jubi's blades with the only weapons ever made by humans to be able to subdue a Biju. Meanwhile, two clouds of chakra covered the body of Naruto. They were pale and yellow in color. Both merged into Naruto as his power began to skyrocket. All three of their chakras mixed and Naruto began to feel a newfound strength. How dare you interfere? Shouted the Jubi as it turned around and faced Hinata, who stared defiantly back despite the power that was crashing down on her from the Jubi. I will not let you kill Naruto. She shouted defiantly back, as she made two more chakra blades and began trying to kill the Jubi. It was all for naught though, as the Jubi easily parried each attack and rushed in to finish her off. Fool, you could have ran and lived for a little while with that child you have inside of you. Shouted the Jubi as it used the sword to behead Hinata, who had closed her eyes. I'm sorry Naruto, I was unable to help you. At least I die with the knowledge that we would have had a child. She thought as the blade came closer to her in slow motion. Clang. Hinata opened her eyes at that sound and saw to her amazement, Naruto blocking the sword. I will never allow you to harm my family. He shouted and pushed the Jubi back into the tree that he was pinned to earlier. Hinata, I love you, please go and hide. I will finish this all here and now. Believe it, shouted Naruto as he disappeared heading at the Jubi. Hinata smiled at this and turned and ran into Valley's forest to hide from the ass-kicking that was about to happen. The Jubi looked around searching for his opponent that was able to completely recover from earlier and even get stronger. Sensing movement to his right, he ducked as the blade passed over him. Then movement to his left, he raised his sword and parried the blow that would have taken his head, but he didn't sense the kick that hit him in the chin. The Jubi recovered and landed on its feet and glared at the now smirking Naruto. How are you this much stronger? Demanded the Jubi. You know what, you remind me of a person I once knew. His name was Sasuke Uchiha. Always demanding things, but never saying please. Now I will do to you what I did to him. Shouted Naruto as his sword began to glow with 3 different colors, all representing the powers that it now held within. I will not be ended by a mortal. Shouted the Jubi as black energy gathered around its sword, seemingly to suck in all of the light around it. I will not lose, I have people worth fighting for, that is what true strength is. Bokyaku Kanpeki Rakurai, he yelled as he fired his most powerful attack at the Jubi. Unlike his normal attack, this one was gold in color as it contained the power of 3 Biju instead of 1. In the golden blast one could see lightning shooting within. Kuroi Kuma Shi, the Jubi was able to say as it fired a massive blast of black energy at Naruto. The land around the blast seemed to wither and die as if just the mere presence could suck the life out of a soul. Gold collided with black as the 2 massive attacks struggled to overcome the other's attack. Both fighters poured everything they could into the attack, hoping that the other would weaken and die. The point at which the blasts met were slowly inching towards a struggling Naruto, as the Jubi grinned in excitement at what was about to happen. No, I can't let that thing win. I will, for Hinata and the child that we will bring into this world together. For all of my friends and family that have stayed beside me all of these years, while we struggled to bring peace to the world. Yelled Naruto as he pushed even more energy into the attack, and soon the blasts were even at the center once more. The Jubi gritted its fanged mouth in frustration as it continued to push energy into the attack that it was launching. However, no matter how much power it put into the attack, it had no effect as Naruto's determination alone far overshadowed the power of the Jubi. Naruto's attack slowly closed in on the terrified Jubi as it tried desperately to win the struggle, but to no avail. Naruto with one final great push of power pushed the beam directly into the Jubi. The massive blast of energy completely tore the Jubi apart. With a final cry of pain, the Jubi was wiped from the plane of existence by the strongest warrior the planet had ever seen in its existence. A warrior that could rival the power of the most powerful demon. Naruto smiled as he stood at the center of a massive crater that had formed from the 2 attacks colliding at once. At this, both of the energies that had invaded his body earlier left him to return to their hosts. Naruto saw his vision grow black as he fell to the earth. The last thing he heard was his voice being called by someone familiar to him. Epilogue. Naruto gazed at his village that was situated in homeland of his ancestors. It had been 6 years since he had vanquished the Jubi and things couldn't be better. His friends and loved ones were at peace and living the lives they deserved, and now he was finally living the life that he deserved. Shortly after the defeat of the Jubi, his friends found him and got him healed up, although he didn't wake for an entire week afterwards. As soon as the Jubi was defeated, the villages that stood against his alliance crumpled and signed a treaty that basically forced them to submit to the alliance. Thankfully, being the leader of the alliance, he quickly reformed the villages and changed them from being geared towards war, to being more peaceful. The people quickly saw that the new changes didn't hurt the village like they had believed they would. In fact, after 2 years, every single village that stood against him had bounced back and became major promoters of peace. Of course, not everyone was happy with the sudden change that the villages went through. 3 years ago, Kumo and Iwa both had an internal coup where the older generation made a move for power. The leaders had believed that many of the new generation would support a revolution in order to gain power. However, the exact opposite happened as the newest generation showed that they were more than willing to fight for the peace of the world. Within 3 hours of starting, all the revolutions had been put down and the world was once again at peace. The new alliance between all the villages was now known as Unified Shinobi Alliance. It was a major economic and military power that sought to maintain the peace of all the elemental countries. The main clause of the alliance was that all those that sought to destroy the peace of the land were to be taken care of. The head of the alliance was selected by majority roll from a council of representatives from each village, no matter how small they were. Each village had an equal say, and to Naruto's surprise, he was selected as the head of the alliance. Thankfully, there was no other power in the world that sought to destabilize the peace that the alliance had established, so his command was never too much work. Naruto chuckled as he remembered the day he was selected. All his friends were baffled that Naruto was surprised at getting the seat, as he had become a celebrity among every person in the alliance. However, none of that mattered to him. The only thing that mattered to him were the 2 children playing on swings in his back lawn and their mother watching over them. Hinata and he had managed to have a beautiful boy and a girl only 1 year after the defeat of the Jubi. They had named the son Minato in memory of Naruto's father, who gave him the power to save the world. The girl's name was Hitomi, named after Hinata's mother that taught her to be the kind and caring woman she was today. Minato resembled Naruto in nearly every way possible, down to his excited personality. However, something he was different from Naruto was that he was a genius in nearly any way but never rubbed it in anyone's faces. The boy loved ramen and always had to wear the color orange whenever he went out. If one said that Minato was like his father, then the same could also be said for Hitomi. The girl had short blue hair, but lacked the Byakugan eyes of her mother. This suited her well, though, as she never liked the Hyugas in the first place. She wasn't as nervous as her mother was at that age, but she did blush up a storm on certain occasions and even had the same hobbies of her mother when Hinata was a girl. She was also a genius and was even a little smarter than her brother Minato, something she tended to rub in his face on more than one occasion. He smiled as he watched the twin laugh and play, wishing that it would always be like this. However, he knew that evil would always exist in the world. Toby wasn't the first, and he sure isn't the last that will attempt to destroy the world in the quest for power. When the next one appeared, the world would be ready, though. United under a common banner of peace and trust, the world that he helped forge would continue on and show just how powerful the bonds of friendship and trust were. No, Naruto had nothing to worry about in the future. In fact, he pitied the ones who would start trouble, for they would never succeed in their plans. As long as a single ray of light shone in the darkness, there would always be peace. That is why he had nothing to worry about, because in the end good would always triumph over the bad. No matter how much power one had, only those that have something worth fighting will ever have the strength to carry on and win. That is the true strength of humanity. For as long as those who were willing to fight remained, no amount of death and destruction will ever win. Light will always rise from the eternal ashes.